It's another beautiful day on the Keesler Air Force Base for the CONUS Esports Championships. My name is Seymour. With me is Enigma, and we are here for day number 3. Andy, I'm glad you joined me. I mean, it's a sunny day. I got my light pink on. I got the lei on. We got our shades on. You got the floral today. It looks good on you.
Yeah, man. I appreciate that. I mean, look, the first 2 days I had to get my base layer in, right? Before I decided to step it up a little bit. I mean, despite the half Spanish genes, I am pasty white and I cook pretty badly in the sun. So gave myself the opportunity with the factor 50s and the standard t-shirts to kind of get my my base foundation and my layers in. But yeah, today, stepping out and enjoying the sun rays. I'm very much so looking forward to the action.
It's beach day for you and I, and for these guys, it's time to get into the bracket. Let's talk a little bit about what we've seen so far throughout the week. Day 1, day 2, group stages. You and I, we get to know a couple of these players throughout the Rocket League side of things. It's been a joy to kind of see Rocket League bloom in the CONUS atmosphere and just the circuit here for DAF Gaming League in general. I really feel unfortunate, though, because I'm really enjoying this change. You know, instead of doing just strict bases, you know, housing a team, now we get different regions housing a team. The only issue is with Rocket League, Western has been so dominant. For Call of Duty, it's been a whole shakeup.
Yeah, exactly. I think Call of Duty, we've got quite a nice little balance over there. I don't get me wrong, I think we're going to get a nice couple of games out of Rocket League, particularly when we get in towards that lower portion of the bracket. But Western are dominant right now. They're a really good team. We've essentially assembled a super team over there. And yeah, I'm expecting them to be considered everyone's favorites walking in, not just to today, but tomorrow as well.
And I heard there's a little bit of bad blood going into today for the Call of Duty side. Heartbreaks elbowed Cryptic's Starbucks coffee out of his hand. I know you're a little bit of a coffee drinker. Like, if we go to LAN and I ever elbowed your coffee out of your hand, I think that would be the end of it for me.
Well, I'd be expecting an instant replacement. Let's put it that way. I mean, that's the least you can do. You can offer me some more coffee, my friend. But yeah, bad blood aside, that's just going to factor into the stories. I'm looking forward to it. But what we do have in front of us is the bracket that's going to show us that as I remove my shades here to actually be able to read that. On the very top of the upper bracket will be Western and Mountain Bravo, Central Alpha and Mountain Alpha, then also squaring off as well. Lower bracket, we're going to have Central Bravo and Eastern waiting, and both of those teams kind of languishing down there right now, but what you will get is that opportunity to still play in 4 top 4 should you be able to make it through from your first game. Yeah,
I mean, Mountain Bravo kicked off with a matchup yesterday versus Central Bravo. It was a 4-0 win for themselves. Mountain Alpha went out 4-1 over Eastern to move on to their matchup. I think that Mountain Bravo have a really tough one ahead of them with this matchup versus Western. I'm excited to see what the 2 Alpha squads have against each other, with that one going to Game 6 last time that they met back in the group stages, all the way back on day 1. Obviously, we have a whole slew of matches to get through. We can see in orange, all of the matches are going to be on stream today. We got 5 Rocket League, 2 Call of Duty, just like day 2 yesterday. And might I add, it's May 4th. So may the 4th be with all these guys as they are all looking to punch through their bracket to see if they can qualify for Worlds. And that's kind of on the minds for a lot of these competitors. I haven't really been able to talk about it off the top of the show just yet, but I think that for the circuit, everything is looking to kind of, yes, be a champion of CONUS and PACAF and USAFE, but at the end of CONUS, we get to send 4 teams to Worlds later on this year, and that's what's on the mind for everybody now in the bracket.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, it doesn't matter really how your groups went. If you dominated but then fall here in the bracket very quickly, it's great and all, lovely what you managed to achieve over day 1 and 2. We will not see you at Worlds, so everything that you've turned up expecting to play for will evaporate in front of your very eyes. That being said, if you're one of those teams like Eastern, maybe things didn't go super well inside the groups, if you pull off an upset, get yourself through to top 4, you're going to be seeing you on that big main stage later on this year. So yeah, all basically today we kind of get a clean slate of things. Some of you are sitting with just 1 life remaining, but opportunity is still there to really make something happen.
Well, let's take a look into our first match that I was kind of hinting towards. Western versus Mountain Bravo is kind of where we're heading. We can introduce our first team for this match, the team that we've been talking about all weekend long at the top of the castle. We got to interview Crow yesterday. He said nobody is close to touching them, and they are the ones who are going to walk away as champions here at CONUS. Crow, Leggy Puppy, Demaholic, nobody has proven them wrong so far. And I'm excited to see what they kind of grow into here in day 3.
Agreed. The thing is about all three of these players as well is they can do pretty much everything at all times. They rotate very well, cycle in very well, and you end up with a situation where Crow can go from defending his own goal to then putting a worldie into the top bag within a heartbeat. Laggy Puppy also slots into that category very well. Demaholic lives a little bit by his name, likes to get a little bit of rough and tumble going out there on the field, but also very much so showing himself to be a superstar. So we're talking about him as a super team. With that, we're going to apply a hell of a lot of pressure. We're expecting you to be pretty much flawless through this tournament. And if you are not, then we will see just how you withstand a little bit of a fight back.
Don't forget to fist bump Crow, too. You don't want to let him run rampant on those demos like we saw yesterday. But let's talk about their opponents on the other side. A team looking to come from the deep depths of below into the limelight to be underdogs. It's Mountain Bravo, J-Dubs, Camilo, Fruit Loop. We kicked off with this team looking so good. Fruit Loop at the forefront, the superstar for this trio. But as we've kind of moved on into day 2, I was really impressed with how J-Dubs and Camilo really came into their own. Of course, Fruit Loop still making those plays. Being the kind of setup player for J-Dubs at times. Camilo really good for the support too that he offers to this trio. I feel like yesterday towards the end, we really got to see this team level up, especially in their matchup versus Central Bravo.
Yeah, I'd argue on a personal level, this has been my favorite team of the tournament. I think we called out earlier, look, we're looking at Fruit Loop to kind of lead the line. She did a wonderful job of that and has had some incredibly stunning moments out there. But at points, Camilo's kind of fit that little bit of do-it-all, glue the team together guy, which a role that I know you and me both appreciate. And then every single time I've sat there and gone, J-Dubs, I'm expecting you to light this series up and really give your team a chance. He has delivered. So the fact that they're sitting here in the top portion of the bracket when it looked like they were basically making a run in from behind, very glad to see. Of course, it's a very difficult task in front of them, but this is a squad, and again, I feel like it's a little bit of a sleeper. You're ending up against Western because you end up with that 4th seed. It's a difficult matchup. But if you were playing the second or 3rd seed right now, I'd still fancy you to get the job done just because of the talent that they've shown throughout their matchups.
I agree. I think that Mountain Bravo have something to offer here in this matchup versus Team Western. I think that this is your time to show day-to-day improvements. Going into day 2, I mean, it was definitely a new face for Bravo. They looked like they leveled up, and we saw that in their matchups versus teams outside of Team Western. Now in day 3, have you cracked the code on how Team Western ticks? That's the question, not just for Bravo, but for everybody inside of this tournament. Let's look at our predictions for this match to see kind of where we're sitting for this. And in my eyes, in my expectation, I don't think it's going to be that simple. I think that Team Western just through and through looked like the cream of the crop here, the tip of the top for Rocket League. I don't know if anybody's going to come close to touching them.
I don't think so. You might get 1 or 2 close matches in themselves in this series, but I think that every single time we've seen Team Western face any sort of pressure, and it has been minimal, they've responded with aplomb. So, yeah, looking at these guys to just march their way on through this portion of the bracket, guarantee that world qualification without any issue, really. And then their real test is going to be how do you deal with the bright lights when we start talking like grand finals? Then do you start to wilter a little bit under the oven, inside that oven, sorry. But it's, yeah, I don't know. We're always down for upsets. We're always down to write a new chapter in an underdog story. So why don't we get it off and underway? Find out, is there a surprise in this tale? Or Team Western just going to write the same old script?
Well, the only time that we've actually seen Western knock down a peg is when they chose to. I want to see if Team Mountain Bravo can force them to bow to the other side. Western already forced into their own zone off of Camilo. Gets the test against a clear out of Leggy Puppy. Camilo looking to pass it in front of the net. Fruit Loop with the setup. Little demo Crow. In fact, gets demoed herself. Demaholic in the air, and it's J-Dubs to smack it away. I like things like that. I want to see them challenge each other, contesting those aerials, making sure that you just can't do whatever you want if you're Western.
Well, so often for Western, their strength has been those contests, those 50-50s, just winning them and also just putting them into difficult positions for their opposition to deal with. Leads to relentless pressure. But yeah, Mountain Bravo, they've got to avoid it being clean, and Camilo does a wonderful job there just to bump out the way of the defender. And this is, yeah, more like it. It's just about, can you keep it up? You can't afford that concentration to slip. You can't afford for there to be a let-up. Bro is actually going to have to scramble back, and Camilo says, hello there. I'll just glide in for this one. Little tap down. Initially tried to go for the setup. Fruit Loops denied. Camilo scoops the corner boost and then uses it to get up and over the top of the ball. Just when his opponent thought he'd go under and put it high, he shakes it up, gives you the 1-0 lead.
You're seeing everything come together right now for Mountain Bravo. I think the consistency looks great. You're contesting a lot of these aerial plays that Western are looking to set up. In front of the net, I mean, you see Camilo just all over the ball, all over the body, and even Fruit Loops there, bumping away the opponent. I mean, Team Western dropping a goal yesterday to Chip Slayer. That was the opening of our day number 2. They answer back thrice-fold with 3 goals simultaneously. Can Mountain Bravo maintain this lead? Another shot looking to go through. Crow underneath the attacker. Open it down into the opposite end. Western yet to really put together some kind of an attack, and it's because of plays like that from Fruit Loop, just constantly putting the pressure on.
Yeah, exactly. There was not a second there for Poppy to really take his time with it. Just he thinks he's got that. And my lord, J-Dubs will glance one in. Looks like a bit of a misplay from Crow in terms of blocking this. Not sure if he believes he's already got the touch or is in the right place. And no, doesn't get there with it. Not enough boost, essentially, available for Team Western. Mountain Bravo starving them of it. And again, those little bumps and nudges and forcing Team Western really scramble right now, and this is a position we've not seen them in before.
Down 0-2. A little bit of a weird one right now for Western at what we're seeing in day 3. Well, demoed off the setup into the corner for Bravo. Leggy Puppy over the top, nobody home, and there's the opening goal for Team Western on day 3, and it's Leggy Puppy just to chip it over the defenders.
Mountain Bravo going to be disappointed to have let that one slip. Looked like relatively easy ball to clear, and then Camilo not with the boost. Fruit Loop unsure and hesitant then in the challenge afterwards. Tries to back off and just lofted over her in goal. We'll put Weston back into this one, and Fruit Loop does very well to block that on the line, tip it up onto the bar, and then J-Dubs reads it. That one's actually going over and does well to sit on the line himself, and oh my lord. Team Western, this is what we're talking about. Every time they are under any sort of threat or pressure, they just notch it up a gear. The 2-0 lead evaporates. Mountain Bravo tied back into this 2 apiece. And how that consistency has disappeared. Gotta start to really win these 50s again.
Just look at the angle of attack coming out from Western there. I mean, you have a player on the left and, you know, already Leggy Puppy up in the air for that shot. All 3 members on the defense were sitting in net on top of each other. And this is what I was talking about at the start of the game, is that, you know, when you have these players contesting, like as an individual, you're covering your player, you know, you see Mountain Bravo denying Team Western of those shots. As soon as Western have those free angles of attack and, you know, you don't have that player on you, I mean, it's just shot after shot, relentless pressure, hard to keep up with. And you slow down for a second, Team Western show that no lead is really safe when they're still in the server.
Loop's just going to slow it down for a second, let J-Dubs get some boost in. Camilo's up to about half. Loop's actually then going to contest this again. Camilo just hovers, waits, bides his time. Laggy Puppy pops that up for himself in the center of the park. Drifts out towards the left here. Will try and just set this up for the players with support. Does very well, and there you go. Incredible work by Laggy Puppy. Takes control of the entire situation, bides his time, knows Camilo's coming in with the initial challenge. J-Dub's perhaps a little over-exuberant, and that supplies the gap. And despite all 3 Mountain Bravo players essentially being on that goal mouth, it will scrape through and hand Western their first lead.
It's such an electric start from Mountain Bravo. You really don't want to see it fall apart like this early. And yeah, you're right to call it for J-Dubs there. I think he unintentionally goes in for that double commit, and you're just out of position at that point. Another demo in front of the net. And that trusty trio of Mountain Bravo where you're looking at man-on coverage. Not getting that when you're taken out of the play. Beautiful demo. Open net for Crow. J-Dubs cocking that boost on the left side. Mountain Bravo letting in 4 goals in a row with 1 minute left to go in game number 1. And they answer back.
Anyone tuning in right now will be very surprised to hear that Mountain Bravo actually took a 2-0 lead. Not only that, a deserved one as well. Team Western answer with 4. Mountain Bravo do have a reply yet to make this a nervy situation towards the end of the first game. It's much more like what we wanted to see. Yumi talked about it. You know, Team Western, yes, we're expecting to 4-0 this, but can Mountain Bravo at least make them a tough fight? Not done just yet. 40 seconds to go. Seeding here would be the nail in the coffin for Mountain Bravo. And Laggy Poppy gets up, but J-Dubs just scrambled back in time. You read that, though, if you are Western. 2 of your players drop back to try and provide coverage. Control and nudge it further down the pitch.
The job's not done right now for either team. 23 seconds left. Only a 1-goal game for Team Western. We've seen what this Mountain Bravo team can do. Crow pass intended for Leggy Poppy. Shot goes to the right. Down to the last 10 seconds of game number 1. Crow's going to dump it back into his own side for Leggy Poppy to carry it all the way across over J-Dubs into the zone of Mountain Bravo and almost into the net for the finisher. Ball's going to hit the ground. And Western squeaking away the 1-goal game in game 1 to open up day number 3, 4-3 over Mountain Bravo. Fantastic start to the day for Mountain Bravo. Maybe let off the gas a little bit. But you can see, you know, if you're going to play against Western, you got to play it at their game, at their pace. Mountain Bravo, they hit that highs at times. You just need to be a little bit more consistent across the entire 5 minutes.
Certainly. You're right to say lift their foot off the gas and maybe a missed opportunities for Mountain Bravo that they're going to look back on later. Could have stolen the first of this series away. I think if you are Western, this has shown yet again, you're more than happy to deal with pressure. You're more than happy to be put in a spot where you're uncomfortable. It simply just raises your own game right now. So that's a lovely thing to see for them. Just, yeah, it's Mountain Bravo. Look, you came out, did everything that we asked. Won those 50-50s, hot contest, bumping around the pitch, and then we're ruthless in front of goal. We know you have that ceiling. It's just lifting that floor to a point where when you take those leads, they don't disappear so quickly.
No, you want to see Mountain Bravo hold on to 2-0 leads like that. It's hard against Western, and you kind of notice it too, that, you know, when you make those mistakes and you see that you're kind of on top of each other in that defensive zone, you free up that sky, and you see that Leggy Poppy happy to kind of play off those passes from each other. The setup job from Western is really hard to shut down. And especially when you're losing kickoffs like this, it is not the way you want to start games.
That might be the quickest one we've seen so far in the entire tournament. 3 seconds for Crow to just walk this one home. All right, not the start Mountain Bravo would have been looking for. That being said,
fortunately enough, it's 3 seconds into a game, so it's,
yeah,
you got lots of time to answer back.
The way overtime works as well in Rocket League, being 1 down puts you in a very similar position to being tied up. You can force this overtime with 1 play and essentially just reset that entire clock. 2 down, however, a very different tale. And Laggy Poppy here basically goes in his own little messy like run. A little bit of a fake, a little bit of a carry, a little bit of a pop inside, and Camilo sent for a hot dog. Laggy Poppy showing what the levels that he brings to this server.
That's just good axle work on the dribble. And that cut into the short side, perfect to kind of tee up a shot on net. Western saying to Bravo, all right, you start us off 2-0 down. We're going to start you in game 2, 2-0 down. See how you answer back to the adversity we can offer. Fruit Loop demos it in for the clear, actually over the top of Leggy Poppy, and Camilo into the corner, dumps it for the Western zone, looking for a demo, trying to open the goal, and J-Dubs for the shot blocked away by Temaholic.
Fruit Loop's on a bit of a wrecking ball run right now. 3 players taken out in quick succession since kickoff. J-Dub's going to try and fight for this. Poppy going to have 0 boost, so just helps it on its way. And back into the corner, just trying to lift it up and over. J-Dubs misses it, but Camilo will arrive. His turn to just try and send this downfield. by now if you are Mountain Bravo. This is probably the best passage you've had of the game thus far. I see some sort of threat on goal, some sort of attempt at it. I feel like J-Dub's gotta just lock it in a little bit. That's like the third or fourth one of those where he's just floated over the top of the ball. That being said, dribble downfield, gonna tuck it inside. No, doesn't get there. Demaholic just about gets across.
Just not enough boost there to get ahead of the ball. You can't take the shot towards the net. Not enough of an angle. You would even like to see a pass there if possible, but speed, the problem. Shot far side. Demaholic sees the ball. Camilo, back wall, knocked down, and the defender gets to it first. Poppy, wide open net, and J-Dubs back in time. Keep this one just down by 2 with 3 minutes left in this game. On Bravo starting to stabilize, but would like to start to see some of these offensive attempts reach their goal attempt.
Bro, now I always get nervous when the ball just locks up in the air like that. And players like Crow or Laggy Puppy or even Nexity, we've seen do it at times through this tournament for Central Alpha. Just control it home. Beautiful work, protecting the ball and just letting it float over the line. And for all of Mountain Bravo's great work there, they will concede yet another goal. 3-0 down. Feels like a mountain to climb.
I think people at home might actually understand how hard it is to control an aerial at that speed, at that length and distance.
I'll give over.
And Crow's just making it look so easy. It's just the micro understanding of those quick moments where you realize where the defender's coming at you. You get the flip reset, you put it over here against Fruit Loop this time. Beforehand, you notice Fruit Loop was going high, you drop it low, and it's just those small moments from Crow showing just how quick his brain is processing these attacks at the net. It's so hard to deal with.
Crazy how good he is when he's decided, actually, for this match, I'm not going to go around and just slaughter everybody.
Exactly.
Instead, I'm just going to pop a hat trick in with 2 of the most delicious goals you've seen in a minute. Both of those goals, by the way, they kind of, if you showed those clips to casual players of Rocket League, they'd kind of be responding with like, this is the issue with Rocket League. How are you supposed to do this stuff if you're casual? It's like, you're not. Bro's just insane. And he's just doing everything by himself. Ridiculous stuff out here on the pitch. A minute 50 to go. Mountain Bravo, if they can get 1 or 2 pretty quickly here, they could apply some pressure. Feels like, again, that consistency will... The idea of getting 4 unanswered out of Western. I don't know, man. I wouldn't bet on it.
A throw on the back wall, looking to carry it out of their zone. Nice knock in from J-Dubs. Demaholic sends it wide to the right, forces some boost away from Fruit Loops, and it's going to break up this attack. Leggy Puppy. Now to Demaholic, looking to connect for the pinch. Doesn't happen. J-Dubs now over the top. Crow beats him. Wonderful defense again from Team Western, just keeping this game scoreless for Mountain Bravo. Will it be a shutout, though, as we get into the last minute 5 of game number 2? Fruit Loops pops it up for Camilo on the wall. And not actually going to go for the clear. Leaves it for Fruit Loops on the ground. Crow having to find an angle off of that mistake. And Leggy Puppy steals the boost on the left side. So starting to run low as the tanks of Mountain Bravo trying to clear it out of their zone for the last 45 seconds.
Milo's just going to try and contest it in the corner by himself. J-Dubs will get it across to Halpow. And Mahalik now just going to deflect that onward. Almost using the momentum. Crow tips it even further on. Milo tries to judge exactly how Laggy Puppy was going to play this. Demaholic pops it up. J-Dubs will get in front of Crow to prevent a 5th. But, well, the whole idea of a comeback that we talked about never really materialized. Needed something to happen before we hit the 60-second marker. And with only 8 seconds left to go, Team Western will march on as they have through this entire tournament. Looking pretty much untouchable. Really will give them something to celebrate. And hopefully a little bit of momentum, a little bit of a feel-good factor marching into map 3.
At least you get one on the board. It's not going to be a shutout. 1 second, though, as soon as you touch the ball. That is going to be rocking this last second effort. Leggy Puppy happy to put it up to 5.
Ain't no.
And that is going to be the ending of game number 2. Very different from what we had at the start. Mountain Bravo, a little shocked After how much effort went into game number 1, you thought you were going to go into game number 2 and kind of repeat that. A couple of individual efforts from Crow through the sky, a couple openings from Leggy Puppy, and it's 5 goals on the board from Western, looking comfortable in game number 2. So now we ask the question for Mountain Bravo going into game number 3. How can they find that, angle from game 1? They kept this one so close. It really seems like it's difficult to keep up with this squad.
Agreed. And again, I think Mountain Bravo are producing quality passages of play. We talk about a lot of the first half of that first game. We talk about there's a whole middle portion where we just sat 2-0 through that second game, where Mountain Bravo, had they managed to put away one of their ample opportunities, you're probably looking pretty good there. You can put your opposing squad on the back foot, but unfortunately, there's also those moments where suddenly Western just take over, and it's coming back to those fantastic goals by Crow. What do you do about those? You got to figure out yourself while you're out at CONUS how to contest those sort of battles. We haven't seen many people do it successfully, especially not consistently. And well, Team Western, if anything, they're incredibly consistent at being incredibly bloody good.
Yeah, I mean, they're the best of the tournament, and they said it themselves that they expect themselves to be champions. We expect them to play like this if they have that high of a standard for themselves. And 2-0 up going into this one, I think for Mountain Bravo, you're going into game 3. You got to start doing what you had in game 1 again. I mean, that system where you're playing for the bumps, you're playing aggressive, you're trying to set up yourself and play off of that contact. You see how you're getting kind of stuck together in your own zone. As soon as that demo comes out from Crow or Leggy Puppy, nobody's able to defend it. You got to start putting some pressure onto Western in those same ways. So, opening goal for Camilo. That's going to fall into the net. And if you're asking for anything, maybe to start off this confidence, it's going to be a freebie. You don't normally see Demaholic miss things like that, so you're going to take it.
I wonder if he's expecting Camilo there to get a little bit of an extra touch, just nudge it along. Maybe Demo's almost faking the block, expecting that to bait Camilo into an effort that lifts it into his path. But well, Camilo holds true. If anything, he looked like he was trying to block Demo's clearance, so plays out. A little bit of fortune will be what gets Mountain Bravo into this series. Long-range effort. Cleared off the line. Looks like Camilo always had it covered. Leggy Puppy's popped it down. Demaholic will arrive in time. Fruit Loop nudges it back out. But moments like that, Crow's going to just wander away with that. And in the first game, felt like, if anything, Fruit Loop would have done exactly that. Demo. If I'm not getting the ball, I'll take the man. A little bit more of that, honestly, might just leave Western feeling uncomfortable.
It might, but Crow dumps it into the Mountain Bravo zone. That's going to give time for Demaholic off spawn to just reset. And I want you to really pay attention to what this first player into the offensive zone does for Team Western. Every single time you see an attack setting up, as soon as he goes for the shot or the pass and it's not successful, he always tries to tie up that defender inside of the goal. And with that, I mean, you're essentially just allowing for that rebound to play the 2-on-1 or the 1-on-1 in some fashion. And I think for Mountain Bravo, you kind of see that same idea at times. I think it's not as successful as often, but it's just so interesting to see the way that Team Western, as a trio, always have that first attacker going in to just tie up those defenders.
Another bit of play there. Crow gets the initial punt out of the corner. Demaholic sacrifices himself. Vehicle truly on the line there, just to nudge it along into the path off road, continue the run up the flank. Straight through on goal. Ties up at 1 apiece. About 2 minutes through this matchup. 1-1. And right now, in the balance very much so in terms of momentum as well. Both squads doing everything right. For so often, though, this is one of those moments where Team Western just flick that gear up, pull off one of their specialties, and, well, Demaholic will remove a player from the board. I think that was Fruit Loop. Crow's going to get over onto it. Notice J-Dub's coming back in. Poppy's going to tap. And, well, doesn't finish it off in the end. Not many times we get to say that. A demo and an opportunity on goal missed by Western. Mountain Bravo needs to capitalize, get this ball back downfield.
Yeah, they're looking for the clear desperately. Loop's going to catch that mid-boost, still into the zone. Off Mountain Bravo, off that demo. Crow keeping some pressure on. for your third man to come back. Demaholic already in. All three attackers looking to scrounge up something in the zone of Western, but Fruit Loop not able to get that bump, and immediately saw Camilo drop back to net. Back wall knocks it into the corner. Fruit Loops to the touch, up into the air. Crow sends it down. Struggling to get this one at the net so far has been Mountain Bravo off that opening goal. Just missing that bump is Camilo. Might have seen something start up here, but a demo onto Fruit Loop, and Demaholic immediately looks to take advantage of this one, but it's a great clear from Camilo and finds the demo. Shaking up this offense a little bit, and the contest off that 50-50 shot from Camilo, stopped by Leggy Puppy. Demaholic for the redirect in front of the net. It's J-Dubs for the touch. Sent it wide to the corner. Shot to Camilo this time. Booms it downfield.
Yeah, J-Dubs done well twice in quick succession there. Both teammates demo. Reads the attempted play by Crow very well, and then the save for the second. Gonna let Mountain Bravo try and get all three players onto the field for a moment. What can you do? Demo goes for the demo. Into your own corner. Throw up off the ceiling. Just trying to drill it down into the deck. The onrushing Demaholic won't get there. Fruit Loop now trying to drive forward. What can I do with this? Very little. Laggy Puppy will just push this back out along the flank. Central ball. Crow's waiting, and the contest is enough. Send it away. J-Dubs now demoed. How Laggy Puppy comes out on top of that one, I don't even think he knows.
Even J-Dubs isn't even able to get there. I think you're expecting that one to hit off your teammate, but yeah, I mean, how lucky is that from Leggy Puppy that on the way out of the zone, you take out J-Dubs, separate that defense, and on the counterattack back in, that's going to give Western the edge with 31 seconds left. A demo from Crow off the kickoff. Mahalik knocked down by Camilo. Oh, it's his turn off the wall. J-Dubs going to be bumped away. Fruit Loop not able to get an angle on that shot again. It's just blocking out these defenders from their clears and keeping the pressure on. 13 seconds now. You need a goal.
Crow does very well to read that. Recognizes that he must make a desperate challenge. Otherwise, counterattack was on for Mountain Bravo to tie this all up. Now on Mountain Bravo to try and just juggle this ball downfield. I don't know if they're going to be able to do so, and no one contesting for this effort. Crow's just going to let it drop, and 2-1 this time. A much closer affair. Arguably the closest of the entire series, but that being said, same old result. Western come out on top. Both goals out of Crow. Nothing too fancy about these ones, and maybe a little bit of luck in the end, but to be fair, Camilo's goal for Mountain Bravo that gave them that lead, also fortuitous. So riding the lightning on both sides.
I mean, I think it just shows that some of the quality of these bumps, these aggressive plays coming out from Western are really hard to deal with over time. It just whittles you down. It breaks your bones. And in a moment, for a flash there, J-Dubs just gets taken out of the play. And as soon as Crow kicks up that attack once more with that player coming off spawn, you know, J-Dubs puts himself into position, but you see the issue of, like, you expect your teammate to kind of get that touch, and Crow with that little micro play to put it over that defender catches J-Dubs off guard. I mean, it really seems like in that moment you drop your guard and you lose out on the game. It really goes to show that when you're playing Western, like, anything is possible, and you always want to make sure that you are anticipating a potential shot on net there while you're sitting as the goaltender. It's really unfortunate because I think Mountain Bravo are playing fantastic in this best of 7 against Team Western. It's just struggling to kind of get over that hump to take an advantage in the last minute of the game, and in the last 30 seconds of the game, might I say. It just seems impossible to get shots on net versus Team Western. Over the course of this 5 minutes, they just get better and better and better.
I agree. I think Mountain Bravo would come out looking like this against pretty much any other team in the bracket. I think they come out on top. Whereas, unfortunately for them, they're up against a squad that's so good with time management, situational management, reading plays. I go back to a moment towards the end of the last match. Crow understood, okay, hang on a second. If this ball breaks awkwardly, my team are in trouble. So I'm going to throw myself at this and just position myself very awkwardly at a time where my squad really need me to do so. So we will get No goal within the first 50 seconds. And honestly, that suits Mountain Bravo. So to keep it at 0-0, Team Western just put on that back foot a little bit.
Demaholic into the corner. See if Mountain Bravo can do what they've done in games in the past and open up with a goal. Poppy knocks it down in front of the net. Fruit Loop shot. Bro carries it away. Mo to the corner. J-Dubs looking to bump that last defender in. It looks like it was a pass intended for J-Dubs. He's exiting the zone over to the boost. Fruit Loop. Double commit comes out from Camilo as well. So an opportunity here for Team Western to take a shot. J-Dubs out to the midfield. Off the backboard for Demaholic is the pass down from Crow. Wasn't expecting to have an attacker on top of the net. Demaholic sees his teammate, says, hey, why don't you set me up for this one? A great 1-2-3 into the back net for Team Western to open up Game 4.
Incredibly well done by Crow. Just gambles. Wonders if Demaholic's actually going to come out on top through the center of the park. When he lofts it, Crow just deftly touches it down. Really, you can't miss there if you're Demo. The 1-0 up. To close out this series in smooth style, as many of us expect. And Mountain Bravo have been very much so in this series, apart from the second game. That consistency is just avoiding those lapses in concentration. Moments as such, just will punish you. At least have the ball downfield, but Mountain Bravo sending all three players forward for this, so very open to the counter-attack, and J-Dub does well to win that one. That 50 breaks the other way. You're in big trouble.
Throw up top, off the post. J-Dubs happy to carry this one out, but you look at the boost, it is dry for Mountain Bravo. Looking to get some clears here from the small pads. They send it down into Team Western zone, out into the middle. Fruit Loops left wall, back in for a centering pass. Leggy Puppy eats you out to that shot. Back into the Mountain Bravo zone. Little tee up there from Leggy Puppy, seeing if you can pass it to yourself for a shot for the net. Grow now. Mahalik, you take it off your teammate over the net. Into limbo. J-Dubs back on down. Just under 2 minutes here. Andy and Mountain Bravo desperately need to put one on the board here just to feel comfort going into the last leg of this Game 4.
Going to be trailing last 60 seconds. Then it becomes a Hail Mary attempt. You got to commit all of your bodies forward. I was about to say would leave you open to the counter-attack, and Camilo ensures that that's not going to be a problem. At least not for now. I think Demo's very errant touch there. I think he's looking to punt it down the pitch. Instead, just drops it into a dangerous zone. The arriving man will bury it. One apiece. Contest is in. Fruit Loop's actually going to break it for J-Dubs, and J-Dubs, oh my lord, blocks on the line.
Another one.
2-1 up. Fruit Loop took pretty much everything here. And despite being punted by Laggy Poppy, Demaholic wasn't back in the position you wanted. J-Dubs almost gets himself across the clearance just to send it goal bound still. 90 seconds left on this, and you're seeing a lead for the underdog.
Can this be the moment where Mountain Bravo steals away a game from Team Western in the first game? They would drop all tournament long. Over the top here. Fruit Loop just nudges it over that first defender, but Leggy Poppy, the second one in line. Over to Crow. Off that back wall, looking for the centering pass. Interrupted by Mountain Bravo. And you can see little bit of urgency now into the plays of this Bravo squad. Confidence oozing out of their plays. A demo too. No defender. J-Dubs. Leggy Puppy gets back in time and just stays ahead of that ball to knock it back into the corner. Fruit Loops now centering pass out, and it's going to be stopped by Crow. Oh, shot this time. Backflip from Camilo. Leaves it for J-Dubs. A shot from down low off the crossbar. Demaholic back up, looking to tie it, and there it is. 32 seconds. Demaholic on the counterattack. Flicking it over Camilo to tie it up 2-2.
Insane work when we talk about deft touches, when we talk about little feints. Unfortunately, for J-Dubs, you're just backing off. When's that touch coming through? When's that touch coming through? Demaholic gains so much ground just by pretty much not touching the ball. that when he does, so close to the net, no opportunity to react for the defender. Over the line, ties it up. 20 seconds on the clock.
J-Dubs looking to strike with his team to bring this back into a lead. 15 seconds, and we might be seeing an overtime in game number 4. Fruit Loop down pitch. The right side corner. J-Dubs looking for the centering pass, and it's going to be kept back out. Camilo knocked it down. Fruit Loop not there for it. Might just look to kill this one and start overtime. Demaholic, one more chance. Not going to get under it. All the way now in game number 4. Mountain Bravo have one more chance to keep this best of 7 going.
Instant demo. J-Dubs as well is going to cross. And, oh, Demaholic had to get that touch. The lightest, but it will just turn to the right side of the post. If you are a Team Western fan, Laggy Puppy now up in the air. These always concern me. He's going to gain so much ground on the pitch. And Crow essentially alley-oop himself in towards that, but drafts it across the goal. 30 seconds in, and both teams have threatened early.
A-Dubs looking to clear the zone, and Demaholic not going to let that happen. Back on in, and there it is for Leggy Puppy. Goal number 3, game number 4. A sweep against Mountain Bravo. And it's like every time we see Western get drawn into an overtime, they lock in. Every single time. Such a good series from Mountain Bravo. Hats off to that trio. They stepped up, I think, more than most people would have expected if they've been watching this entire tournament. But, I mean, when you look at day-to-day improvement, Mountain Bravo are showing that they are attempting to take down the greats here. And although it's an 0-4 game, that is not the tale that is told here, Andy.
Definitely not. It was an incredibly close series in many aspects. The game 2 finishes 5-1, but after that, it's 4-3, 2-1, and then 3-2 in an overtime. Mountain Bravo largely gave as good as they got and actually threw 2 leads away. So if you are Mountain Bravo, I think you can hold your head very high, step out into the rest of the room on Keesler Air Force Base, knowing that a lot of people are now looking at you as a serious threat. We will expect this Mountain Bravo team to get that top 4 for Worlds. And it's a case of where do you build from there, because it feels like they're getting better every single time we see them step out on the field. So it's a great series from them. It's just obviously we know how good this Western lineup are. All 3 players can do a little bit of something at pretty much any moment without even really showing something. Crow here just drops that underneath his opponent. But I go back to the last goal in the entire series before overtime. Demaholic pretty much just feinted the ball the length of the pitch. I'm not touching it yet. I'm not touching it yet. I'm not going to let you know what I'm doing with this. I don't see that out of literally anyone else across this entire tournament.
Western's going to be the first team here at CONUS to qualify themselves for Worlds. Getting themselves into those semifinals. Gives yourself that top 4 placing. It's a big moment for this team, and I think it's a big moment for these players who are happy to represent themselves on Rocket League with the way that they play. There truly isn't a team I think I'd rather see at Worlds for the CONUS side than this Team Western squad. I think it would have been, you know, upsetting not to see them here, and pretty much a shock with what they offer. And I mean, we talk about how good they are. We talk about, you know, their positions, you know, their passing plays, the aerial dominance that they provide, and their mechanical skill, but like the decision making, everything on top of that. Even Crow yesterday was saying it's just experience. Like Leggy Puppy has the most hours played in Rocket League across the entire tournament right now. So to know that, I mean, I'd just like to know what exactly in those moments kind of goes through your head. Just, you know, what kind of things you're looking at as a Rocket League player to make you, you know, that better player. We do have Leggy Puppy coming in for the interview, so I think that's going to be where I open this one up. My friend, congratulations, another 4-0 for your team. And I was kind of saying there, I mean, you know, yesterday we were asking, we know you guys are just filled to the brim with experience in Rocket League. As a player, when you're trying to become just better, what kind of things do you look at in the game, whether it be positioning, you know, in those moments? Like, what makes it better with that experience of things that you look at to kind of take leads?
I'd say one of the things is not just like your own positioning, but your opponent's positioning, and just trying to play around that. Like, because we notice that they were really bad in their own corners, so we kind of just tried to abuse that.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Trying to pick up on things as we go along. First time casting Rocket League, having a hell of a time. I'm trying to learn a lot of the stuff that you guys are doing out there on the field because you're making it look pretty damn incredible. Speaking of incredible, you guys are obviously top team when it comes to this tournament. I think that's not exactly a surprise. But obviously with that victory there, you guarantee yourself a minimum top 3 finish. We're expecting to see you guys through to those grand finals, of course, through to Worlds now as well. We know that right now you feel there's no threat inside of this CONUS championship. Is there anyone, though, globally that you're thinking, all right, that might be a team that we have to pay a little bit more attention to?
From what I've heard, the CONUS teams are not as good as the ones here.
Okay.
But I haven't seen them, so I'm not going to make that judgment on my own. That's just what I've heard. So I'm not too worried, but we'll see.
Sounds like you're making yourself basically the favorites for the entire thing. You say you've got a hell of a lot of experience coming into this tournament, and, well, yeah, looking at your CVs, it's not bad. But what's it been like stepping out at CONUS? Because for all that you guys have done in the past, this has to be something different, right?
This is very different from me. This is my first actual LAN event, so it's not entirely like what all of my experience has been, but it's honestly not too bad. I'm enjoying it. I'm having fun, and I think my teammates are as well.
I like that too, and I know a lot of people have been telling us, what it's like at Keesler Air Force Base, even when the competition is gone. What have you guys been getting up to around the base, after the controllers are done?
All right. So a lot of drinking with some of the other teams. Full disclosure, I was hungover yesterday.
Okay.
A little bit, just a little bit, right? Like, we're drinking a safe amount, okay? We're drinking a safe amount.
There's no judgment here.
Yep. Just for
It's a fun time for the entire base. I think that we like to see you guys enjoying the camaraderie, going out there. So it's nice to see you guys taking another win. You've qualified for Worlds now. You're going to be in the semifinals. We'll see you later on stream too, Leggy Puppy. We appreciate you coming on for the interview, and we'll see you later.
Thank you very much.
Love that they're having a wonderful time, and yeah, for Leggy Puppy, they're trying to
Stop
be
asking.
just a little bit. No great story ever started with a salad, so I'm glad that they're all having a wonderful time out there. So yeah, I mean, the only thing is, I just wish we could join in with the gents, because every time we meet any of these fellas, always a lovely time. So yeah, I'm very jealous of the fact that all 4 days of fun and entertainment, obviously anything beforehand, and well, I don't know how long they'll be around afterwards, but yeah, CONUS bringing things together and giving it that whole community camaraderie feel that the entire event's supposed to be about.
Of course, and I think that you like to see that, even for, some of these players, they're also paying attention to what's going on in different regions too, just kind of understanding, that gives you more confidence now if you're Team Western, if you're looking at other regions and you're like, yeah, we do feel like we are the best even going into Worlds. So you can see that they're playing with that confidence. They look like they're primed and ready to go. And for us, we are primed and ready to continue on through this tournament. So as I kind of find my mouse cursor here, we're going to be continuing in with our semifinal matchups for round number 2, going into, I think it's going to be our Alpha versus Alpha teams coming up next after this quick break. So folks, we don't want to see you guys go anywhere. Make sure you tune in for some more CONUS coming up after this break. We got more Rocket League. Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of CONUS as we're hopping into our match number 2 for the upper bracket, the other semifinal, looking to get our second qualified team for champs into the history books. Andy, we got a matchup versus the Alphas, Central versus Mountain. We started the tournament off here. Now we get to have it one more time on day number 3. I think that this is going to be a fun one. I think that this is going to be like exactly what determines who our number 2 team is.
Agreed. I think that's a perfect way to sum this up. And I think that either of these teams have probably just looked over at what Mountain Bravo were doing and said, well, if they can close that gap and improve that much coming into day 3, can we? And therefore, can we then not only put ourselves in that seat as number 2, but look better going up against Western in that winners final later on in the bracket? So a lot riding in this, but of course, we've got ourselves 6 fantastic players to talk about. And I'm expecting this to be a really entertaining one, incredibly close inside those matches.
I mean, it has been entertaining so far. Let's talk about these guys. Let's get in with our first one. I think we're looking at the Central Alpha squad first. So taking a look at this trio, we've talked about them before. Let's talk about them again. And it's Jambo, Nexity, Chill. We've talked a little bit both with Chambo and Chill. They're just a hoot to talk to, man, and they're so fun. I think that watching it in general, they know that Nexity has been that guy for this team, the MVP for sure at a Central Alpha. But, you know, you got to give some love over to Chambo and Chill. Chill saying he's the support guy. Chambo, the kind of lead IGL for this team. I'm excited to see what they cook up here on day 3.
I agree, because as you said, this is likely a battle to find out who the true number 2 is in this region, also to automatically qualify through to Worlds. And if this squad is up next to T, then you're going to be leaning on your MVP to really get you through. And, well, an X Factor he has been in tight series, and I'm expecting this one to be quite close. Jambo Chill going to do their thing. That's that two-headed dragon approach, 2 prongs of attack. Next to T's that guy, when everything just seems a little bit like the chaos is spiraling out of control, he reins it all back in and gets his side over the line.
It's a great trio, and I can't wait to see what they bring. Let's look over towards Mountain Alpha and talk a little bit about their opponents, though, Andy, because this team is looking for revenge. They lose 4-2 against Central Alpha back in that first game. It's Buck, Water Mike, and Monkey Man, and this team has been on the kind of rise. They've been grinding throughout the bracket. I think, you know, you think back to the Mountain Alpha versus Mountain Bravo matchup that we did see and how vulnerable Alpha looked against that Bravo team, kind of going into a game 6 that you weren't expecting. Buck, Water Mike, I mean, they've been fantastic to watch. I think realistically going into day 3, I'm trying to look to see where Monkey Man fits in on this team still, see if they can kind of find where the trio feels most comfortable to take on teams like Central Alpha. Agreed.
I think when we talk about this roster, it has often been the story of Water Mike and Buck. Buck, of course, with that ridiculous record of having won 2 previous Rocket League lands and also peaking at 41st in the world. So he knows what it's like to play at the very top caliber, and we'll be expecting a big fight here. Water Mike, we got told about this before. He's actually previously hiked an active volcano, so he's used to dealing with the heat. But for Monkey Man, we don't really know what the situation is going to be here. This is a player that at times has really stepped up and shone, and at times has kind of just existed really inside the server. You can't afford for it to be the latter against a team of the quality of Central Alpha. Gotta be a part of everything that goes on if they are going to take this series far.
Maybe I'm a little bit like basic and I don't really know how to think about it, but how do you hike an active volcano?
I've done it.
How is that possible?
I've done it.
You've done it?
Yeah, I climbed Mount Etna in Sardinia or Sicily, one of them. And
not just like too hot?
No, like it doesn't necessarily have to be pumping lava down the sides. Like it's bubbling away at the top, you know?
Look, we don't have active volcanoes in Canada. We have like... We just got to worry about polar bears. That's it.
You might actually have... Like, they don't have to be like Lord of the Rings, Return of the King style. Like, you know, the active just means that there is some activity going on inside.
I don't even know if there's a volcano in Canada, man. Genuinely.
I feel like...
Look, I'm not a geography guy. I don't know much about that. I barely know my
I know
geometry.
exactly what your next chat GPT search is going to be, so... we
Well,
got a
there we
game,
go
by
for
the way.
first goal. We got to talk about this game. We didn't even get into talk about our predictions a little bit because both of us are favoring the Central Alpha team. I got this going to 6. You got this one going to 5. Why do you think that Alpha is going to fall short in this one?
Well, I actually think that one of the Alphas is going to come out on top, but we just adjust those names in because it will be Central Alpha that are taking the lead. I just think that they've got a much more balanced team. I think in Chambo and Chill, you've got a very good front line. Nexus kind of glues it all together. I think from Mountain Alpha, I've seen moments where there's been gaps. You talk about that Mountain Bravo game, that Derby match that took them incredibly close. I think right now, I actually fancy Mountain Bravo over Alphas in what they've shown this morning. So, yeah, I have to be proven wrong. Happy for Mountain Alpha's kind of shot me up, slammed the door in my face, but losing the initial goal early is not going to go ways towards that. As Nexity retrieves the ball possession midfield, but will feel the pressure for challenge from Buck.
Apparently, there's 200 volcanoes in Canada. I was so far off.
I know you are. I don't think you understand what a volcano is.
No, I do know what a volcano is. I don't know. I figured they're all like other places.
I think you're thinking of like the picture. We'll come back to it anyway.
No, I'm not thinking of the picture. I know what a volcano is. And I know what it looks like here for Central Alpha. It's just been all over the attack. I'm looking at this breakout to start for Mountain Alpha to see if they can get something going on the counter here. Monkey Man carrying it over into Central Zone. Cornered by Chill. Buck's trying to chip it out to the center and like laying on that defense. Holds onto his boost to stop Chill from having that shot though. Chambo fires one off the top bar. Buck's gonna look to get this clear.
Next, he actually looked like he had that under control. I think it's going to be Chill who actually just gives him a shot as he arrives. So, a bit of a misplay there. Chill will remove Monkey Man from that defensive line for a moment. On is back in, and awkward one just loops up from off the bar. Never looked like it was really dropping in, so the gamble is a correct one for Buck, but Buck's just going to hand the ball straight back over. That being said, that's going to drop awkwardly into a position. Chambo does have to react. Buck's going to arrive, and great contest by Nexus here.
Chambo to the midfield. Mike carries it back into their zone, up the wall. He's going to clear it again. It's just over his car, and Chill fires one towards the net. Their shot there, 50 by Mike, out to Chill. He's going to pop it high, looks for the touch, hits the flip reset, but Buck smacks it back into the corner, so denying that potential shot there from Chill. Nice shots coming out to keep this one in a little bit of a back and forth, but we are down to just a minute, 10 seconds. Haven't seen a goal for a while. Central Alpha's original one has been enough to keep them in the lead for the entirety of this game.
Has. I actually expected it to be more free-flowing in terms of goals. I feel like if there's one thing both these teams have, it's very attacking prowess. And Devo seemed very well timed there, but unfortunately no one capitalized. Next he just hammers it off the backboard and away. Buck's going to bring it down. Chill now. Retrieves, sends it forward. Campbell then reads the play by Mike. Actually just pops this off to Nexity. Buck going to drive it low. Still picks up, 30 seconds to go. Vence is well and truly on top.
Out to Chill. Chill back on net. On Alpha desperately needs to clear this one. With 19 seconds, this might be their last opportunity. Nexity not even giving them a chance. Chambo trying to connect with Nexity in front of it. Buck's not going to make that happen. A little flick over the top of the defender, and there's a second one. Chambo already ready for it. Mike on target. Nexity for the defense. 3 seconds. Last chance here. Monkey Man out front. Ball's going to be sent away by Chambo, and Buck can't get there in time. Central Alpha kicking off the best of 7 with a Game 1 win.
In a very different style to how I thought this would go down. I expected both teams to be putting away a lot of goals in this series, and it more come down to essentially who's more prolific. But Mountain A, despite all of their pressure there, and you can see 7 shots recorded to the 5 of Central Alpha, it's Nexity who gets the all-important final touch to just get this one over the line. Felt like a more defensive effort from both teams, committing bodies to the back line. Wonder if that's going to change now as Mountain Alpha are going to feel the pressure of being one down in the series.
It might be a little bit of pressure there for Mountain Alpha, but it could be worse. It could have been like a 2-0, a 3-0, 4-0. The fact that it was 1-0 the entire time, you go into this game number 2 and you're thinking, okay, we just patch up a couple of those early mistakes. We just continue to keep Central Alpha honest. Eventually it's going to slip through this defense. And although, you see Central Alpha have a really well put together team in terms of those rotations, you even saw towards the end there, if it's not Chambo on the back line, you see Nexity up towards the net making those big saves. Mountain Alpha just need to continue to keep taking these shots. And as long as they can keep Central Alpha honest across this series, stop them from getting these early goals, we know how close this game truly and will be across this best of 7. So by all means, yeah, Central Alpha will come out with a big game there to open up this series, but it's only a 1-goal game. I wouldn't be too worried.
I fully agree. And how the hell has that stayed out? Look. Goal bound without a shadow of a doubt. Either way, will keep us at 0-0. No early goal here. Emma comes through. Book's going to fly at this and beat Chill to it. So Chambo's got to play retrieval. And threatening position for Central Alpha. And that is much more simple, much more likely. Nexusy's just going to float that up into the air, control it down, wait for Chill's arrival, wait for that passing moment. And there you are, brother. Pop that home. Rolls it inside the post.
Well, I was saying you got to keep them honest, and 30 seconds is what it takes for Chill to put it in the back of the net there. Support man coming out early in game number 2. Chambo already on the attack, going over him, and Mike can't get a piece of it. Chambo wastes no time at making this one 2-0.
Just does it on. Great work by Chill. Pumps Book into the back of the net. Water Mike recognizes the potential threat. Unfortunately, not quickly enough. There's a dead 2-0 there. Demo on either side. Starts to get a little bit ugly out in the field. Mountain Alpha recognizing desperation. Central Alpha ready to meet it.
Oh, Mike clears it out to Bach. Bach wide to the right of the net there. He corners it. Chambo just clears it to the opposite side, trying to waste some of this offense on Mountain Alpha. Mike's going to get stuffed in by Chambo. Buck, it's his turn. See if he can make a play here in front of the net. Knocks it down. Mike straight against Nexity. Scrapes it off the hood of his car. Into the corner. Right side of the net. A big moment there for Mountain Alpha. First goal of the series. And it's even Mike versus Chambo there, too. 2 players beat out on that attack.
Goalmouth scramble if ever I've seen one. Felt a little bit more like willpower than technical ability. Water Mike forcing that one over the line to get his squad back in it. That being said, you're trying to get this setup. Chill. The height that he would like. Get the angle of attack. Cambo now going to leave the front line. Wait on the opportunity. Pops it up. Like I said, not a bad attempt considering you're essentially headed off in the wrong direction there on the redirect. But next to see now, just trying to push this forward all by himself. And Water Mike does well to scramble back. Won't then give Chill the opportunity for the pat down.
Buck off the wall. Monkey man. Let's see if he can put number 2 there. Feathers the boost. Looking for the centering pass. Mike, no boost. Is leaving it for Buck. On the exit. Taking one player down. It's an awkward spawn up from Chambo. He's needs some assistance from Nexity, who just floats it in the air. Up the time there to scramble in front of the net. Chambo, though, gets dunked on by Mike for a second goal, tying us up with 2 minutes and 42 seconds.
Yeah, I think Chambo expected more time. Takes a risk and gets punished for it. Mike now with 2 in this matchup. He's trying to do it all to keep his side from giving up a big lead in the series. Recognizes that if you do give this Central Alpha team a hell of a lead, it is climbing a mountain. Or maybe in your case, you can see more an active volcano. Try and get your way back into the tie, but pressure on early. Battle's going to come through. Monkey Man feels like We haven't seen much of him, and, well, it looked like he just set his teammate up for a great opportunity, and off the post himself. Oh, my God. Nexity now. Just try and pull this away. Central Alpha hanging on by a thread. Need to calm it down. Slow the passage of play. Get a bit of control over everything that's happening out on the field, because they've been on the back foot for basically the last 60 seconds.
Tight game, 2 minutes. Going to clear it out there, looking for that third goal. Sent back down from Nexity as Central Alpha going to be feeling some pressure off of what seemed like an easy start to this game number 2. They are down but not out here. Holding on to that 1-game lead in this best of 7. Chill looking for the clear. Buck can interrupt this one. Looking for the center pass. He's going to take it by himself, trying to dribble it under the defenders, but not able to get that goal in. And you look towards the corner side. Central Alpha trying to work somewhat of a counterattack in their end. And fumbling onto your side there for the defense. Just barely keeping this away from your goal. Chill watches the ball go post to post here. Oh, Alpha, a lot of pressure in the offensive zone in the past 2 minutes, but not a lot of shots on net.
Oh, pressure's going to turn into something. So it gets a little bit ugly out there on the field. And oh, that is an incredible touch by Chill. You'll lose your life momentarily for it. To stop a certain goal. 40 seconds remaining on this one. And Chill might have just given his team the opportunity up the other end of the field. That being said, Watermike's going to do the Lord's work to get rid of it. Next, he's just going to tip it onward. But will meet in midair. How long to go on this? Both teams searching for the winning goal, the deciding stroke. And my lord, everyone's just after each other out in the field. Jumbo takes everybody with him. Watermike has to make the desperate scramble, saves the ball, pushes it out, 10 seconds left.
Infield pass right to Chill. Nexity waiting in the neutral. Looking for the passing play, but looks like we're going to overtime for game number 2. Central Alpha playing for the 2-0. Alpha trying to tie this series up.
Knew this would be a great little series, but I think it's delivering a bit earlier than expected. Nexusy's just going to try and knock this down. Chill. Buck recognizes Nexusy's going to be lurking off the back of that one. Gets the help from Watermike as well to continue with that ball in the correct direction. To our Mountain Alpha fan. Nexusy now. Oh no, surely not. And oh, thankfully for Buck, it just drops the wrong side of the post. Oh my god, Monkey Man has just pulled off a pretty ridiculous triple save there. Ball seemed 100% crossing that line. Gets there in the moment, and somehow overtime continues.
Jambo carrying it out there. A minute into this overtime. You thought it was done with that play. Monkey Man, the hero for Mountain. Here comes Mike looking to connect with Buck. Unfortunately, he's going to tip it a little bit behind there. Buck still trying to make a play out of this one. Pinches it off the ground. Looking for the short side angle. That's not going to be a goal just yet for Mountain side, as this one just continues to fly all the way everywhere but the net.
Little bump there from Mike, just push Chambo out of the way. Chill low. Go clear. Full boosts if you are Mountain Alpha. Now might be the time to strike. And fight your way through the wall that is next to you first. Pokemon goes up. Drops it in, and Mike just doesn't read it. And gets back off the bar, and Buck's gonna float in and arrive in time to knock it home and tie this series up.
That's going to be it for Mount Alpha. I mean, you would have imagined one of these goes in, but you got to feel some heartbreak from Central Alpha. MVP of overtime. That's a goal from Mike, but it's Monkey Man in that save on the goal line. Incredible from this trio to keep this series tied in best of 7. 1-1 we go. And you can't say enough good things about this guy, Monkey Man, at the bottom. I mean, you wonder where he slots in for this team. And it's in those small moments when you least expect it, he pops up, he makes the play. That's what keeps Mountain Alpha so high regarded in this tournament. Just enough to allow Water Mike and Buck to do their thing, and hey, they draw out this game as long as possible. I say it in game number 1. I mean, you just got to keep Central Alpha humble, and eventually these balls are going to start going in for Mountain Alpha, and you see it in game number 2. They start to feel what it's like to get some goals. You get that first one, leads into a tie game, draw it out to overtime, and you just continue to grind out this series. Mountain Alpha, the grit on this squad is just so fun to watch.
Yeah, that sums up very well. It feels like for damn will and desperation at points they were willing to do it. Water Mike, you go back to that first goal, just forces it over the line, gets himself. It's not pretty. It's not exactly super free-flowing Rocket League. It's, I'm going to put my car in harm's way here and just drag this ball over the line regardless of the players hanging out in the goal mouth. But yeah, I love that you're calling out Monkey Man there. It says 1 save on the official statistics. Sure as hell not. We watched him basically block 3 efforts on goal in the space of a heartbeat. But there was a lot of pressure on Mountain Alpha too. Central had to pull out a lot of saves, a lot of great defensive work. So Mountain, that front line that we talked about, they are doing the job right now, not making this easy for the Central team, despite us listing them as favorites. Someone didn't read that script out to Mountain Alpha, and they'll tie us up headed into game 3.
That's okay to go off script a little bit. I don't mind. For Central Alpha, I mean, they've kicked off both of our games with these opening goals. Can Mountain Alpha break that trend here in game 3? They can open things up and put some confidence in their boat. Looking for the centering pass here. Monkey Man's shot off of Chill's car, and Ambo up to Nexity. Layering it back on into Mountain Alpha zone.
Good midfield contest will eventually break the Monkey Man. I don't think that was the touch he intended. We'll make amends by simply punting it into the opposition corner. Buck's going to now put this down. Chill looks to meet it. Does get there. Off the roof now. Chill can do all the work himself. Campbell won't have much in the way of support for now. That's the best with what he was provided. Buck. But clear. Water Mike now cutting across. Back and forth we go. Across the 90-second mark. Chill as well to get across there. I'm not sure how Mike fashions a chance out of nothing, but certainly needed saving. Pushed away. Keeps us all tied up, and it feels as tight as the last game.
Nearly slipping that one in, Mike. Almost has that opening goal. Chance number 2 for Mike. Looking to stuff it past Nexity. Jambal going to carry this one back into Mountain's side. Up off the wall. Into the corner. Chill picks it up. Keeping the pressure on here from Central. Drops in front of the net. Nearly a misplay from Mountain, costing a goal, but Buck comes through to save the day. Still not out, though, of the Mountain zone as Chambo's turn off the top roof and back on down. Nexity keeps it in. Stranglehold now onto Mountain here for Central as they were doing a great job of just starving them out in their own zone. Finally, Mountain Alpha get a chance to breathe, pick up some boost, restabilize themselves. This game is still scoreless. Halfway through.
Water Mike fashion something out of nothing, really. Just all a little bit individualistic. I'm not looking at many attempts to string passes together. Stock up for 1-2s in earlier games, in earlier series. It's a little bit of a scramble. And that pretty much sums it up. I think 3 players go for the ball there. No one touched it. It just drops in front of the goal mouth. Hold your breath. Take a moment, but it doesn't go anywhere. And Buck will get across just to deny Chill's re-effort. Campbell's going to take a little bit of blood on the way through. Still nothing.
Lucky
scoreless. Approaching 1 minute
carrying
40
that
seconds.
Across the entire field, Andy. And it's Mike's turn out front. Buck for the shot up top, and nobody's there to save it this time. Mountain Alpha grinding their way through game 3, just like game number 2, and it's Mike to Buck over the top of Chill. I mean, he had the boost, but you just look at that positioning. It is such a well-placed shot there from Buck. You see Chill, center of the net, facing the left side post. Takes a lot for you to redirect your car over to the right side, so you just go over the back of his car. Impossible to save, and why not make it 2 for the kickoff?
incredible to think that it took us 3.5 minutes to get 1 goal. What Mike says, I'll just slot a second home. Make this the simplest matchup of the tie so far. Doubt Central Alpha will go quietly into the night, though. What's the answer? What is the response? Talk so often about Chambo and Chill. They've led this front line well through the tournament. Been so effective playing off the back of one another. But Nexity has been their MVP and superstar. Looking for him to rise into that category again here if you are a Central Alpha fan.
Well, looking to bring yourself back here as Mountain Alpha strike gold at the perfect opportunity this late into game number 3. Limited time to put 2 in the back net. Central Alpha need to work some magic sooner or later. Chill, we're going to connect with Nexity just over the top of his car. Buck burns one down the midfield. With that too, Monkey Man just going to send it at the net. Nexity forced to save it. And doesn't get the full clear here. Mike's going to take it back on in. Chill sends one in limbo up to Chambo, but it's now Central Alpha struggling to get it out of their own zone. Monkey Man won't get a piece of this one. It's fired into Mountain Alpha's end. And you're looking for some passes here, but a whiff from Chambo. Chill gonna try to make something out of it. He's got no boost though, and there's no substance behind these plays. 11 seconds left. The clock is burning down, and it doesn't seem like there's a single chance here for Central Alpha to climb back in game number 3. Mountain taking a lead in this best of 7, 2 games in a row. A big one there for game 3.
Yeah, it feels like a statement moment. We've seen ties where underdog teams have come out on top in one of the matchups early, but then that's basically been all she wrote for their efforts. They've essentially run out of steam. Mountain Alpha say we got a hell of a lot more in the tank just yet. And I talk a lot about how gritty it was out there, how much of a scrap it was. I don't think that has suited Central Alpha at all. They've really not found that free-flowing Rocket League that we've spoken about in the past. And as such, Mountain Alpha, well, they're very happy to make claims over all these 50-50s. And to be honest, their first goal comes from the first bit of sync-up play that we've witnessed. Buck pops it up. Water Mike slams it home. Yes, you get an easy one then after the kickoff afterwards, but it's that moment right there. We finally see those two players come aligned together, working the way that we've witnessed throughout a lot of the rest of this tournament. Gets the breakthrough and gets the job done in the end.
That's all you need. At the end of the day there for Mountain Alpha. A big overtime win in game number 2. It carries on into game 3. Scoreless across the half of that game, and it just takes one moment there from Buck to completely swing this one. Mike off the kickoff too. I mean, that pretty much seals the deal with how late it is, how hard it is for both of these two teams to find goals. It truly takes a lot to dismantle these setups. And I think for Central Alpha now, you're kind of feeling the edge because game 1 and game 2 felt like they were shoo-ins, especially the way that you started game number 2. You had that 2-0 lead. You now have gone, what is that, 4 goals against without finding the back of the net. That doesn't feel good at all.
Certainly doesn't. About to see that Central Alpha roster figure it out right here. Otherwise, 3 games on the bounce for Mountain. I'll feel like a momentum swing that's difficult to overcome. 30 seconds in, though, nothing really to talk about thus far. We're going to get bullied into the corner. Next, he gets an effort, and I talked about it last time out. If we are going to see Central Alpha build their way into the series, it's got to be him stepping up into that S-tier category that we've witnessed so many times. Let's take matter into his own hands. It's a bit of a break of nothing, really, but he gambles, arrives, dips it under the bar.
Goal for Central Alpha after letting 4 in a row. You're going into game number 4 with a little bit of a chip on your shoulder, trying to edge this game out and tie this series once more. Shot in front of the net. And Water Mike happy to just full clear. Back into the zone. Chill with the pinch off the corner. It's not enough to get past Buck. No boost there for Buck, so no follow-up just yet. Mike gonna center it out. 2 members from Central Alpha just waiting for this one. Buck off the back of the demo, looking to make a play down into the side of Central, and XD won't let that happen. A lovely save, but the danger's not away here. It's Buck down low to Mike. It's just a little bit off the draw. Monkey Man gonna take the shot from the midfield, and it's Mike into the post. Shot after shot from Mountain Alpha, trying to tie things up in game 4, but no success just yet, and it's Nexity to clear out and make it a 2-goal game.
Yeah, this is where it's been so strong through this tournament. Late arrivals from the back line, timing it to perfection. And despite being demoed on the way through, got the deciding touch. Put his squad 2-0 up. It was like Chill and Chambo settled again into this war of attrition, this battle, this endless set of contests against Mountain. And Nexity's kind of gone, well, there's no reason for me to kind of third body my way into that. What I can do is actually rely a bit more on the timings, a bit more on those gambles. What to do now, essentially, from that same situation. So, great work from him. Also getting back there, just nudge that ball away. Monkey Man looked set through for a goal. And while Buck will do his damnedest to scramble it away, Mountain Alpha keep possession over this ball for a sustained period of time. We've seen the amount of pressure they can apply, and Buck, from the narrowest of angles, just cannons it off the inside of the post, but unfortunately for him, falls away from the goal. One right now up in the air again. Pops it off towards Buck. Buck's going to try and center this for the 2 arriving teammates. Can you get there? And, well, no. It decides actually the defender's going to block this. I'm just going to carry on myself.
And Buck's kind of ball chasing right now, but it's going to pay off with the goal. Monkey Man sets him up there. I thought for a second Buck was just kind of doing a little bit too much, but he finds himself in the right place there in front of the net. Tucks it into the right corner off that backboard. Is this back to a 1-goal game, crossing the halfway mark of game number 4. So, chance there from Buck now. If he can tie this one up. Today corners it. And Chill's going to clear this one. I think for Central Alpha, what they have going for them is that they've been fantastic on the defensive end when they're in the lead. It's just as soon as this Mountain Alpha do enough to tie this game up and scrape their way back in, that's when you start to see Central Alpha really fall apart, and it really seems nerve-wracking on their end.
Yeah, certainly lacking that element of control they had over games yesterday. Next team will get this up in the air, which is what we can do from there. Get into the punch, though. Buck's going to scramble this forward again. Just looking through so much of the work himself. Almost sets up Monkey Man. Chambo reads it, and there's Water Mike. And while Mike will score and Monkey Man will claim the assist, it's all the work of the back of Buck. Solo dribble down the left side, forces it central. An ensuing scramble ties us up at 2 apiece. Central Alpha have been looking around each other. They've been like, how the hell have we just let this lead slip? It's so uncharacteristic for them. Usually so staunch in front of their own defense. Gonna have to figure it out again. And I tell you what, as luck goes, Central Alpha will put the way back in front. Jambo, he's done very well to battle this. I don't think he'll be stood there blaming this one too heavily, though. That's a little cheapish one of those. Grin on the face. All right, don't worry about it, fellas. I took over in the moment.
It's one of those we take those.
Oh, why not?
No, and I mean, you start to see how desperate Central Alpha get when these games, become a little stressful, and letting in that second goal, I was going to say, it's just a really ugly double commit from Chill in front of the net, leaving your goal open there. I mean, instead of it being a full clear, it's more of a 50, and you set up Water Mike for just a wide open shot. And I mean, I think for Central Alpha, that's what I'm talking about. This team gets stressed, this team gets desperate. When the going gets tough, I need to see them keep a little bit of composure, and it really boils down to that IGL and Chambo just making sure that small talk is still very much there, and you're letting people know when you're going for the clears.
Little Buck will exchange clears. Off the corner, Chambo will react first. Chambo also takes Monkey Man on his way through. And, well, Monkey Man did actually spawn directly in front of the play just to watch another teammate then be taken out, and another. And Nexity's effort will not be on target. It feels like one he would so often slot away, maybe overthinks it. Either way, and now provide a little bit of a counter-attack opportunity to Mountain Alpha, but they've got to figure this at goal in 15 seconds. We got a tied series.
Yeah, the thing is, though, they're on the wrong side of the pitch. 10 seconds left. And Chill going to re-clear this back into Mountain Zone. Chill keeps it away. Jambo carries it. Last chance, last second. Who's going to pop it up? Mike doesn't get the right touch, and it's going to drop in to tie us up to a piece.
Knew it would be a good series. I think we thought it would be pretty tight. This has been ridiculous. The amount of efforts on goal as well from both sides. Walking up towards those double digits. A lot of scrambles going on. Nexity really probably takes over in the early stages, and that's what helps you get over the line. Yes, you get a little bit of luck with Chambo's end goal, but Nexity again, just decide. Actually, I'm going to let you guys all scramble up that other end of the pitch. The 5 of you can really contest this. I'm just going to time my drives in, punt it home, and that helped gain that little bit of a cushion, which despite the best efforts of their opponents, and especially Watermike and Buck, they really did work their damnedest to get themselves back into this. There's going to be a sore one. I think you got to look over and go, we did everything right, and then Chambo just gets a little bit of a lucky bounce to tie us up here. We feel like we should be hitting overtime.
That's just the way that Rocket League goes sometimes. It's really hard to kind of rely against luck in those moments. I mean, you're doing everything right. You're trying your best, and it's just Chambo, right place, right time to kind of put this one into a tie series. I mean, fortunately, it is a tie series, and you're not down 3-2 or 3-1 going into game number 5. So I would like to take the second to remind people that we haven't even talked about our predictions at all. Like, I think that we kind of narrowly talked about it going into that first game, but we didn't bring it up on screen. And because of this, we both have Central Alpha being the better team at the end of this one. I got them winning in 6. You had them winning in 5. But the way that Mountain Alpha are playing, I'm not so sure that that's going to be as... Like, I'm not as confident in this as I was in the past.
I agree. Honestly, if we were sitting here with Mountain Alpha having led this series 3-1, after the way that last match went, I wouldn't be surprised. And Watermike's just going to get an early one here. Like one of the quickest goals we've seen in this series so far. It's actually a relatively simple one. I think Chambo's expecting power. It's patience. Mike's just going to guide it in, put you back up, and this is a much better look at a Mountain Alpha team than we've seen all the way through this tournament. Felt like we were right to bring it up. Where did Monkey Man fit? He's provided some heroics, but Buck and Watermike in particular have stepped up to levels we just hadn't seen in the first 2 days.
Oh, Mike's going to take it up the wall. Oh, and he goes for the backflip, too. Off that reset. Walk in the rooftop. A little bit of fly highing from both teams. Down by Chambo in the corner of Central. And Chambo's going to get the clear back in. What a touch. Fortunately, though, Chill didn't have the right read off of that defensive clear. You just go from one end to the other and back and forth once more time. Chambo just continue to keep the tempo and the pace up, keep it at top speed, stealing away those boosts, and making sure that Alpha just cannot get comfortable. What a touch from Central. Chill can help force it back into the zone of Mountain. Chambo off the wall. Do we see Nexity for a shot? It is going to be far to the right, though. Central starting to find themselves some opportunities here in game number 5. Chill now down low. Tries to drop it into the net from a high-flying aerial shot, but won't be able to get this one past the defenders. On Alpha maintain their lead here in Nexity. It's his turn. A whiff from the defenders and a bump in front of the net, but Monkey Man still able to keep it out of that corner.
This game has been so far. It can only be summed up with that exact word. Pretty much nothing clean from either team. Buck now, one of his, at this point, trait-like plays up that left side just to force it into the corner, likely then tip it Central. And T now just pauses for a second. Jambo gonna lift it up and out, trying to see if this is the route of escape. Monkey Man denies him. A lot of boost in that tank. Let him work with it. Nexity puts it up. Chill tries to slam it down. And no way through the iron curtain that Mountain Alpha have put in place for this one.
Shot on net. Chambo, what a save. Swipes it right. Buck not going to relent. Back in front of the net. It's going to be a clear down to Mountain Zone. Minute 52. Central Alpha started to pick up the pace here in game 5. Finally get those shots off. And the top side, though, Buck just squeaks it past a short side shot to the top corner. Let's look at this one more time. Buck tees himself up for it. And Jambo gets a piece of it, but just rolls in there off of it. What an angle from Buck. What a solo play to give him a 2-goal lead.
Now we mount up, now taking complete control of this one. And for Central Alpha, that's a real dagger, not just because you go 2-0 down, but because you're just struggling to find routes through. You've managed 6 goals across all 4 matchups previous to this one, and Watermeister's going to roll this home. Because Central Alpha having to just commit bodies forward. Nexty is so far out there. We don't usually see that. Sums up the situation for Central. Mike says, not a problem. Goaltender isn't home. I will scroll straight through the front door. Free up 90 seconds. And look for Mountain now. Just sit back, invite the pressure, play on that counter.
If you want to kickstart this comeback, it's going to be here and now. Minute 15. Jambo over the top. Can't get it through those defenders. It's going to be a long fly clear. Jambo picks it up in the midfield. Pops it high. Monkey Man's going to meet you. Back and forth touches. Just game of ping pong. Nobody in net. And Jambo has to fly back to save it. Would have been the dagger, and it might already have been the dagger after that third goal. Just 47 seconds, and Mike is just burning so much time in these plays back into the zone of Central, who haven't seen real offensive attempts, I think, in maybe a minute 30, 2 minutes time.
I say, honestly, they've struggled for a real offensive attempt for, probably longer than that. There's been a couple of, scramble attempts, but nothing where I thought this had to be a last-second save come through, and 20 seconds left in this. Incredible to think coming into today. You and me had our predictions. Both of them looking very off right now. This team have found a level to themselves on day 3. Means they're looking great to punch that ticket to the winners finals. All will be up in the air for a moment. You might get a little bit of a consolation prize for Central Alpha, but not even that. Slam down. Smooth as you like. Mountain. All over this one. And honestly, I don't even know who you pluck out as MVP. All 3 players absolutely on point.
No, and I think even Monkey Man, where we're talking about, where is this guy's identity for the trio? You're slowly seeing it. It is just everything that Monkey Man can do to keep that ball inside of Central Zone. As long as Monkey Man is doing that, either you're the third man or the second man in position, you keep that cleared over to Central Zone, you're allowing Mike to just have so much reign where he needs to play from. Same thing with Buck. So, I mean, Monkey Man, as the support player for this team, is doing so much, not just on the defensive side to just save some shots here and there, or maybe set up some passing plays in the offensive zone, but it's just where you see him, when you see him, that third man up, that second man up. You talk about it so often when it's, trying to dictate where teams do stand in the power rankings of a tournament like this. And when you have that third support player who just, it feels like he's always in the right place, right time, doesn't matter what his stats look like, he's doing exactly what he needs to allow his superstars to shine.
Agreed. I love that you're listing it, because this is one of those kind of roles that so often is overlooked in victories and then very much so kind of stared at in defeats. You look at that player and go, well, you're not delivering these superstar moments, where are you? But so often they're the player that glues everything together, and certainly doing that here, elevated the team, helping lift a lot of the pressure on Buck and Watermeister, let them do what they've been so great at. And this squad on the cusp now, on the very precipice of seeing off who we had listed down as our second favorite team in Central Alpha. Not enough for trying to rise up that power rankings. They've got to get over the line first. Knocking on the door is one thing. You gotta stride through with one more victory.
It's hard to really explain, without having some examples here. You just gotta watch on these plays, because you get the first player to contact here. It's Mike. He finds the clear. But as soon as Nexity gets that touch, who's going to be the second one up? Well, you look at Monkey Man. He's sitting there trying to get a touch on that ball. forcing the shot early from the side of Central Alpha, and because of that, there's no real setup. I mean, you're just getting these early contacts from the players to deny these shots on net, to deny a shot in the zone, and it's great to see that. Monkey Man, again, look at the way he plays the ball. He hits Nexity away. That allows Buck now to carry it out of the zone.
High double commit there. A little bit of miscommunication out of Mountain Alpha. A rare one in this series. Next is just to drop it, pop it, fold it over towards the center. Tentative this from Central. See, it basically feels like Nexus is kind of leading the front line by himself. Jambo Chill just being a bit more patient about their play here, realizing that essentially the scrap on the front line isn't suiting them. It's not favoring them at all. And it will go Central again, but every single time it is repelled and on the line. Chill won't get their Monkey Man punts away.
Jambo Chill looking for the shot down low there. He sends it off the crossbar. That could have been a 1-0 lead for Central Alpha with the setup that you had. And you can start to see the pressure weighing down here on Mountain Alpha without a clear from your zone. Pass in field from Nexity. Lucky Man gets the long bomb back on down. He's going to be able to collect that midfield boost. And a reset here. Monkey Man forces the pass out from Chambo. Teammates are there. Here's a demo now from Monkey Man. Taking Chambo completely out of the play. Fortunately enough, it's Nexity to carry it back on down. He nearly has a shot connected with Chill. That could have been a moment there from Mountain off of the counterattack, but instead we stay scoreless halfway through this game.
Pop it up for Chill. He's headed in the wrong direction. Won't be able to react to that play in time. Or like Monkey Man will find a way to pull the ball forward. Next, he's going to go up. Buck's attempting to meet him. Gets high enough as well to just send that back towards his opponent's half. I feel Central Alpha very happy right now to recognize they're under pressure a little bit. We're just going to absorb it. Play on that counter. Mountain Alpha. Sorry, apologies, Mountain Alpha with that strategy. Central Alpha feels a little desperate. Recognize they really can't afford to give this next goal up. Defense so strong for this Mountain Alpha team. You cannot give them a lead.
You nearly saw Mike there too with the pull shot pass for his teammate. Block shot in. Nexity there for the save. An easy one that you get back into your corner. 3 players on the counterattack. Chill backs up though. He's expecting Mike to interrupt this in the neutral, and he does. So Chill's turn now to carry it into the corner. A little bit of a tussle, ties up Buck, and Monkey Man is going to carry that away. Mike in the 50-50 wins it into the central zone, looking for a second touch. He's going to get it, drops in front of it. Buck's here for the tap on down, but barely getting a piece of that one is Central. Keeping this one tied up. 52 seconds on the other end, though, looking for the shot. Mike drives it back up the wall.
First ball, and this is, I've used the term tentative. Honestly, feel the pressure from here. Can't imagine what the crowd and everything feels like inside of Keesler Air Force Base, and just as Buck looked like he had one to drive home, next he will get there. Monkey Man now with the effort as well. Next he gets across again. Still's going to send it. 15 seconds up. It's on the roof. It's on the ground. That might be an error play, and a save again comes through for Mountain Alpha.
Is history going to repeat itself in a 4-2 fashion the other way for Mountain Alpha? Or do we get our first Game 7 in the Rocket League bracket? Chill up the wall, keeping this one alive. Mike, one last chance to carry it out of your zone, and there we go, overtime. Central Alpha, one last chance to stay alive in the upper bracket.
Look, Chambo almost does something incredibly special, and that looked like Chill was arriving. Just arrow it towards the top corner. Next, he's just going to have to back off. Buck actually beats Chambo through that ball. Don't think anyone gambled on that correctly, and well, Watermite can't do enough to get it goal bound. Monkey Man's waiting for this one. Next tee again across to save the day.
Accident.
My God, Mountain Alpha haven't conceded a goal in what feels like 4 years.
Yeah, it's been a while, and Central Alpha, it's probably starting to get a little nerve-wracking knowing that you haven't been able to find the back of the net. Not even playing the body anymore, just making sure that you're in for these rotations and you're in the right spots. Positioning, so important for an overtime. You don't want a long clear to go in the net. You don't want a long clear to be the way that you lose a series. And you can see that one, a demo in front of this one. Nobody there for the shot. Chill back forward. Where's Nexity in this play? He's back in his zone. Infield boost. Nexity getting bumped away. Trying to dribble it past that defender, and Monkey Man being absolute animal right now. Chambo though down low, and we go 7. A solo play to close it out. All down to this. Monkey Man without that boost, not able to get back, and it's Chambo. It's a nice light touch. Bounces it over their heads. Central Alpha stay alive in this best of 7. Our first Game 7 of the tournament.
It was going to take something special to finally break down Mountain Alpha's defense, just how good they've looked over these last game and a half. They've also had that clean sheet in Game 3 as well, so very much so a defensive unit. And Jambo takes all into his own hands, nips it off of Monkey Man, and I think that if you're Mike and Buck, you're actually gambling on the play forward. But Jambo gets there, gets the boost through, lifts it in, and I tell you what a matchup, what a series. And you said it yourself, the first Game 7 of the CONUS Esports Championships, at least from what we've seen on broadcast. I'm looking forward to settling who's the better of these two sides. Wouldn't surprise me to see this go all the way to overtime again.
7 shots on net from Chambo too. I mean, you just talk about the defensive success coming out from Mountain Alpha. They are not squeaking by with these games whatsoever. They are working for this. And you got to feel there a little bit too, because I mean, Mountain Alpha, you have the chance, you pull it to overtime, you keep that one scoreless. You're thinking in your own right, all we need to do is score 1 more goal. And we have a matchup versus Western. We've qualified for Worlds. We don't have to worry about the lower bracket. We don't have to worry about anything at that point. You're in. Chambo says no. We got to go 7. And yeah, I mean, Andy, we would have this no other way. Our predictions are wrong in terms of exactly guessing these scores. Game 7 is always at the light, though. And I want to see something magical here.
There's like so much more weight to the first goal than normal. Central Alpha, it's going to feel like a must. Mountain Alpha, just so strong defensively. Can't be trailing in these games. Which is a spot where you got to then send so many bodies forward. Leaves you very exposed to the counter. But right now, you are Mountain Alpha. You're going to feel that Central have the momentum to the fact that you've forced it for Game 7. So, there'll be times and Jambo just tries to, you know what? I'm not going to overcomplicate it. I'm just going to send this one in. Next, he takes his time. Says, yo, Jambo, you arriving yet? Don't worry, brother. I am. Let's put us up 1-0 in this finale.
Jambo generating shots on net. This guy is unreal for Central Alpha. Leader, IGL, goal scorer. I mean, what does his resume not say at this point? World qualification, maybe. But they're looking to right that wrong. Goal number 2 up the post. Chill. Robbed by the 4th player on Mountain side. Chambo back out to Chill. Drops it to Nexity. Up in the air. Pressure here for Chambo. Another shot on. And of course, it's Chambo to finish the job. 3 minutes, 50 seconds. 2 goals for Central.
Mountain Alpha have done it before. They came back from 2 down in that Game 4. Gotta look to that as the impetus to get them back in. That game, it was Buck, if I remember correctly. Found 2 incredible solo plays. I'm gonna lean on him again. Watermite gonna go forward. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out now. It feels like the defensive effort, the defensive mindset has been in place for Mountain Alpha for so long. Do you have it in you? Become free flowing again. The answer is damn well we do. Buck sends one in from range. Central, but high. Nobody's across in time. Despite the best efforts of 2, gets us back to within 1.
Oh boy. Andy, would it be that simple? Would it be that simple for a 2-goal lead to feel comfortable in a Game 7? No. Mountain Alpha back on down into this game. Dragging you into the humanity that is this best of 7. Feels so fragile at times. Ambo back on the wall looking for his hat trick. He's carrying it and gonna stop it. Drops it on down for Mike, who's got the boost, but he's not able to get it past. Of course, Chill here into the corner. Gonna bang one in for a centered pass. Nexity over to Chill. Chill dropping it down for Buck, actually. And Jambo pops it to the crossbar, keeping this one an advantage for Central, but a scary one.
There we go. Water Mike bounced it off the side. Will be his duo getting there in time. And again, Mountain Alpha leaning on Buck to get 2 after trailing by 2 to make it even. Now, last time out, Jambo found himself, we'll call it a fortuitous goal pretty much instantaneously to settle that tie. See that happen in this Game 7. I don't want it to come down to that. I want a moment of magic, something special to split these two teams after everything they put us through, after everything that they've delivered.
2-2 game. And it's off the back of a boost steal in the corner. Fortunately for Central Alpha, just not able to clear it in time. Buck now with the momentum. 2 goals in a row. Looking to make this one number 3 from post to post. Looking to connect with Monkey Man, but a little behind this one. You go back on down. 2 minutes left in game number 7. Is this where we meet the ultimate overtime? Is anybody going to pull ahead this go around? On the net here for Buck, and Chill drops it back into the corner. Demo breaking up this offense. Looks like they're just going to let this one sit. Double committed to the corner. Who's in net? It's going to be Chill. Needed to be that third player on defense. Chill's going to bump Monkey Man over the top of Buck and has to draw his way back. No boost on either side. Buck did pick up that corner. He should be able to stop this one, but okay if he can't because Mike there will stop it.
My lord. I was about to say everyone needs to take a breath, and just as I was about to feel like Chill was slotting one home, Monkey Man gets across in the moment. Monkey Man just gonna leave that to Water Mike, who lose out the next game. He's going to center the ball. Buck says no thank you. And to be fair, Champo and Chill never really seemed like getting there. So they back off and oh my god, Chill just goes for a nonchalant one. I'm just going to guide this. Daisy cutter it, drill it along the floor. Off the post and back out. 50 seconds before we see our 3rd overtime of this series. Between these two alpha lineups refusing to fall to their rivals.
Reset for Mike, looking for number 3. He barrels it in for the bump. There's always somebody else there. Central avoiding a deficit with 30 seconds left. Sending it back on down. Nexity. Wide pass out. Chambo a little too far up. Receive this one. Runs out of boost in the air. Chill. No boost for his own right, but he is there. Into the corner. We're looking to center this one out, but not able to get past Monkey Man. 10 seconds in game number 7. Tied up to a piece. Jambo and Chill. One more chance on the offensive drive. Nexity leaves it be. It's going to drop down. Game 7, overtime.
Jambo breaks it into the corner. Buck off and away. And oh my god, Nexity thought he'd done it. One of those truly him moments. To get arrive and score, but no, it bounces to Chill and what looked like an errant touch in the end. Nexity shoves it goalward. The clearance wasn't the most convincing, and Chill's there to finally close this series.
And oh boy, Chambo probably shouted to the high heavens for his team to pick up at the right moment. Incredible stuff from Central Alpha. Down 3-2. Wins game 6, wins game 7, both in overtime. What a close contest between these two teams. I mean, it doesn't get better than that, Andy. And for Central Alpha, I mean, that is sweat wiped off the top of your brows on how scary that possibly could have been across the entirety of that series. Mountain Alpha did a great job at battling I mean, it feels like this one's been going on for a very long time, and it has been, to be fair. You think about even game one, how close that one was. It was just a 1-goal game. And, like,
Yeah.
I mean, how do you even match this pressure going into the rest of them? Well, we got nail-biter overtimes. We got comebacks from 0-2 down. We got tie games. We got Mountain Alpha pulling ahead 3-2. I mean, everything that could have made this one exciting storyline-wise was there.
It's difficult to put into words just how good this series was. Again, the most dominant game we saw really was the 2-0 in Game 3. After that, split by 1 pretty much at all times. And inside the matchups themselves as well, just a war of attrition, a pure gauntlet for both of these sides. All 6 players likely walking away exhausted after all the work that they've just done. And they put on the show. Every player out there can be extremely proud of what they've just done. I can't say anything bad about any of them. All 6 contributed, and that's why we got such a close affair. I think all I'm hoping for now is that we get to see these 2 teams match up again at some point, whether it be lower finals, grand finals, and it's just as close. Overtime 3 times, including in the Game 7 decider. When you try and set up a script going into a tight series, that's kind of what you're hoping for, right? But so rarely is it delivered. These 6 players split by a knife's edge, really.
As close as it gets between these 2 teams. Even in this Game 7, it was 0-2-0 for Central Alpha. They felt like they had it. It was Buck to kind of claw the way back for the team. You look at this play in the corner. Chambo goes for the boost. Mike beats him to the ball, centers it out for Buck to tie it up, and that drives us to overtime. Nexity connecting with Chill. That pulls the series for Central Alpha to not only win in 7, but qualify for Worlds. We got Nexity to kind of jump in here for the interview booth to kind of pick through what is going on with this team, man. And, man, Nexity, that is like a thriller one. I mean, a Game 7 overtime, it doesn't get better than this one. What was going on with you guys throughout this game for a little bit? Where were the troubles versus Mountain Alpha really with your team?
It's basically just mental, in my opinion. We started getting on our heads in the final Game 6. We honestly thought it was 2-2 at Game 6, so we didn't even know they were on game point. And so thank God we won that. But yeah. We clutched up, got the win.
You did indeed. That will push you on now to play Western. I'll come to that question in just a second about how you feel rocking up against that side. But, I mean, you've just done 7 games, overtime in 3 of them, as close as you really like. How are you and the boys feeling after that? Because, I mean, just casting it, I'm exhausted.
Yeah, I'm exhausted as well. But we have a couple hours of downtime, so we should be able to get our energy back up, get some lunch. But against Western, it's going to be a tough match. They're pretty good. So I look forward to it, but it's off stream, I believe. So.
Well, definitely going to be an incredible matchup. But you're right, go and get your carbs and your fluids, and if you can, a little bit of shut-eye, because my God, I can't imagine what it was like to play in something like that. But I will say the victory, it gets you through to Worlds. You're guaranteed to make it. So how does that feel knowing you'll step back out on land again against the world's best to take it all for this year?
Feels great. I never had this opportunity before, so I'm grateful. It'll be great to go to California. Never been there either, so I'm looking forward to it.
We have sat down with Jambo. We sat down with Chill. Both of them have just spoken your name to the high heavens about being the MVP for this team on Central Alpha. And honestly, it's been a thrill watching you across day 1 and day number 2. I got to ask, though, you say that this is your first time kind of having an opportunity like this. In your opinion, like, what do you bring to this team that makes you so good for Central Alpha?
I mean, I'm the highest rank, to be honest. But I've played CRL, I've played competitive a bit, so my stress isn't too high as theirs probably. But I just try to keep their mental up, keep the rotations in, just play heavy defense while they attack, and I just make sure everything's staying flow.
And I gotta ask you too, is like just one more thing before, as a player who kind of has that experience, looking at somebody like Western, playing against somebody like Western, and a team like that, what kind of things do you look at to kind of implement for your team to maybe knock them down a peg and make them a little bit beatable?
Well, they say the best defense has a strong offense, so we're going to be heavy on defense for sure, and then just get the counterattacks on Western for sure. So, because they have a very good offense.
Yes, they do, my friend. Well, thank you for coming in here, Nexity, and we'll see you in a few hours. It will be on stream, so we will be seeing you guys take on Western a little bit later.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much.
Looking forward to that one. That's going to be a ridiculous game. I mean, look, we know that Western are cut above, but one of the things we just got to witness there from Nexty's lineup is you were able to overcome a very tough series. And while you're exhausted right now, hopefully a couple hours of downtime will let you come back into that matchup later on and kind of be like, okay, we know what we can do. We know we can come together as a unit when there's a tough task in front of us. And there will certainly be no bigger than trying to take down everyone's favorite for this tournament.
You know, I was kind of like looking through everything there, Andy. I may have just lied. I don't know if it's actually going to be on. I just saw that everything was on stream today for our schedule, so I don't know if it was if it's going to be on stream for this one. I hope it's going to be on stream, and we get to see those guys. But regardless, it's going to be great, and I like that he's kind of looking into it. Like, you know, the best defense is a great offense. Of course, Western's been coming just firing shots on net from all different angles, and we saw that from Mountain Bravo. Is that like their defense was giving them opportunities at kind of picking apart Western at times for those counterattacks. So if we do get to kind of see this matchup and the outcome for it, I'm looking forward to how that defense does break down Western, if it can break down Western. They stole a game from them back in day number 1. Maybe they can steal a couple more in the series here in day number 3. We're going to wait, though, before we get to see the outcome of that one. We got some more matches as we drop to the lower bracket to eliminate some teams from CONUS in day 3. We're going to cut to a break. We'll be back with some more Rocket League very shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to CONUS Day 3. A little bit of a break there for us to get a little bit of food in our bellies. I was looking forward to that. I had a snack waiting for me this whole time that I could smell, and I'm like, I need to eat something.
Is that the oats thing that you were showing
It
me this
was
morning?
the oats. It was just sitting
Really
here
good?
waiting for me, and I could smell it the entire time. I was getting hungry, and I'm like, we got a little bit of a break here. Time to snack up, get ready for our third matches, and we are back in no time for some more. We're headed to the lower bracket too, Andy, so this is our chance now to get into some nitty-gritty important matches, elimination matches from CONUS.
Yeah.
You lose here, you don't make it to Worlds.
No, and it's heartbreaking, but after 2 full days of competition, we do start to enter that point where, unfortunately, this is the end of the ride, end of the road for some of you. So we'll be looking at, exactly what this looks like right now. We've got obviously 2 teams that are hanging on by a thread. I think there is a little bit of different caliber in these 2 teams and why both of these squads have ended up here, but hoping for a series. I don't expect anything better than the last one we just got. I think we just got treated, but hoping for at least a good battle back and forth, trying to just keep those fingernails dug in to keep your tournament lives.
2 overtimes, a game 7. It's really
3
hard to
overtimes.
beat that. 3 overtimes across this one, and we get a matchup now where we're looking at Central Bravo taking on Mountain Alpha after a loss. Mountain Alpha looking to bounce back in this series. So let's take a look at the bracket to see how they got here. And like you said, for Central Bravo, we don't really get to see it on the bracket itself here in front of us. But yesterday, at the end of day 2, they took on Mountain Bravo. They lost to Mountain Bravo 4-0. to end up in the lower brackets. So now when you look at Mountain Alpha going into a team like Central Alpha, losing in Game 7 fashion and coming on down to this moment, you could definitely tell that it's been 2 very, very different stories when we're talking about, Mountain Alpha and Central Bravo and how they got here.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. For Mountain Alpha, it's a case of, we just watched you go through that 7-game grueler against a team that we thought would be much more comfortable. So you've shown a lot of quality. It's all about making sure that you walk into this in the right mindset. You pick yourself up after what will have been a pretty crestfallen moment, losing in overtime to force the upset. But for Central Bravo, unfortunately, it's been a tough run. I think you end up finish off group stages after losing to Mountain Bravo, and you're kind of just not the team that you thought you were going to be. So you drop straight into that lower bracket, and you got a big task up against you.
Well, let's take a look at Mountain Alpha coming into this matchup after losing in Game 7 fashion. A chance for them to qualify. They miss it. Chance number 2 now. Buck, Water Mike, Monkey Man. And we talked a little bit about this team. Maybe a lack of identity in our first 2 days on kind of what's going to bring them to the top. But they've found it. And I think Monkey Man in that last game really impressed me in what he brings to kind of glue this team together. He's really starting to warm up on land, and I think that this team is going to surprise us today.
Well, I think Monkey Man in particular's growth is impressive because coming into this tournament, he says that basically he's a little bit of everything kind of guy. He plays a bit of Siege, Apex, Rocket League, COD. It doesn't really matter. He's kind of a gamer just through and through at heart. And so I think this is an example of a player who's getting a lot of reps, a lot of time in that pressured environment, and he's just learning from it every single step. He's understanding those timings and when he can be impactful, and I think that has helped lift Mountain Alpha to where they currently are. That being said, also Buck and Watermike could deliver some incredibly impressive solo moments in that last series, and we'll need a couple more to get them over their opposition, which is, of course, going to be this Central Bravo roster. You and me have talked about them, obviously, quite a few times over these last few days. I feel like I felt a lot harder on them at the start of the tournament than I do now, but you walk into day 3, everything's fresh, an opportunity to go with a clean slate.
Yeah, and every time we get into game, there's a couple of different names over the top of the cars that don't really match on the graphic here. So I think that Turner is Jolly Pop. I'm not like 100% sure on this one, and Turner has been the one that has been the head turn for this team. I think that, at times you do get K-Rush and you do get Aggie to really turn up to kind of round out this roster, but everything comes together when Turner's playing at his best. And I think that for Central Bravo, if you want to avoid getting swept yet again, I look at him to really be the leader for this team, really kickstart some confidence on their side.
Yeah, no, without a shadow of a doubt. I like the idea of getting off to a hot start if you're the Central Bravo team. I think you'll have just watched your opposition, trying to study them a little bit and be like, okay, they're a really good team. What we need to do is kind of ride the momentum that they will be in right now, which is, oh my lord, we just lost in the upper bracket. and come and get a stranglehold on the early stages of this first match. Obviously, there's a lot of quality on that Central Bravo team. It's hard to see where you override the quality on Mountain Alpha right now. But
It is.
I don't know, man. Like, all you me want, great series, great entertainment, incredible stories for pretty much everybody involved. So let's see a couple of upsets. Let's see a nice little lead early for the underdog, and see where he goes from there.
We haven't really been wrong when we were predicting these teams to win, at least which team will win. We've been wrong on a lot of the scores, for sure,
Yeah.
especially in that last one. We didn't expect this one to go 7, but you and I, going into this one, both have Mountain Alpha. It's hard to bet against them, especially after the performance that they just had against Central Alpha. I mean, there was a real reason why they probably should be qualified to Worlds right now in that winner's final matchup versus Western, but I mean, they just kind of choke towards the end, fall a little flat on their face, and Central Alpha took complete advantage of making it into those overtimes and walking away as a winner. I think that for Mountain Alpha, you've showed incredible growth day after day. I'm not saying that Central Bravo have not, but it has been a higher level than what Central Bravo has shown us so far across this tournament. So let's see if Central Bravo can rise to the occasion here on day 3. It's their first matchup on day 3. So hopefully they don't come out rusty.
I'm expecting as well Mountain Alpha to have a little bit of something to say after the way they lose that last series. There's 2 ways to react to tough moments. One is to kind of shrink into yourself. The other is to come out swinging. Expecting the latter. So that's why I think Mountain Alpha will see off the series. Turn it over the long range effort. Won't get there, and actually K-Rush gonna get that first goal. So I talked about it. Central Bravo are going to pull off some sort of upset, or at least build a foundation to make that happen in the long run. Gotta get off to a strong start. K-Rush will provide that. As direct as you like, as accurate as you like, right into that bottom corner.
A lot of people talk about, when you're playing down to a team too in your skill level, it gets really hard because you don't expect some of the plays that they bring. It's like, it's one of those expect the unexpected, but it's really hard to when you just don't know what they're going to do next. And I think that's a lot of what we're going to get out of, your Central Bravos, your Mountain Bravos, even your Eastern team at times that sneak away with some goals. But I think it's that if Central Bravo can go into the series, like their way to win some games is going to just continue to just bat some offensive attempts, keep the pressure on, make sure that you are rotating properly. When you're in their zone, just try to be weird with it. Try to get creative.
I don't disagree. Will be Mountain Alpha who actually 3 bodies forward pretty quickly. They want that instant response, and I actually think there's a save that comes through from a teammate. Unfortunately, I think Turner's actually wrong place, wrong time. Ball's going to cannon off him from K-Rush's attempt. Vice versa there, but it'll be Eggy winning the 50-50. What if I can't just watch that one? I think it was going to drop awkwardly. Now Buck can play down the wing. One of these trademark runs that he likes to make. K-Rush will give him a bit of a nudge, which means he won't get the pass over. Waterbank, no, will at the second attempt. Monkey Man and Buck weren't there in time. It felt like Waterbank had a chance in hell of making that. But they'd already backed up. That's not the touch that Buck really wanted to play. Eggy's going to go for some long-range effort. Waterbank gets over there to meet it. And what do you do now? And oh, that looked like one that Buck had to bury.
It's a great job from Mike up the wall to keep Mountain Alpha in the offensive zone. Monkey Man over to Buck. Buck looking for the double tap, and Turner on the back wall will knock this one away. Buck again. Chance number 2. Crossbar. Might not get a third chance. Those are 2 that probably would have liked to seen through. Our Mike gets the flip reset over the top of the first defender. K-Rush there. The save made. Now trying to work out with Eggy. Good pass out for the break off. Eggy won't make it in time to take that shot, and he's going to be back into the possession of Mountain Alpha for the moment.
Few minutes to go. Turner watching that one sail towards his goal. Felt like a passenger in the moment. Will be relieved to see Eggy and goal. Down tall. I feel like in the first day we talked a lot about Eggy's defensive work in particular. Second day saw him more on the front foot, and that's where I feel like they maybe lost themselves a little bit, the Central Bravo team. Almost like that. We're just on that defensive line, clearing out. Feels like so difficult to pass sometimes, and we'll get there again in K-Rush. Oh, I thought for a second you were going to be the wrong side of that ball. Just lifts it up, and what am I? Beautiful double touch off the backboard. 90 seconds to go. You're going to tie us up here. At least get yourself onto a level playing field, because they've been chasing this game for so long now. Is this the moment where all the gears start to click and we see a bit more of that squad from the last series?
Ties us up. Minute 31 left in game number 1. And Central Bravo, you want to see this one through. You had an opportunity. We've seen so many teams fall flat. As soon as this opportunity is swiped into a tie up the crossbar, and it's barely in the net. Bounces back out. Puck goes up high. He's got the demo too. Monkey Man down into the corner. See if he can work his way out. We just heard from Nexity not even 15 minutes ago, talking about how the best offense is a good defense. You need to see Central Bravo hit the defense button right now, because Mountain Alpha are all over them.
Yeah, he misreads this play entirely. Thinks Mike's going to go large. Drops it over the top. Buck from, well, about 3 yards out. Smothers it. So inside 60 seconds. In the space of 30, it turned on its head. Central Bravo, other work to do. They're going to have to play more aggressive than they have thus far. The double commit on the same ball is actually going to pay off in the end, though, more fortuitously than anything. I think he's just trying to fight in the corner here, but Mike's usually so good at these little jewels that go on. And Buck shall retrieve, drops it to Mike. What do? The fake comes through, and Eggy's there. Over the food for a little bit too long.
Yes, it is. Well, 30 seconds left for Central Bravo to hit that back of the net. A rush goes high. Aggie into the middle field. What does he have to work with? Well, beats out the first defender. A little bit ahead of him. Won't get a second touch on this one. And it looks like Mike is just going to put this out of contention with 13 seconds. Calling game. To start off this best of 7, Mike with a hat trick. What a play.
No, just a two. It's a great interception by Monkey Man that kicks that whole passage of play off, by the way. Counter's coming through from Central Bravo. They know they've got to send bodies forward. Monkey Man just drops it off the sideboard. Makes it easy for Buck, and, well, to rub some salt into wounds. With a minute 30 left of this game, Central Bravo were 1-0 up and looking very comfortable with it. Mountain Alpha strong to life. Maybe spent the first half of this game licking their wounds a little bit after the loss up in winner's bracket in that Game 7 overtime. No such thing anymore. Feeling much more like themselves.
No, it was Buck to get the first one there. So I was just seeing a whole lot of Mike for so long. I thought it was Mike for all 3 for a second. But you're thinking for Central Bravo, after that third goal goes in, it's done. It's over. How do we worry about game number 2? Goldfish Brain is going to be coming into effect for this one for this team. But, man, they came out hot with K-Rush finding that first goal. Again, I mean, it's these teams fighting from behind that starts these series off so well. And, in a moment like that, I think you look at Central Bravo to just work off of plays like this one. But the fact that, the longer a play goes on, the more stressful, the harder it is to kind of take away that defensive pressure from Mountain Alpha. And the other side, I think the longer that play works, the better that Mike and Buck get. You saw it against Central Alpha, just the longer and longer that, everything plays out, the more chances that we see for Mike to find passes to Buck to find passes to Mike, for Monkey Man to kind of disrupt that defense. And over time, they just whittle you down so quickly. And I think that's the hard part here against Mountain Alpha.
I agree. The concerning thing for me as well, Central Bravo, is going to be on that mental side. It's like, okay, we're going to try and be incredibly resilient here and stand tall. And unfortunately, as soon as one went in, the floodgates opened. Now it's a case of you've almost got to reset that and go, okay, same game plan. We started off well. Let's go again. But all you're going to feel right now is everything you just suffered through the last 90 seconds of that previous matchup. So this is where I'm looking at their leaders inside the team, the voices in the room, to go, no worries, don't worry about it. We kind of just had a lapse on concentration. We were then trying to play on the front foot from there, and that's what exposed us. We can contest with this Mountain Alpha team. Despite the qualities that they bring, we've got enough on our side of the bench. Let's just get this one going in the same fashion, but this time see it over the line. See it over, and that's kind of what you need to do going into this game number 2 for Central Bravo. Just K-Rush,
fantastic. He always surprises me. I always think about, Turner just being that forefront for the offense. I mean, even Aggie yesterday was making some offensive plays. Maybe it's time to kind of find your place as that third man back in the rotation. K-Rush has been so much a tool on these attacks. It's just, where is Turner right now? I think that, again, if you're going to win, you need to see Turner get involved with these plays, and I've just been seeing him take shots. Haven't really been too successful.
Hasn't the ball sport, Mike just decides I'm going to dribble this one forward. Probably looking for a timing for a little bit of a fake or a little bit of work, but Bravo will get across the cover. Being said, the early pressure certainly from Mountain Alpha here. Very different to the last match. Nothing truly threatening. Such Central Bravo will be looking for a route out. And the contest can be won by Monkey Man, which is going to mean pressure remains. Now, finally, in towards the blue half. Maggie's there to meet it. Both teams, though, kind of just seeing where each other sits at the start of this one. I spoke about Central Bravo, maybe a little bit worried about the mental damage the end of that previous game did. I was about to say, maybe you're completely fine. And then Buck just bounces one in by himself. And those kind of goals that just can't happen. Really got to make him work a bit harder for it than that.
Well, it's like dribbles it in for like that tee-up. Buck so good at playing off that right side wall. How many times did he score that against Central Alpha? The top right corner or bottom right corner. Oh, Buck loves feeding those plays to himself. Lucky man off the kickoff, looking to set up goal number 2. Buck nearly squeaks it in. Anki with the savior medal. Here comes K-Rush back on down. See if he can meet it over off the post. There's no rebound just yet. 3 players up. Somebody's got to get back, and K-Rush, he'll stop that. Knocks it down for Turner. The bang in. Aggie, back wall. K-Rush, the third shot in. Blocked early by Mountain Alpha.
Oh my god, yeah, it just breaks awkwardly. I think everybody leaves it to each other, and suddenly there's a scramble in front of the goal, and that's got to go in. Unfortunately, Aggie just a little bit too much of it into the deck. Just bring up just above the bar. Complete misplay there from Mountain Alpha. A little bit heart skipping a beat moment. And that's where your communication's got to be a little bit more on point. As you scramble this one clear, you kind of reset yourself. Take that big sigh out, that big breath of, okay, we got a way we want. Let's just not let that happen again.
You don't want to give away something for free here if you're Mountain Alpha. How easy that first goal did go in. K-Rush, 50 from Water Mike, sends it back on down above. Turner not able to get a piece of this one. It hits off his car. Actually goes in his own net. Gotta see how close this was. That is truly devastating. Falls off the crossbar. I've been there before. Just trying to get there in time. You slip off that top bar. Unfortunately, your car doesn't angle properly. You knock it into your own net. 2-0. Minutes 40 seconds. Almost a third one. These kickoffs are so deadly from Mountain Alpha.
The second half of this game. Turner, I wasn't sure if he was intending to just float over that and let it drop, maybe fake out a defensive play, or maybe unfortunately just mistimed his jump, but either way it resulted in nothing. Mountain Alpha strong on the defense so often, as we even saw in that last series, sorry. Turner to try and break. That's half a full tank. Pops off to Eggy. Now Turner from the outside. Play off the backboard. It will be redirected to stop him retrieving a follow-up. Buck now over it. Feels like a goal's going to come pretty quickly for Central Bravo. Otherwise, it becomes desperation stations, and Mountain Alpha will punish you if you get too far forward. And great save from Turner just to keep yourself in this. The third goal, certainly the dagger in this one.
I mean, it feels like desperation with a couple of these infield passes that you're trying to skip a few steps. Mountain Alpha just continue to intercept. Keep it in your own zone. Aggie not able to get that clear just yet. Bucks knocked it down to Turner. Full field carry, looking to do it himself. Gets the bump on the second player, Buck. Manages to get back in time. He's going other end too, and Buck with another solo play. 3 goals for Mountain Alpha. 3-0 up.
Feels like the end of this one really is a contest. Central Bravo have had their opportunities. Not many, but certainly have threatened at points. You simply can't break down your opponents. You leave it this long. Unfortunately, Mountain Alpha will find ways to close these games out. Whoa, Mike will find that one easy to propel. Shoots it up, knocks it down range, and yeah, even the gamble there from Turner, it's just getting you nothing. Pressure. And K-Rush going to do the best to juggle here. The attempted block comes through, but Mike reads the intended idea and puts it away.
It's been 7 unanswered calls out of Mountain Alpha. Bravo struggling with an answer. Cross game number 2. A shutout so far. 30 seconds left. K-Rush redirects it on his own end. Buck puts it high in front. Mike maybe for the tap on down for Monkey Man to get one on. A goal from the Wizard himself. And you look at this one, Mike selflessly gives it out to his teammate. Aggie flips a little too late. The signature Twin Dragons there from Monkey Man bringing this game up by 4. 8 unanswered now for Mountain Alpha. Feeling good here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, this is a bit more like the gap we were expecting to see in the series. Feels like for 3.5 minutes, Central Bravo were willing to defy all expectations. Unfortunately, in the 6.5 since, has not been that tale at all. Mountain Alpha convincing in the end. Gotta say, never really felt like they were under any pressure or too much of a threat anyway. You will get 6 shots off if you are Central Bravo, but that's not even close to what your opponents muster. And that's despite the fact that Mountain Alpha were in the control of this and in the lead of this tie for a very long time. So Central Bravo got some discussions to do inwardly here for Mountain Alpha. Likely all smiles that side of the stage.
Yeah, and I mean, even when it comes down to those saves, I think half of it is just Buck stuffing in some 50-50s in front of the net, and those are the plays that work out. Buck, he's normally the one to attack from the right side of the net, and every single time he's got a defender on him, he just knows exactly how to angle that ball to finish the job. I mean, he does it twice here versus Central Bravo. He did it a couple times versus Central Alpha in the series previous to this one, and that's just exactly where you see Buck in his favorable position for those attacks. Where's the answer from Central Bravo? Because K-Rush, I mean, his goal came early in game number 1. Since then, it's been 8 unanswered from Mountain Alpha. Going into this game number 3, Andy, I think that it's definitely the panic button here for Central Bravo and try to figure out how to get some attacks going. And a lot of it has been a couple fumbles in front of the net that don't go your way, a couple shots above the net that you just can't hit on targets. Maybe it's just the lack of ability to put these quality shots at the goal, but you know, whether it's K-Rush finding some passing plays or whatnot, it's just, it has to be more than just these solo shots on net.
No, I agree. I think for a lot of teams that are considered the underdog, I'd say what you've got to do is hold out for as long as possible at 0-0. Try and play on the counter-attack. Try and bait some pressure in from your opponents. The problem for Central Bravo has been that we just haven't witnessed any time where they've looked like a threat in front of goal either. So there will be the double demo coming through now as well. Respawns will come in while Water Mike couldn't really get a hold of that one. Misses the window of opportunity. But coming back to initial question, Central Bravo, I don't know. We got to see them string a couple of things together and at least look more like a unit if they are going to break down what's been one of the best defenses in the entire tournament.
Okay, Rush is going to get the clear out of their zone. A minute has passed, and Alpha don't have a goal. Better than both of our last 2 games here. It's just going to trickle in. K-Rush steals it from Aggie at the end. I think that was just going in anyways, but K-Rush seals the deal. It's a close one. Mike was quickly trying to get there, but he had no agency in that play. So Central Bravo, game 1, open up with a goal. Game 3, they open up with a goal. Hopefully this one doesn't sneak past them like they did beforehand. How do they layer on top of it? Don't want to see them let off the gas. Just continue to keep making plays like that.
That's safe and sorry, I imagine, will be what K-Rush is looking over and saying to Eggy. It was very much so crossing the line. But Bravo then, I mean, you had this in the first game. You kind of had like one attack that paid off early. And then you crumbled under pressure about 90 seconds to go. I feel like I want to see a second goal, and I want to see an attack very much put together as a squad. And oh my god, Eggy does very well to react to that. Recognizes as the ball's dropping that K-Rush isn't getting there, and thankfully gets ahead of the play. And Buck off the post now as well. And I was about to say, can you stand tall? And Watermike's there to knock it in. Tie us up. Oh, the dam breaks a lot earlier this time. It can't be the same story as game one. That cannot be the floodgate. It has to simply be, we reset, we go again, same game plan as we started off with.
Yeah, Bravo saying to each other, one's all they got. One's all they get to this game. You cannot double whiff in front of the net like that. That is so troublesome for Bravo. And coming up in here, you see Turner trying to work a play down into the zone of Mountain. Buck, 50, and back up into the air. Aggie looking for the shot now, but knocked away into the corner. On Alpha, just understanding where to put this ball to deny Central Bravo some quality shots on net. Rush gonna put this one up, but he feeds it right to Mike. Oh, man. I mean, that's exactly what Mike wanted. K-Rush, I think he figured he'd have a little bit more of a jump off that ball than what was given, but such a soft touch off the backboard right into the hands of Alpha now. 2 goals up, or 2 goals in a row. 1 goal up.
It's one of those awkward ones, especially for the defenders, where all the momentum of the play, all the timings that you have in your head suddenly pause. And you've always got to reset what it was that you were thinking of doing. Unfortunately for Central Bravo, none of the players can get themselves back into a position to do much. Watermike, opportunistic. Lost at home. Turner is clear. And K-Rush with the rear side of the car. He'll just shoved it back into the corner. Buck now, and oh my lord, oh, it's a little bit deja vu from the last goal. K-Rush has just got to get rid of it. Do something. Unfortunately, indecisive in the play, and Buck says thank you very much.
Spaghetti's on the ground. I mean, pasta's everywhere. It's a mess. Bravo are just dismantled on the defensive ends. Just some lackluster clears. Mountain Alpha are all over the case here in this best of 7. And you open up with that goal from Aggie and K-Rush. Since then, it's been nothing but shots on net from Mountain Alpha. Another one downfield. You thought that might be on target. Aggie on the wall. If you can take this one away, Turner out to the side, and Buck happy to keep that one inbounds. Back into the side. Buck's going to clear it into the midfield, and shot missed out. Ammo, though, and Mike versus Aggie. Down to the left side corner. Turner is waiting. Limited boost to carry it away. He's going to get demoed again. No chance to get that boost in the meantime. K-Rush carries it. Up over the car. Knocking it away. Turner missing the pass over to K-Rush, and everything is slowing down here. Pass out to the left. Turner not up in the air. He waits for it to drop. He gets demoed too. Both players out. Oh, just barely getting a piece of that is going to be K-Rush. Keeping it away from their zone.
Oh, lucky man tries a soft one, hoping to just bait Turner into the block, and thought there might be something on there for K-Rush in particular, but you get 2 bodies in the way if you are Alpha. K-Rush now looking to break through, and there we go. That'll make the last 20 seconds very interesting. Puts you within 1. Turner's just going to hand it over, and K-Rush with all the boost sends to left field. Mike ain't going to get there. Great work individually. It feels like if there is going to be a way back into this, it's all on K-Rush for Central Bravo.
So far, it has been. And hopefully that's ignited a little bit of life here with 16 seconds left. Aggie's going to pick it up in his end. Buck swipes it over. That's going to burn a lot of time off this clock, and a demo in front of the net. Monkey Man nearly putting this one out of reach yet again. And Turner with the long clear. And we get a shot off. 2 seconds. Looking to call it. There's Mike. He tries to ice it. One more chance, and Buck says no. Back on down. Mountain Alpha 3-0 up in the best of 7. Central Bravo almost called their way back into this game. Not this time, say the Mountain Squad, and that is going to put them on series point.
It feels like a lot of deja vu from the first game. You start well if you're Central Bravo. Obviously, Rush managing to pick up that goal, but Mountain Alpha, they very quickly broke through that back line over and over and over again. At that point, you said it yourself, kind of passed all over the place, spaghetti's everywhere. There's 2 big mistakes, and unfortunately seem to come through Rush, as Rush themselves has been the shining light for that team in this series. Unfortunately, those mistakes are well truly capitalized on. Rush does get one to kind of drag you back in, but it feels like, I don't know, I mean, we're talking a lot about Rush. I'm looking for the teammates to get involved a little bit on this one. Feels like they're passengers in a lot of the plays right now. Definitely not doing much in terms of the goal-scoring activity. And beyond that, Mountain Alpha, they're dealing with everything that comes their way.
Yeah, I mean, it's great defense. It's fantastic defense. It's just, where does that defense then translate into the offense for the other ones? I mean, you're right to say that it's been Rush. I mean, Eggy, let's give Eggy some flowers there, because he definitely scored that first goal for Central
True,
Bravo.
actually,
100%.
yeah, you're right. I forgot about that, yeah.
The only thing is that, like, then you're missing a whole player on the offensive zone of Turner, who just continues to get shut out from this game. I mean, Central Bravo desperately need all 3 players active at all times if they want this game to go. And what do you get from Turner? A demo in front of the net to allow Rush to get the goal.
That's much like the teamwork that we were looking for, because that one was being cleared. Rush wasn't exactly a convincing effort, but it gave Turner the time to just roll up, smoke the opponent, and let the ball drift into the back of the net. So the best start we have seen thus far out of Central Bravo, but they have taken the lead now for 3 games in this series. The last 2 times they did it, they quickly clawed back by Mountain Alpha. Another demo comes through. Maybe Central Bravo decides to be just more aggressive. That's going to be the difference maker. That's going to close the gap. And oh, great save up the line. And no, I thought it made it your way into a position to clear it. Maybe both players going for this puts one off. I'm not quite sure. Buck with the lovely little double touch. I don't know. Eggy gets a bit on it. Unfortunately, Turner's then going to shunt Eggy. If Eggy had been able to stay on that ball, a little bit of boost, would you have gotten across it? Awkward one. Either way, one apiece. For once, all about the attackers in this one.
You didn't think that Central Bravo were just going to sneak away with a 1-goal game. You knew this one was going to be a battle in any sense of the word. So, time to shut down. Back off the kickoff. Turner going to send this one forward into the corner. Turner looking for a second touch, but can't get it past Monkey Man. Eggy knocks it down. Buck clears it. Rush, not enough boost to turn this into anything. He is still going to fight for it, though, and keep it out of the hands of Buck.
Complete mistime on the play. And Eggy, well, he doesn't have to take control of the situation either. What's going to try and send Central? Someone from Central Bravo just needs to try and get a hold of this for a moment. Mountain Alpha almost perplexed with the way in which that breaks. What a mic up. Buck to follow in. Mike recognizes the Buck might not be winning that contest, so tries to join and does shunt the ball in the correct direction, but K-Rush now up and over the top. We've seen a few of these. Unfortunately, K-Rush doesn't get follow-on touch, so hands possession over yet again. Feels like right now Central Bravo's going to have to get that next goal, because the second that happens, it starts to scream a little bit of game one. Floodgates have opened. Central Bravo, who don't score many goals as it is, now going to need at least another 2 if they want to win this one.
I mean, off the post and in. Buck from the right side. I'm telling you, it's his zone. That's where he wants to shoot from. And that's where he's going to find yet another goal in this game. Down by 1, 3 minutes. Lots of time here. Central Bravo, always good for 1. Second goal, always a struggle, and Buck does it again from the right side. Sails it past 1. K-Rush down low. That's a second defender gone. 3 there. All 3 beaten out by Buck. Nothing you can do but watch.
And fair play to Watermike as well. He's the one who gets the bomb inside the goal mouth just to ensure that there's nothing coming in terms of resistance from Central Bravo. And now my concerns certainly hit fever pitch as to whether or not Central Bravo can get their way back into this matchup. They've managed to, as their best goal-scoring return inside a match so far this series. Now they would need 4 inside of just 1 game to keep themselves alive. It's off the bar from Mountain Alpha next as well, by the way. Expect their attackers to relish the opportunities that will present themselves now. Central Bravo have to step out of their back line.
Closer than our first game so far, and they need something miraculous out of Central. Bring this one back. Just a low floater in front of the nets, and you don't clear it. K-Rush gonna feed it into Mike. Yeah, just look at this touch from Buck. Just kills it right in front of K-Rush, and I think K-Rush thinks he could just flick it over Mike, but you gotta challenge those ones faster. You cannot just sit and wait for it to come to you. 3 goals down. 2 minutes left. I mean, this one is getting ugly to watch.
Okay, Central Bravo recognized it. The nail in the coffin. Despite some great efforts and some great plays throughout this tournament, incredibly likely now that they will be the first team leaving the CONUS Championships. With that in mind, I just want to see those mental resets I've talked about a few times. Look, we've got 2 minutes left. We may as well try and win the last 2 minutes. May as well try and win the last minute and 58 seconds. Because, well, there ain't much else to play for, unfortunately, because Buck's just popping them in from anywhere.
We got to talk a little bit about Mountain Alpha, too, because, I mean, the fact that they're not really letting up here just shows their worth in this tournament. They played a fantastic game versus Central Alpha. I mean, you might even argue that they could have won that. They definitely could have won that. Should they have? Usually people will say, well, if they should have won it, they would have won it. And Central Alpha did a hell of a job at drawing this one all the way into a game. That went into a game 7. This time, you drop into the lower bracket. You want to leave any question kind of answered there. And so far they have. Are they close in contention to Central Bravo? No. They have answered the call. They have shown that they belong in Worlds. And for Central Bravo, I mean, valiant effort across this weekend. A lot of fun to watch, too. K-Rush has really grown on me as a player. I think for Turner, he just came out like a bat out of hell for this entire tournament. But you talk about longevity, you talk about the outcome. It's an unfortunate end, but it was a great journey to watch.
Certainly has been. And would love a couple more of these. Just little consolation prizes for Eggy and the crew. But you're right, Central Bravo have brought a lot to these CONUS Championships. Just unfortunate that their matchup is the first in the lower bracket, and someone's got to drop out first. Central Bravo will unfortunately suffer that fate, but I think you're right. We've talked about so many of these players at times. It's been Turner. Early on, it felt like it was all Eggy. K-Rush has grown into this series in particular. I think all 3 of them are going to have storylines to write home about. Just at the end of the day, Mountain Alpha are a tough task for everybody in this tournament, except maybe Weston. And they put the sword to them with their attacking prowess.
Wow. 36 seconds left, 7-2. He was able to put one in not too long ago. Everything that Central Bravo has done, Mountain Alpha hasn't had an answer for twice fold. And we get to see it in this tournament. A matchup for Mountain Alpha that just continues to show growth from their side. Passes from Monkey Man, shots from Mike, individual plays from Buck. Just dominating the right side of the pitch. A 4-0 sweep in the lower bracket is going to eliminate Central Bravo from CONUS 2026, and Mountain Alpha not only going to push forward, but they push forward to Worlds, joining the likes of Central Alpha and Team Western inside of that top 4.
Certainly shall. And deservedly so. Mountain Alpha will feel very much so, as they should have beaten Central Alpha in the previous. And honestly, they're a team that we fully expected to see make it through Worlds. They'll get there pretty smoothly in the end. And yeah, it's a great squad. A lot of talent on it. And we'll see a hell of a lot more of them because, of course, they've got to make that lower bracket run now. So, two names that we are not done saying just yet. Unfortunately for Central Bravo, we will finish your story here, but again, we were just touching on it there through the back portion of that game. There's moments in this series where you're getting yourselves, close contest. That third game in particular, you finished 3-2. You scored early in 3 of these games. Unfortunately for them, the defensive effort is just going to let them down. Their inability to just control the ball and really win a lot of these awkward situations. And you talk about some of the mistakes that they maybe made in the third game. They're probably going to look back on and think, we could have taken away one of the games in the series there. Other than that, yeah, they've done incredibly well to get to where they are. And I'm not hoping to see these names again if we step up on the CONUS Championships for Rocket League once more.
And I think for Central Bravo, I mean, we can talk about so many teams that we've seen in the past. Last year in particular, I mean, we've seen teams show up, maybe not have the greatest performances, and then they come into this year in 2026. I mean, I'm just going to reference Call of Duty just in general. And they turn it around. They look a lot better. I think that, for a lot of these players, you're going to come out to a tournament like this. You're going to sit there and be like, this was legit. This was awesome. And I like playing this game on LAN. I like being in person with these players. How do I do this again next year? Maybe I'm just going to, bunker down and get a little bit better at Rocket League. And I think I look at a couple of these players to show up at, CONUS 2027 if we get a chance to return and be better than they were the year before. And I think for a lot of these teams that we're going to be saying goodbye with, we won't be able to see them in Worlds. It's just, how do you answer the call next year?
I agree. I think that, we've all been there. You and me, we sit this side of the desk these days, we commentate, but we all fell in love with esports at certain points, largely because we got to go to these LAN environments and experience it, whether as a fan or a player or something like that. And that then, just scratches that itch, sparks that obsession that then means you put more hours and time into it. You do a lot of studying, you get better, you show up next time, and you go further in the tournament. There's no reason to believe that all 3 of those names can't do exactly that. And I'm certainly hoping that we do get to see much more of these players because, again, so much a part of the story. But it will, of course, be the Mountain Alpha team that walk away victors. And, I don't think we can get enough of these guys.
And it does look like we got Water Mike going to join us in for the interview, too. After their win 4-0 up. Mike, I'm going to kind of kick things off with talking a little bit about the day. I mean, obviously, your team just continues to look better every single day that we get you guys on stream. Your matchup versus Central Alpha before this one, I mean, we got to talk about Central Alpha. They talked about how it was a grueler. It was a really tight contest. I mean, where do you think you guys fell a little bit short in that match?
It's just a lot of back and forth with them. Those are all my boys that I've played with for a long time, so I know all the ins and outs of them. So, pause. I know all their play styles. So, yeah.
Well, all the play styles aside, it was, of course, incredibly close contest. And, this one, more a case of, I guess you started slow in 3 of the games, conceding first, but your attacking outlet, your pressure in front of goal was clearly your strong suit there. Is this something that you intend to build on once you look towards this lower bracket run, or is it more on the defensive side of things you guys are looking to step up?
I think it's more on the defensive end. I think me and Buck play very well off of each other. It's just sometimes rotations are a little off because me and Buck always are trying to get to each other and get each other the ball to get downfield. So defensive style is probably going to be our biggest problem.
Interesting. Well, I'm sure up here on the desk we'll be sure to call out what we're seeing there and let you know exactly how that looks, because we've been enjoying watching you guys play. One of our favorite teams in this tournament. And we'll see plenty more of you this year because you're now qualified through to Worlds. And I know that you yourself are involved, a lot in a lot of what goes on here. So how does it feel to march on through knowing that you'll be up on that big stage and competing against a lot of these same names later on through 2026?
Oh, I'm really excited. Everybody that's qualified so far, we're all real tight-knit. So it's going to be a lot of fun to go travel and go play some more Rocket League. So
It's going to be great to see you guys there as well. I got to ask for you just in general and your whole team coming together. What do you think like the play style for your team really represents? I know, we continue to talk about where everybody fits for your kind of roster. I mean, you and Buck just continue to be offensive madmen. I think that we've really highlighted the Monkey Man being that support player. But are we missing the mark a little bit on what Monkey Man brings to the team? Or, talk to us a little bit about kind of where everybody fits.
Well, you guys have said it all week. Monkey Man is the X factor, and that's very true. We saw it today and one of the games we played against Central, Monkey Man actually beat me and Buck both. And that's a deciding factor. If Monkey Man's playing good, we're playing good. So
that's perfect. No, I think that it's great to see Monkey Man playing well in this one. He even got a couple of goals here, which we love to see from the desk side. So we appreciate you coming through, Mike, and best of luck throughout the rest of the lower bracket. I'm sure we'll be seeing you later as well.
all right, thank you guys very much. Y'all have a good one.
Well, we got ourselves our top 3 so far figured out. Still another team left to qualify, Andy. We got Mountain Bravo taking on Eastern. And that's going to be a big one because for Eastern, they need a little bit of a pick-me-up right now.
Yeah, just a teensy bit. It's been a tough tournament for them thus far. Mountain Bravo aren't a bad side. In fact, arguably a favorite of ours. So, yeah, this is it's going to be tall order. But, again, we come back to that same phrase that we've been throwing up. We're happy to be wrong about our predictions and wrong about the way these players are going to perform if it's at the betterment of someone else. Going to serve up something incredibly spicy to decide the last place in Worlds. I love nothing more than another Game 7 banger.
Well, let's get everything set up for another game of Rocket League. We're going to cut to a break here on stream, but we'll be back with some more CONUS very shortly. I just had to get a little bit ready for the sunshine back in the spotlight here for CONUS. It's been great today, Andy, and we are into our last lower qualification match. We got Mountain Bravo taking on Eastern. We've got to see a little bit about of Mountain Bravo today, but it is our first time seeing Eastern on this bracket day.
It is, and it's got to be better than the times we've seen them in group stages, because in group stages, they've looked a little bit outclassed. So, yeah, for Mountain Bravo now as well, this isn't an easy task. This is a team that you and me have loved watching grow through this tournament. And, yeah, so I know which way we're going to be leaning here. But for that being said, for Easton, it's a case of, all right, well, what did you learn? We've watched a lot of teams get better through this tournament. They've figured out how to feel about things on LAN, what the communication systems are, what the roles are in the team, what's the identity of the squad. If you've done any of that work, we might be looking at a very different Eastern roster. I'm hoping so, because regardless of the result, I want this to be entertaining for our last spot of Worlds.
Yeah, no, I want to see Mountain Bravo kind of work for it here, because I think that this is a team that has shown some incredible growth across these 3 days. And I think that they still have a little bit of a ways to go to be that complete trifecta that we know they can be. They did a good job at playing against the Western team. They made them actually look quite human at times. So I think for Eastern, they got their hands full. Let's go take a look at Mountain Bravo and kind of get a look at what we're dealing with here once more. J-Dubs, Camilo, Fruit Loop. This squad, man, they looked good against the best. I know they're the Bravo team, but they even give Mountain Alpha a run for their money. Mountain is just a region full of talent, it seems.
Yeah, it certainly seems so. It makes me wonder if there's a Mountain Charlie out there and what they look like, because there is a hell of a lot of great players over in the region. Fruit Loop in particular, we've spoken her praises a hell of a lot. Camilo has gotten better and better pretty much every time we've gone to look at him. And J-Dubs has stepped up in the scoring department multiple rounds now. Can think of at least 3 or 4 times he's walked away with hat tricks. So yeah, this is a really good threesome. They were in a weird spot because they started off with a difficult strength of schedule early. So they looked a little bit further down the board, but they've come back, shown us who they are. They are in this lower bracket, but honestly, expecting them to make a really good run and do a lot of great things still yet in CONUS.
Let's talk a little bit about Eastern here, because this team heading up against Bravo hasn't really had the best of success across the group stages. Starting off in the lower bracket here for the bracket side of things after losing yesterday in a 4-0 fashion. Team Eastern, they got Chip Slayer, who's been quite promising when it comes down to putting a couple of these goals on board. The issue really comes down to the defensive side for Team Eastern. Oh, the lack of defense that comes from Eastern. I mean, plenty of times you see them go down 8-0 to teams, and it's not fun to kind of see this one. And I hope that they kind of recognize that going into today, that a little bit of defense is needed if they want to give Chip Slayer those chances for goals.
I agree entirely. This has to be, and I've spoken this strategy into existence for multiple of these underdog teams. Team doesn't have to sit deep here, play a stronger defense, and give themselves an opportunity to counterattack. That doesn't come to any fruition if you concede early goals. So for Team Eastern, yeah, this is the way into this series if they don't want to just also exit at this point. But looking at the other side there, J-Dubs, Camilo, and Fruit Loop, they've all done incredible things, especially on the front foot. So I'm expecting them to be able to break down whatever wall Team Eastern are trying to build.
Well, let's get a look here at these two teams one more time before we kind of talk over what our predictions is. J-Dubs, Camilo, Fruit Loop, Ham Jam, Rook, and Chip Slayer over for Team Eastern. 6 players who across the weekend have been a joy to watch how much they have expanded on their skill. Even if for Team Eastern, it's been a slow, gradual growth on their side. been growth nonetheless. And, and I think we've seen at times that little flash in the pan of success turning into, a goal here or there, especially out of Chip Slayer. But it's just how do you take that flash in the pan and make it happen a little bit more often here versus Bravo. We got our predictions for you and I. Unfortunately, I think that flash in the pan doesn't happen often enough, Andy. And we both have for Mountain Bravo coming out in a 4-0 fashion for this match.
We do. I agree with you. I think that flash in the pan appears every now and again inside of a match. It is not consistent. It's certainly not consistent enough to get them through a series. And unfortunately, I don't think it's consistent enough to get them through a single match. I believe that Mountain Bravo have a lot of quality here. And if we were going to power rank, maybe we would stick this Mountain Bravo team as like 4th best out of all the teams. But you could argue 3rd and kind of like 2nd, 3rd, and 4th being relatively close to one another. And they'd be a part of that package. I think there's a big step down to where this Eastern team is at the bottom of the board.
Yeah, so getting ready for this first game in the best of 7. Let's see these two teams off the kickoff. It's Chip Slayer with a deep win into their side. And like I said, for Chip Slayer, he's surprised us 1 or 2 times off these kickoffs with some opening goals. So I want to see him do it another time here versus Bravo. Shake things up a little bit. However, easier said than done with the quality that Bravo has been able to accomplish in their own sides. Hamjam going to back off this one. Leaves it for Rook. Rook to Chip Slayer, and Chip Slayer is going to be stuffed out by J-Dubs back into the zone. He steals the corner boost. He's expecting a pass into the midfield. Fruit Loop's going to take that shot back in front as J-Dubs slips it underneath Chip Slayer for a goal in the net.
Yeah, for all the strategy they were trying to talk into Team Eastern here, they will likely have been having the same conversations. Don't concede early. Unfortunately, 40 seconds before J-Dubs arrives, one of those trademark late drive opportunities. And so 1-0 Mountain Bravo. That may be start of a very long story for Team Eastern. It is going to be calm as you like on the way out. Shunted back forward, and Camillo gambled on it. Chip Slayer read that well, just about manages to get across. But J-Dub's going to have the second bite of the cherry, and ain't going to miss from there. 2-0. Inside 60 seconds, and yeah, this has got a heavy one written all over it.
Yeah, J-Dub's already going to make this a 2-goal game a minute into this game number 1. Already feeling the wrath of Mountain Bravo. Amjam going to pick this up off the draw. He's going to carry it over into the opposite side. And see if they can start anything here. Rook, tries to go for the 50 there. Chip Slayer around Fruit Loop. Chip Slayer trying to get around Camillo, but won't get it past the second. And that's going to be sent on back down to Eastern's, and J-Dubs goes for the shot. That's going to be blocked by Chip Slayer back into the corner. Hamjam for the whiff, but Rook sends it high and wide up the left side. Right to J-Dubs, knocking it down, and he goes for another shot, blocked yet again by Team Eastern.
Best pass to play from Eastern thus far in the game. That being said, Hamjam will completely mistime whatever that was. Oh, and Camillo's effort somehow rattles the bar, and that will make it very simple for Fruit Loop. And I fear the commentary curse came through there. I was talking about best passes to play. You haven't conceded within 60 seconds, much more like it. And I think all 3 Eastern players basically make errors in quick succession. So, yeah, you're not going to get away with that. And, oh my God, that just can't happen. Hamjam rolls it across the front of his own goal. And, at this point, oh, yeah. It's done, Kavir, right? As soon as there's this spill from Hamjam, as soon as you're not getting the touch there, Fruit Loop makes it easy.
Yeah, I mean, Mountain Bravo, they know exactly what they need to do here, and that's just no mercy across this game. Milo over the top of Rook. Oh, post. Fruit Loop going to be bumped out of the way by Rook. And no goal off of that draw. Corner, it's going to be demo from J-Dubs in front of the net there. Another post shot. Ham Jam barely getting these saves on net. Keeping it away from the back of the goal. And, oh, yes, for Ham Jam there, that is something to work with downfield. Chip Slayer takes the shot. Rook opened into the midfield there. Camilo it up and flies. Right to J-Dubs, who knocks it in front of the net. And again, it's going to be Ham Jam there waiting to move it down to the corner.
Gotta say, Ham Jam's got some of the more interesting defensive strategies I think I've ever seen at this point. To get onto his own post multiple times, as well as across his own goal mouth, and unfortunately completely mistimes that one. But so does pretty much everybody. I think everyone was expecting an easy Ham Jam clearance, and so Fonzie available on the follow-up play. Ham Jam then with the save, off the bar, back down and out. Bar again, woodwork about 18 times already if you are Mountain Bravo. And my lord, hanging on by a thread if your Team Eastern to not concede the 5th. Milo tries something a little bit more direct. Fruit Loop now just up and over. Gets a hold of it again. And sweet child of mine. I can't remember the last time the Team Eastern looked like any sort of consistent threat up front. J-Dubs yet again sends it out. Fruit Loop's waiting for Ham Jam's effort. And will knock this back downfield.
Oh, and Brook, oh, just barely getting away from the net there. Savior Metal knocked on down, and Fruit Loop finds number 5. All the way over the top. That's going to be another one for Mountain Bravo. Under 1 minute left in game number 1. See what they can do here. Up top, Ham Jam. Sends it right to J-Dubs. J-Dubs for the clear off the back wall. You see that Camilo just going to thread the needle past the defenders for goal number 6 in the game. And it's great there from J-Dubs, just setting up his teammate. Beautiful shot in. Right between everyone.
Well, 6-0. And I've talked about it when we have had these situations happen through corners. Within the last 40 seconds, come on, get yourself a goal. Something to talk about in the brief interlude between matches. And get yourself the momentum to try and ride with. Mountain Bravo will have plenty. Looking great. J-Dubs was waiting in that position to set people up pretty much all game. Fruit Loop already has her hat trick. J-Dubs has a couple, might even be on a hat trick himself. And Milo adds to the board. 10 seconds to go. Looks like nothing. And again, J-Dubs will get forward with it. One last chance at the saloon.
Well, it's going to drop, and that's going to be the game to Bravo in this 7. Opening things up with a banger. 6-0 on their side. 3 for Fruit Loop, 2 for J-Dubs. Camilo gets one towards the end there to put that 6th in the net. And shots, too. I mean, gosh, look at how many shots they took, and most of those were off the post.
I'm going to be honest, I don't think we've seen as many off the post so far. That was insane. If we had a woodwork statistic, it would be likely in the double figure column for Mountain Bravo. Eastern, I think the less said about this matchup, the better. They pretty much didn't stick to game plan at all. Don't concede early. Did that. Don't let the floodgates open. Did that. Couple of weird spills around their own goal mouth. Just didn't make it easy for themselves. Now, you may have been there, right? When you're outclassed by a team on the other side, when you recognize there is a skill difference inside the server, you got to make sure your fundamentals are on point. You got to be stacking as many of those dominoes up on your side as you can so that the roll of the dice just looks that little bit better and may roll in your favor eventually. Team Eastern just got to chalk this one up as that a bad effort and go again.
And another time here for Team Eastern where it's just how do you kind of pull things together everywhere? Like, where does this offense even begin? I mean, is it a kickoff? Like, do you need to find some luck on your side? Is this just, shots that you need to start sending downfield? I think even in, like, the basics of Rocket League, at some point you could just sit in your zone, wait for the ball to come to you, and then just full clear it downfield. As long as you're full clearing it towards the net, it might go in. It's just something to kind of think about here is that, like, you're looking for these, carries up the wall. You're looking to kind of copy what everybody else is doing here. just send it downfield. Just take a shot from anywhere. And then at that point, it's just, you know, we say it. I say it when I'm watching hockey. I say it when I'm watching, you know, any sort of sport. It's just like, if you don't take a shot, you're never going to know if it goes in. And, you know, in this moment, you know, you need to see Team Eastern just start to put the ball towards the net in any facet. I don't care what it is. It doesn't have to be anything crazy, just some easy shots at the net. We've seen them go in plenty of times this weekend.
No, I agree with you. Take it back to basics, and quite often teams do overcomplicate things, and we've seen a couple of simple shots simply go in because defenders are trying to scramble, expecting this like high effort, maybe a double touch or whatever, and simply a feint and a drop it into the near post. Whatever it is, I think the thing for Team Eastern as well, this is obviously potentially your last series. You just throw the kitchen sink at it. At least try and play on that front foot a bit more. Try and string a couple of passes and efforts together, because even if somehow you were to scrape through this series playing the way that you are right now, that complete lack of sync up front is not going to get you very far. So you said about it, you never know how good you're going to be on that front foot or attacking. You never know how good your shots are going to be unless you take them. Let's take some, see what goes on, and build from there.
Just give yourself some chances here. I imagine we're going to be getting into this game number 2 quickly. But for Bravo, I mean, like, can we talk a little bit about this squad and how heartbreaking sometimes it has been to watch them? Because, you know, we've seen them play against Central Alpha. We've seen them play against, you know, Central Bravo, Mountain Alpha. Every single match, it just seems like it was close. Even watching them versus Western earlier in the day, it's like you're right there. You have the ability to kind of play these games like 1 goal difference at times. It's just, is it maybe a confidence thing towards it? Is it a stress thing? You know, like we heard it, I think, you know, earlier from one of the players from Central. I think it was Nexity who was saying it, and he was saying that, you know, it's just a mental game sometimes. And, you know, is it that like mental gap playing up to a team right now for Mountain Bravo that's keeping them far apart?
I think that sometimes you get teams and players in particular where their floor is quite high relative to everybody else's, so they never perform badly. You never see them drubbed or anything like that. They're always a constant threat. But their ceiling isn't much higher than that floor. So their ceiling means that while they're always good, there's rarely great. And the problem is when you step up against those teams that can just take over in individual moments, that's where you come undone. Yes, you keep it contested, but you come up against some of the players we talked about in this tournament, the likes of Mountain Alpha, and that's just where they scrape through in those series because one of their star players just takes over and you have no counter. You may have seen plenty of those kind of players over the years, and I think that this is kind of where this Mountain Bravo team sits right now. That being said, it feels like all 3 of them have more to give there and could, well, lift themselves up the power rankings. Either way, when they walk on through to Worlds at the end of this series, I think we were talking about it earlier. The CONUS teams are expected to be some of the best, generally speaking, at that entire Worlds event. So I think Mountain Bravo are going to have a real good run there, regardless of where they place through this one.
I agree. 2-0 up already in this one. As I'm loving the goal explosion there from Fruit Loops. I actually haven't seen this one.
Yeah, the aquarium. That is sick. Yeah.
It's quite a joy there. You know, because I've been seeing a lot of Mike and his kaleidoscope, and I'm kind of tired of seeing that kaleidoscope, I won't lie, but it's fun. See the different ones we got.
I'm calling Mike out to change it. Makes me feel a little bit sick, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a big fan. I was a big fan of Eggy's tree.
Oh yeah, the cherry blossom.
Yeah, the sweetened birds and stuff. I don't know. Yeah. The art team do an incredible job on this game, but yeah, some of the goal explosions are definitely things that I keep an eye out for. Unfortunately for Team Eastern, I couldn't really tell you what theirs are. And well, that wasn't necessary. The Fruit Loop will get a hat trick. We're just after 90 seconds inside of this game. Sunday driver of the tag, but well, a Monday Slayer in all practical action today.
Unlike you, I do know what Chip Slayer's goal explosion does look like. It's the nice shot one. The golden nice shot.
Yeah, it is.
It's I mean, Mountain Bravo, looking for it again. J-Dubs, I thought he was going to sneak this one for goal number 4, but he just goes one side to the other, all the way across. And we're in limbo, down to middle. Chip Slayer going to be demoed by Fruit Loop. Shot towards the net. J-Dubs gets there. M-Jam passing it back right to his teammate. And Rook with the shot all the way down. Beautiful one. And there's something we don't see every day. A pass from Ham Jam into Rook. Shot on net. And what do you know? It goes in.
Oh, Camilo thought he'd done enough to turn that the wrong side of the post. And unfortunately, that's going to drop inside for Bravo. I doubt you're too concerned right now. But yeah, Team Eastern's something to build on. As we said, take those shots, take those chances. You never know what might happen there. Although it's a slight misplay maybe from Camilo, who's sleeping a little bit in the back line. Goes in, gets just a goal. Ham jam, quick clearance off the line now. And oh, Camilo almost with another misplay to drop it into the middle. There will be a demo in order to just control this moment. Out there with the numbers advantage, but settle back into that rhythm now with J-Dub taking over.
Demo on the back line, shot in the net. And off the crossbar, Camilo shot down
Oh, what a
low.
save.
Chip Slayer saves it out left. Root loop now. Backboard. Over to the right side. A-Dubs takes it up. A-Dubs in front of the net. There's going to be the shot again from Camilo. This time it's Rook for the save. Pass infield to J-Dubs from Fruit Loops. Crossbar again from Mountain Bravo. And a demo on the way out from Fruit Loop. Just to keep matters on the attack for Bravo. Amjam finally going to clear it.
I'd say it's much more contested than the first. Still feels like if your Team Eastern struggling to build a way into this ever being close. Some more efforts, of course. Ham Jam, of course, getting sent into the underworld by Camilo.
Again.
And well, J-Dubs then says, you know what, Ham Jam, great attempt on the save, but I got a little extra something for you. It will not only take Rook's life, but also the entire matchup, as surely the fourth goal basically spells the end of this one. All 4 goals. Great stuff from her. It has been so impressive through this tournament. Damn.
I mean, the demos have been ruthless. I don't even know what you're supposed to do with this one. You just continue to be sent back to your spawn. I mean, defense here for Amjam. He's going to clear it back on down. Not quite on target, but it is going to give you a rebound attempt. Won't be able to get that shot in, though. It's quickly snuck back downfield from Fruit Loops here. Dribbles it around and over to the right side wall of Team Eastern zone. Volleyed up by Fruit Loop. Looking to put it in off the play in the air, but not going to happen. Down to 36 seconds here in game number 2, and like Amjam's going to clear it.
Errant clearance there, actually, from Fruit Loop. Popped inside her own goal. So Ham Jam will retrieve this. Camilo goes for a little pop-up. Will get there, and it never really looked like he had confidence in the play there. So we'll come down to the last 10 seconds, and for a while now, we've known this one's basically over. Again, more contested than the previous, and you do at least get a goal to your name. Mountain Bravo never will have felt under threat here. 4 goals from Fruit Loop, probably the highlight moment there, and a wonderful goal celebration. But look, Eastern again, you just can't get off to those slower starts. It's got to be hot out the gates. Otherwise, you are staring down the barrel in pretty much every one of these matchups.
Oh, and I like what we were getting there from Rook and Hamjam at that one point. I mean, it's such a simple thing to do. Just instead of Hamjam carrying it into the zone of Bravo, you turn things around. Simple pass to Rook. Rook dumps it deep towards the net. Excuse me, and that's what it means. Like, that's what I mean when I'm saying that, like, it doesn't take much to generate offense in Rocket League, especially when you look at this Mountain Bravo team. As much as we're kind of praising them to be such a good team, they have holes in their defense, and those holes are being shown there in those long bomb clears. You never expected. Sometimes it's a little jarring and a little rattling to kind of deal with at times. I think that when you are the team that just consistently puts the pressure on, as soon as it's a knee jerk back over towards your zone and a long clear, you're then in a panic mode, like, okay, I have to rush to get back to save it. Sometimes you don't always have boost to make that play. And I think that as long as you're making those long clears towards the net, you're going to start to generate some pressure there. And I think that, you know, for Eastern, you get that one moment, how do you kind of do that again?
question. How do you get there again? Starts off with Ham Jam down this right corner. Unfortunately mugged by Fruit Loop, but Rook off the line. J-Dubs can send it back in. And oh, you do very well if you're Chip Slayer. Tips it up from underneath the bar straight onto it. At least gets enough of an angle to punch it out. Skin of your teeth, but it's survival for now. Still 0-0. Camilo, though, does incredibly well. Oh, my word. Just as it looks like he's lost control of it, angles the car to tap it back down on the rebound. Just underneath.
It's very nice there from Camilo. The control you have for that shot, setting yourself up. Nice dunk on down into the net. Kick things off into game 3 for Mountain Bravo. As we've seen in the previous, though, it usually wastes time at finding number 2, and Camilo goes right for it. Rook is going to deep clear this one back into the corner, trying to feed things out to the center field. Everybody with some boost on the side of Eastern, but that demo is definitely going to shake things up. Rook on the wall. Then down to the midfield. J-Dubs up top, carrying it down. Crossbar is going to be swatted away by Rook again. It's such a delight in this series. Rook has been on top of a lot of these clears.
Inside of this match. And again, we're going to ask when there's more pressure being put out. It just feels like you're completely under the thumb right now. Fruit Loop capitalizes after. Is Camilo literally just holding Rook in the back of the net?
You gotta learn some of these terms now. If you see 2 players going head-on with each other, you can't push each other.
So you
stay still.
Okay, but
Like,
surely the
driving
idea
forward.
then is to reverse, right? And yeah,
No. It's like a gentleman's thing. It's called a Rule 1.
right.
And
Okay.
you can't break a Rule 1.
So you just
Because
hold each other
it's-
in the back of the net?
It's just ungentlemanlike. It's just one of those things you just don't do. You just don't break a Rule 1. That's why it's Rule 1.
All right, well, I don't, I'm obviously not from the Rocket League space, so I thought it was more like something like, some tips or something, but whatever it was, it did not help Team Eastern. You're going to give that goal up. So, 2-0 in favor of Mountain Bravo. I consider myself more educated now. I hope Team Eastern do as well, because they're doing a better job, at least, of holding on in this one. Only 2 goals between the 2 teams. But
There's a similar one. It's not as, like, static, where you're driving side by side with each other and you kind of, like, lock the side of your cars and you continue to drive forward with each other. Another one of those things that you just don't break. You just go until your cars, separate.
And these are gentlemen's agreements.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, well, if I'd loaded into a Rocket League lobby, I would not have known any of this. So at least I'm now aware of the etiquette.
It's like one of those things that, like, if you do it, like, people don't like that you break it. Like, it's just, you're that guy. And you don't want to be that guy.
What are we doing? We handshaking on the way down? We throwing up gang signs? Like, what's going on here? Like, why am I willing to lock wheels with the guy next to me if it doesn't suit me?
It's just one of those things. Like, you break it, you are the guy who breaks the Rule 1. Nobody likes the guy who breaks the Rule 1.
Well, Rook will break the deadlock at the very least. Make it 2-1. With a lovely little block of J-Dub's clearance there. I think he read immediately, look, I'm not getting the second touch on this, but J-Dub's going to try and get across it. I'm gonna drop it down. And, well, I'm at least making notes of these rules. So what, is that Rule 1 and Rule 2?
I guess you would call it Rule 2. I don't exactly know if it is called Rule 2, but, like, definitely, it doesn't happen as often because it's quite hard. But it's a thing. It is a thing. You got to see it.
Yeah, I was thinking that
And just remember, if you ever play Rocket League and you're caught on a Rule 1, just don't break it because I'll make fun of you.
Well, I'm expecting you to make plenty of fun of me later when we play ranked, by the way. Chip Slayer's effort. Look pretty good, actually. Great save by J-Dubs. Oh, good effort. With bounce on it, though. Camilo will find the... after about the 18th Woodwork hit this one match. You'll slam it home with your J-dubs. That looks like the end of game 3 here. It's 3-1. Need a Herculean effort from Team Eastern going forwards to do much. Unfortunately, I'm lacking a little bit of faith there.
Yeah, it looks quite difficult to kind of bring this one back. Amjam's still going to try, but as soon as it's bombed down the field again, that's going to be it for this game. 43 seconds, 3-goal difference. Took so much for Rook to just find that 1 goal in this one. You need to do it 3 more times. I don't even think Mountain Bravo would let that happen. You immediately get the dump on down from Fruit Loop. She's going to put it high off the wall, looking to connect with Camillo. Rook trying to clear it out of his zone. A-Dub's going to pick it up and look for 5, but off the backboard to Fruit Loop. Fruit Loop passes it to herself, looking to dribble it in off the wall, but not this time. Another demo comes through. Seems like you haven't been able to play at full strength this entire game number 3. Always playing player down, rule 1 or demo. It doesn't matter. And this one's just going to float in for the net. Rook. Corner. Jam lets this one fall. And it's going to be Mountain Bravo advancing 3-0 in this best of 7. A lot closer of a game than we did see. Of course, it kind of blew up towards the end with that 4th goal from Camillo. But aside from that, I mean, you get that 1 goal, you had yourself almost locked in, you know, to this game. If you're Team Eastern, Rook has been quite an enjoyable player to watch in this series, defensively and on the offense. He's been the one to score. He's been the one to save. He's been putting maximum effort into this game for the team.
No, I agree. I think all 3 players, although it has been a tough team effort through this tournament, I think all 3 players individually have had moments, without a doubt. If you're looking for something to walk away from this tournament with, go back and look at some of your matches and clip out bits and pieces where we have indeed sung your praises. And I think this is the moment of Rook. He has been the shining light, or maybe a tiny bit of light in a very dark tunnel that is this matchup. But yeah, Team Eastern now, I mean, at least you made it more interesting there. It was 2-1 for a period of time. You just need that little bit of fortune to maybe break your way. But you spoke about it there. Mountain Bravo, what they decided to do was, all right, the defense is now looking a little bit more resilient. We're going to start doing these rule of 1 head touch things. And then we're also going to just be doing demos all over the place. And once that started happening, then the floodgates opened because Team Eastern lacking the numbers to really contest. So, all right, Mountain Bravo then gone, well, we've got levels to our gameplay strategies to Team Eastern.
Look, it's just like, imagine you're playing COD and you walk up to somebody and like you're in a pub's lobby and you like emote next to them and they start emoting to you. You're not gonna like kill that player. You're just gonna keep emoting with them or just like hang out, right?
That doesn't really affect my gameplay though. Like you know what I mean? Like he ain't stopping me from like I'm not letting him defuse the bomb while we're doing these emotes, you know? Like that's kind of what I'm getting the equivalent of.
There's not really something in Call of Duty that like it doesn't just like progress like through like you just not being able to walk forward in this game. You don't have anything like that in Call of Duty.
In a competitive environment, I am most definitely killing that guy.
Look, I'm just saying.
Maybe it runs more in the blood for me than it does for you, which is, you know, tough to admit that then you're
just
far better.
Like, you just don't have class, apparently.
Maybe it's an American thing. I don't know.
It's definitely not. It's just a Rocket League thing.
I gotta go and watch.
Maybe you're just not a very nice person.
I was casting Rocket League about 12 hours before we cast it, and so I went and watched a bunch of the Pro League, and I feel like I'm now gonna go and watch some more of it to see if I see any more of these examples.
I'm trying to think in my brain if I've ever seen one in an RLCS fashion. I'm sure it's happened in like pro play, but like I'm not quite sure when. Doesn't happen very often, of course, because you don't normally see players butting heads like on the ground in RLCS. It's a lot of like set plays and everything. It's very rare for sure, but when it does happen, it's just one of those rarities that you just gotta respect.
One of those where the free cam observer comes over and takes a look. Lovely demo setting this one up, by the way. You're gonna see it in the background as Fruit Loop just sends it forward. Yeah. Was a goaltender there. There was a player looking to defend that back line. Camillo removed that threat and in dropped the score. So 2-0 now. Your best return, if you have been Eastern inside any of these matches in this series, has been 1. I don't know if Eastern have had more than that in any of their matches that weren't scored by their own team. They got to summon their best effort yet, or it's the end of their CONUS championships.
And Camillo's going to put number 3 in there for the team, so haven't been able to answer that call yet in game number 4. It has been stock standard for what we've been seeing so far throughout this one. And that is this Mountain Bravo team ready to claim their victory and move on to a World Championship qualification spots. Rook, though, love to see his name coming through here. He nearly had a good goal earlier on in this game as well. This time he finishes the job, puts one on the board for his squad.
More like it. Whether or not it was a foot off the gas from Mountain Bravo. Hell, that won't last for very long.
Well, don't say that. There's going to be a save on their side, and here comes Chip Slayer. First time we've seen him take a shot at this net, and
if I'm J-Dubs, I am foaming at the mouth looking over my 2 teammates. The hell did you do that for? A certain goal. It's a great save in the end. It's a double save.
Hamjam.
All right, Hamjam's going to send one in from about 60 yards down. Wins this off the roof of J-Dub's car. Despite Fruit Loop's best effort on her roof. It's a very nice shot indeed. So your best return of the tournament, but I get the impression that Mountain Bravo are going to lock it in for the final 2 minutes here.
that's what they're kind of setting up to get done here. 1 goal lead, Hamjam. He gets that full clear. Oh, going to send it backwards, back into the zone. 2 minutes. J-Dubs up top, looking for goal number 4. Camillo right alongside him, a clear out, and Rook has half that boost tank in, sends it towards the net, off the demo, and what do you know?
Hello?
It's a tie game. Hamjam in the net, 4-3.
Turns out Team Eastern have been fooling us all along. They were like, we're going to wait until we're on the edge of elimination and then suddenly turn it all on. 3-3. That's the story I want to build here, Seymour, so let's just ride with it. Mountain Bravo. It's definitely going to be a bit of complacency that's put them in this spot, but you find yourself in the spot nonetheless. J-Dub's going to take Chip Slayer out the picture, and Fruit Loop says, all right, fellas, let's just calm this down. Let's lock it in. And we'll restore the lead 4-3.
It's just one of those situations where Fruit Loop's like, enough's enough. Let's keep our lead going here in lower round 1. And maintain a steady confidence throughout this. Rook over the top. J-Dubs is going to miss it. And Camillo for the save. Where has this come from? It's unnatural for Team Eastern to be putting this much pressure on a team. One last hurrah. And Rook with the lifeblood surging through this team's veins. Almost tying things up alongside Hamjam and Chip Slayer here for the breakout. J-Dub's going to intercept this. A little bit of an awkward one underneath the ball. Rook's going to sneak it away. Over Camillo, not able to win the 50. Chip Slayer, though, boost in the tank, goes underneath, picks it up, almost puts it past him. J-Dubs this time for the save. All the way back down. A double commit. J-Dubs whiffs. Rook contests it, and Camillo won't win that 50. Chip Slayer up in the air to the corner. J-Dubs wide. An infield pass, nowhere to go but for Fruit Loops to clear it back down.
Rolls that one into a dangerous location, and unfortunately, it will be the dagger as Camillo capitalizes. I get what Rook's trying to do there. Avoid that 50 in the corner. Unfortunately, J-Dub's touch afterwards, his perfection just rolls it in the path of Camilo, who lifts it over the unrushing defender. 5-3. While Team Eastern have summoned their best effort, as we saw required. Looks like it's a bridge too far for them. And this likely spells the end of their CONUS 2026 journey.
Likely will. 17 seconds. I mean, hats off to them for the way that they go out in this game number 4, but not enough across the entire tournament. Another one for Fruit Loop. Just to make matters certain for this team. Camilo. Beautiful pass there, and Fruit Loop expends all of the boost just to get that bar down. So as Mountain Bravo close out the last couple of seconds here, Camilo in the demo. Time's going to run out. And it's going to be another team heading to Worlds. Mountain Bravo punching their tickets, California.
I said there, the best effort we've had out of Eastern so far. We did demand and they did deliver. But when you're conceding 20 goals in 4 games, unfortunately, it's just a bit much. And Team Eastern, well, again, plenty of individual highlights and a lot of stories that we have told about you over these 2.5 days here of CONUS. Mountain Bravo, a hell of a team. And to be honest, really unfortunate to find themselves in the position that they are. They're definitely a squad that you may have built up as this underdog team, this dark horse team, could go on and cause a couple of upsets, and will likely put on a strong showing at Worlds now that they've qualified for it. Yeah, Team Eastern, despite the fact that you have gone and found your best possible performance, I don't know, all 3 players on the other side of that pitch, just a level above.
Yeah, I think that's basically the story of Mountain Bravo. It's like you've been there, you just haven't been able to get over that last hump. Now you qualify for Worlds, and this is your opportunity to really show your mettle against a lot of teams, not just from your own region, but, you know, through other regions too. We heard a little bit from some of the players from Western. You know, do you have, you know, insight on what to expect from those regions? Well, he thinks that versus PACAF, it's going to be, you know, quite simple. And, you know, from what he's heard, and, you know, if this is the same case for Mountain Bravo, I mean, you could definitely do some damage into those regions. Yet to see kind of what USAFE has to offer, but for this one here, I think Mountain Bravo, within this region, within, you know, other regions, they're going to be a dark horse for sure.
No, certainly are. Certainly are. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what they can do. And I think there's growth in them. We talked about this before. Their floor is so high, you rarely get a bad performance out of them at all. It's just about that ceiling. What kind of level can you climb to consistently when you come up against those top dog teams? If you're not able to lift yourself up a tier, then unfortunately there just always are going to be squads that are able to scrape past you, as we saw in their Derby matchup. But I'd like there to be that bit more come through from this Mountain Bravo team, not just talking World and the whole global picture, but here at CONUS. I'd love to see them punch their way to those lower finals.
I'd love to see that as well. Well, we got an interview here with Fruit Loops. We can bring her into the desk with us as you guys take down Eastern. You move in. You qualify for Worlds too. I gotta ask about the entire tournament, because you guys have looked like you're right there, nearly beating a couple of these teams. Where do you think you guys fall short in some of these close matchups?
Our rotation's kind of like a little bit slow, but I think we're like starting to actually speed it up, and especially going against West that first series of the day. I think that helps us just keep that speed and momentum going through.
Yeah, you definitely, it feels like the way I've been describing you guys on the desk is like your floor is actually really high. I don't think I ever see you guys perform poorly ever. It's just about that ceiling just jumping up a notch so that you can take on those bigger teams. Is that just something that I'm trying to talk into the existence here, or do you guys actually feel like it's not just about qualifying for Worlds, you can go on and push for the top trophies?
Oh yeah, no, we're absolutely pushing for first. Let's be real. We could take down West if we go really hard. We can get them off, take them off their toes. It'll be good.
It certainly would be. I mean, you guys, I think personally, you guys are my favorite team. I think all 3 of you have got such interesting way of play. All 3 of you have delivered incredible highlight moments. But where does it sit for you right now? Who do you think is the MVP or even the X factor of your team? Because I feel like all 3 of you have brought something a little different throughout this tournament.
I think Andreas is like our nice defensive person. We can always rely on him when he's back, and it's great. And I love J-Dubs too. I don't think there's an X factor or anything like that because everybody just has their part they're playing, and it's pretty. I like it when it all comes together.
Fair enough.
You guys got Mountain Bravo taking on Mountain Alpha next. I mean, you guys, Mountain Bravo, are going to be playing up to this squad, which we saw you in the group stages nearly take down. I mean, I know they're the Alpha team, but like, what are we expecting here from you guys? Like, come on, give us something here. Give us some trash talk for your comrades.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. They're getting absolutely ego challenged. They're getting shut down at any possible point. They're going down. We're taking the series. We're going on the finals, and we're cooking them.
I love it. Thank you for coming on, Fruit Loop, and best of luck in your next series.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We'll clip it and ship it. We got some trash talk before you another Mountain Derby.
Yeah.
You stirred the pot, Seymour. We got the clip. We're going to deliver that on out. I'm looking forward to this next series. It's going to be a hell of a time.
Well, like, it's even last time that we saw them in the groups, it was what, game 6?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Mountain Bravo were leading in majority of those games as well at one point or another. We know that the success is there. We know that the possibility is there as well. It's just like you kind of are insinuating for this team and what Fruit Loop said as well. It's just how do you get that ceiling just a tad bit higher to close out on those games? And you know, once you kind of get that recipe, once you find that success, it's going to be easy to replicate that in different games. So it's just, I got to see them break that ceiling. That's the only thing holding them back right now. And we know what's possible for this Mountain Bravo squad. I got to say for Eastern, you know, we do say goodbye to this team after losing out in their matchup for the lower round 1. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing them in Worlds, Andy. But for this team too, and I mean, we got to talk about them at the end of that game number 4 because we gave a lot of flack for this team in some of their performances in the past. I know it's been a tough road for them across the past 3 days. Across the past 3 days. But, I mean, you just look at what comes together when you see them playing at their best. Rook had a fantastic series in this best of 7. And even towards the end there, Ham Jam started putting some shots on net. They were going in. And, like, you just look at, you know, the building blocks for the squad. I hope to see them grind out Rocket League a little bit more. I want to see them back for some more CONUS. They're a great team to watch.
Agreed. It has been a tough one, but you know, sometimes you step into the lion's den. You might come out a little bit battered and bloodied, but you should be coming out with a hell of a lot of experience. And not only a great experience that is CONUS by the sounds of it, and obviously singing off a lot of bottles of water over there, but it's a case of, you know, the strategies that you're getting to watch and the kind of technical prowess. You'll be a bit there. You play against someone, they absolutely smoke you, and you go, I want to learn what that guy just did so that next time I can be dishing out those exact same moves. And that's what Eastern have got to look at this as, so that we can write about these names, talk about these names again in the future. CONUS 2027, Eastern making some sort of bracket run that gets them to a World. Sitting right there is waiting for us to tell that story.
Well, we got another Rocket League match ahead of us before we get to Call of Duty to see how that Day 3 bracket is working. We got our lower finals up next after this break. It's the Mountain Derby. Welcome back, everybody, as we got one more Rocket League match here on day 3 of our CONUS Esports Championships for 2026. My name is Seymour, with me, Enigma, all weekend long. Andy, we've been watching these Rocket League teams battle for their chance to qualify for Worlds. Well, now we have our 4 teams qualified. Let's take a look towards the bracket. Let's kind of get a breakdown on everything right now for these 2 teams, or for these 4 teams. Finals. It's Western, Central Alpha, all the way up top in the upper bracket finals. Mountain Alpha, Mountain Bravo in the lower bracket finals, going head-to-head for this one. All 4 of these teams will be going to California. Now it's their chance to see how far in CONUS they can go.
Yeah, this is now coming down to the nitty-gritty. I mean, Western have been the team to beat, and you will see there that they started off with 4-0 against Mountain Bravo. That being said, there was only one of those games that was comfortable. It was a 4-3, 2-1, 3-2 in overtime. There was 1-5-1 for game 2 there, but otherwise... yeah, Mountain Bravo were very much so in that picture. But Western have rolled over all comers through this match, through this entire tournament, sorry. So they will sit there as favorites right now. Central Alpha, they scraped through in a game 7 against their Alpha rivals. And they're a team that we have built in that second slot right now. It's not a surprise to see them looking so good, but it feels like second, third, and fourth could be split by a hair at the minute. And we look at third and fourth in the 2 Mountain teams. Last time these 2 teams played, it was a 4-2 in favor of Mountain Alpha, but Mountain Bravo were, again, incredibly close in all of those games. We just interviewed Fruit Loop and talked about it. Their floor is incredibly high, very rarely a poor performance. It's about that ceiling. Can you get that extra level? You're going to need it here to see yourself through your sister team.
You know, I had to stir the pot a little bit too, so it's nice to hear that Bravo are going to be coming for the head in this game. Let's take a look at the roster of Mountain Alpha, though, to open up this game in the lower finals. Who's going to make it to top 3 right now? Well, our first contenders are Buck, Water Mike, and Monkey Man right now. These 3 have been lovely to watch, and we got to talk to Mike a little bit before. He said that we were kind of on the money when talking about Monkey Man being that X factor, and oh boy, has Monkey Man really stepped up today.
Without a shadow of a doubt, we talked about at the start of the tournament, like, where does he really fit in the system? Buck and Mike are very much this forward pair that are really leading that line with great effect. You know, Monkey, can you build yourself in and be a part of the conversation? It certainly has. Pulled off some incredible moments. You think it got back to their series against the Mountain Bravo team last time. There was a moment in an overtime where he basically pulls off a triple save on the line to stop his team falling down in the series. So he's delivered time and time again on the defensive end, but also getting more involved in those link-up plays and even a couple of goals as well. So he's grown massively through this tournament, and I'm hoping that he can do it again here for one last roll of the dice to push yourself through to tomorrow.
Yeah, and let's look at our other side for Mountain Bravo. A squad we just got to see, 4-0 Eastern in the lower semifinals. They move on to the top 4, and they get a shot here. Rematch against the other Mountain team to see if they can take them down and claim their rights at the top of this mountain. J-Dubs, Camilo, Fruit Loop, these 3 so good, and kind of peaking at all the right times too. I mean, you talk about offense. You know, at first we were really singing the praises of Fruit Loop on, you know, how good she was at finding those goals. Back in day number 1, yesterday, Camilo, J-Dubs, they were the 2 on the forefront, really working some dynamic passes into their play. And today, now you see those full rotations, all 3 of them trying to hit their timings, trying to be there to support each other, and really set up some great plays.
No, I agree. I think that has been the story of this team. I think you nailed it perfectly. Fruit Loop on day 1. It felt like Fruit Loop or nothing a little bit, and then all of a sudden J-Dubs goes, hang on a second, let me just pop in multiple hat tricks to remind you that I am a striking phenomenon and has grown through this tournament. And Fruit Loop says in the interview there, Camilo is our man of safety. He's the relaxed man behind the lines who's just going to protect us should the opposing team get through. He's done more than that as well. Been involved in quite a few goals now, quite a few assists coming through. So yeah, really, really looking forward to this one. We were obviously blessed with an incredible series earlier on today. I'd argue that this one gonna be even better.
Let's take a look at our predictions for this game, Andy, because I knew you and I would be a little bit split up in this one, knowing that you are a fan favorite of this Mountain Bravo team. I had to go with Mountain Alpha. We both went, well, I saw you went 7, so I'm like, what the hell? Why not? Let's go game 7 on both sides. I got Alpha, you got Bravo. Yeah. This is a fight to the death on the broadcast desk.
Certainly is. I think, again, we're going to get treated to something glorious here. I'm expecting all of these games to be extremely close. I don't know if they're going to be high scoring or low scoring, just because of the fact that both of these teams can lock in great defenses, but also then put up incredible scoring moments when they need to. So I think the first one will really set the tone and the tempo, but I'm expecting that Game 7 and Mountain Bravo to get revenge and beat out their sister team to get a top 3 at CONUS.
Here we go. Who's going to kick things off? Camilo up the back wall. J-Dubs going to pick things up inside of the zone of Bravo. Carry it out. And dump it on in. Shot on net from Camilo already. It's Monkey Man stretching from post to post to make that save.
Does incredibly well to get across there. Like a early goal for Mountain Bravo, who should be coming into this one quite hot in an attacking sense. They certainly had a lot of opportunities in their last series to warm up into it and figure out exactly what they look like when they are free-flowing. Water might go now. Going to juggle this up into the air, and it doesn't get to the right side off the post. Miller does enough to put him off. Altess drops the ball in towards the middle of the pitch. Monkey Man's going to send it relatively goal-bound. Not particularly threatening, but that's not a clearance that you ever really want to see. Does drop awkwardly, but Camilla does enough to put Mike off this time.
Well, dropping it on down. Scoreless in the first minute. J-Dubs going to be beaten out there by Water Mike, but Mike's not able to make anything out of that play. Monkey Man's corner there, looking for a centering pass, but hasn't been able to truly get anything from the offensive zone. J-Dubs, oh, he's trying to sneak one in, but can't get in front of the ball. Loops up top, pumping it towards the net. An easy high-flying ball slowly floating through the air. Both teams struggling to get any shots in here. Even Camilo off of that one, a tough angle, unable to put it on target.
Has been some incredible saves to come through, but also I think you're right. A lot of these efforts are errant right now. Off the sideboard or backboards. Not really leading to much. Fruit Loop now. Try this into the corner. Central play. Camilla will be there. Probably just going to have to lock it back in. So where's J-Dubs? Gets there. Great save again from Monkey Man. I feel like it's fourth already. Rolling the first half of the first match. So we talked about how much has grown into this tournament and defensively showing out here.
Well, we see a little bit of a snowball off the first goal is the question. Whoever's going to call that first goal. Over the middle for J-Dubs. Sends it in front of the net. Buck tosses it up into the neutral. Their Fruit Loop is waiting. Still some offense here from Bravo to work with. Tucked over from Buck to the right side of the pitch. As J-Dubs tries to send it out for Camilo, but no connection on that pass. Fruit Loops to tee it up, but Mike is just flying on in for a shot there. Monkey Man tussled up with J-Dubs. Knocked back down the zone.
Fruit Loop going to be forced to retreat after Buck punts that high. Too early for Water Mike to really get across to that, though. Monkey Man going to just buy some time there, recognize his two teammates are out of position. And while he's in possession, risk a counter-attack. That's the right thing, but we'll get back. Makes it clear. Fruit Loop now meets him. Challenges herself very, very big. While the 50-50 drops, you do get support in from J-Dubs. Still 0-0 as tight and tentative as we expected it to be. Both teams with great saves. Beautiful work on goal, but nothing breaking through just yet. As, oh, a lovely little pop-off there from J-Dubs just to roll it over to Camilo.
Camilo gets it over. Defender there. Monkey Man beaten out. Camilo runs out of boost. There is no follow-up to that play. Down into the Bravo zone. Alpha's going to back off this ball, so carried back across midfield. As we cross over to the last minute, Camilo's going to drop it in front of the net for Fruit Loop to take goal number 1 here in the Mountain Derby.
J-Dubs is well to bully the ball out in the corner. Miller recognizes he's probably too high, and there's probably not enough momentum on that ball for him to do much with it. But bounced it off the backboard, and Fruit Loop calling for it. Arrives, pops it home. 60 seconds left in this one. Mountain Bravo break the deadlock. Now Alpha, thought so often about your front pair. Time for them to come alive. You're trailing this series, and Buck will break.
Well, does that lead to goal number 2 for Bravo? Oftentimes, that's been the case. Alpha need an answer back within the next 33 seconds. Here's Camilo driving it down for Bravo. Right in front of the net. Buck tees it up. A shot off the crossbar. It's Italy Fruit Loop for a second one in the game. Off the crossbar, down to the ground, and it bounces away. Down to the last 20 here. And Alpha desperately need a breakout attempt. Working their way down the midfield. Camilo waiting there. Drops it on down into the zone of Alpha. Over the backboard. Fruit Loop again for 2. Another shot this time finishes the job.
Great work there. Camilo puts the clearance off initially. J-Dubs following in. And to be honest, you'd have forgiven Mountain Bravo for sitting back, considering they're just looking to protect that 1-0 lead. No such thing. One is sure. There are no last-second heroics coming out of Mountain Alpha. Because even if they Brazil this one in, that will be all she wrote. Mountain Bravo strike first in the series. Riding the momentum off of their previous win. And we talked a lot about when these last two matched up previously. Mountain Bravo would gain those early leads, but as soon as Mountain Alpha applied pressure after that, they would crumble under it. No such thing this time. That incredible clean sheet remains intact. My God, look at it. Look, I mean, the stats don't really, and they rarely do, but they really don't tell the story of this one. Felt like end-to-end pressure all the way through.
Yeah, I'm surprised at the lack of shot attempts from Mountain Alpha. I think that really goes to show what Bravo have brought into this game, carrying off that momentum from Eastern. They had plenty of shot attempts versus Eastern, and I think that is just them showing that, we got a tempo set. We played West, we played East, and now we're going up against you inside of this lower finals. Each game has just been such a battle for this Bravo team, and, you just think back to what Fruit Loop was saying about their game versus the Western squad is that, that's a hard team to play against. You have to hit a certain level of tempo. Now that they're playing at that tempo right now, you can see that Alpha kind of struggled in game 1 to match that. So maybe they get a taste of it. They kind of understand it a little bit. And now Alpha going into game 2 can try to figure out a game strategy to move in and try to answer back quick with.
Definitely, and I think there will be an element of Mountain Bravo had just played. There is 10 minutes downtime, sure, but they're kind of rolling off the back of that straight into their next matchup. For Alpha, maybe you come in a little cold if you weren't expecting this sort of resistance. You should have been, because the last time these two teams played, it was outrageously tight. But Mountain Alpha will have no excuse for that in game 2. Must figure it out, especially going forward. It's been their strong suit. It's got to be better.
Does, so here we go for game number 2. Already onto the back foot for Alpha. Mike and Buck side by side. Buck's gonna get that mid boost, and oh no, off the post again.
How on earth?
Looked like Buck wanted to go for the demo, and I think he just missed the shot.
Honestly, I don't know how that stays out in heart and mouth moment, but you go up the other end, and J-Dubs just makes light work of it. Camilo pushes up this left field. Ball just drops into the middle of nowhere, really. Camilo with the punt out on Mike just after Buck's cleared. That gives J-Dubs all the space and time in the world. So Camilo, talk about him as this man of safety in the back line. Also willing to play the rough and tumble at the front. Hesitant on the kickoff there. Backing off, and oh my lord, Fruit Loop almost does something outrageous with that one.
And nearly does that herself. Already on the back check to the backboard. Oh, sneaks underneath, and yeah, that one's not going to come out of there. Mike, it's a slow burner, but just look at it again. Off the roof, front of the net. Awkward angle, but how do you expect that one to go in?
Very well played from Mike. I'm going to assume totally met that. That's a practiced one from thousands of hours inside the game. Gets his angle absolutely perfect. The spin on the ball is right. Camilo desperately charging back. It was always awkward unless he hits that ball directly underneath and up off the bar. He's basically scoring an own goal. So in the end, touches nothing but his own net. 1-1, and well met by Camilo in the air. It looked like Buck had the goal at his mercy. J-Dub's going to send it down the left. Fruit Loop has it now. Looks to play it off the back. Oh, maybe she could have left that. I wonder if she gets the call from J-Dubs. It looked like he was in a better position to ride at home, but doesn't come through in the end.
It won't. So, shot in for Camilo, and it's going to sneak on by. 2-1. Wasting no time here for Bravo to hold on to this lead. And I think Mike, for a second, thought he was going to be able to clear this high off the wall. Mistouch from Mike. Drops it in front of Monkey Man. And everything happens a little bit quicker than you would have anticipated. Bravo going to work quickly to take this lead back. 2-1. Fruit Loop back towards the net. Shot is going to force Buck to not only waste that boost, but force the ball up the left side. Buck, the tip in. And he's going to drop on down. Mike, it's his turn. Sets himself up past the defender, but nobody there to shoot. Mike goes for the bump, and that's enough for Monkey Man to put it in.
Hey, great work here. Camilo probably thinks he's cleared his lines. Doesn't expect Mike to just get up over the top. It's distracting, if anything. I feel like maybe there's a misplay between Fruit Loop and Camilo. They're both going for the exact same angle. It won't matter if you are a Mountain Alpha fan. Ties up to a piece. And I talked about it. I didn't know whether these games were going to be defenses on top or offenses on top. First game, saw 1 goal in the first 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And this one, everyone's changed style and strategy. We're even seeing we would typically call the defenders bagging. 4 goals within the first half, and beautiful effort. It looked like it was going to cannon off the crossbar anyway. Not that Buck was fully aware. He's going to deflect it back out. Scramble will ensue, and awkward one for Fruit Loop.
Shot down low. Buck slowly rolls it in front of the net. Man in the air. During that boost, see if he can get some control in. Steals away the midfield boost as well, so no follow-up here from Bravo right away, and solid clear from Buck. Back on down alongside Water Mike, and coast to coast we go. If Camilo here can center things for Fruit Loop, no, it's going to hover right over her head. J-Dubs now with Fruit Loops up in the air. Buck's going to keep it down to the left side, away from danger. Camilo, it's his turn. The third player in line just continuing to keep the pressure in for Bravo.
Hopefully doing incredibly well here. Rotation's most certainly on point. 2 forward, 1 back, pretty much every single attempt. Oh, just going to get shoved out of the way. J-Dubs, that's awkward. You're going to pop it straight to Water Mike, and Camilo does enough to put him off, and then Fruit Loop there to clear. Every mistake we have seen really through this series has been punished, showing the quality of these two teams, that they're not only incredibly rare, but then you have the ability to smash them home after. But that one will not result in much. But drills it into the deck just to force the ball forward. J-Dub's going to loft it. Fruit Loops here. Can you get it on target? No, too high. J-Dubs gets there. 3-2. Leading yet again if you're Mountain Bravo.
It's not even the shot here from Fruit Loops. It's the pass from Fruit Loops off the back wall. Mike doesn't even see J-Dub swinging in from the left there. Perfect spot to take the shot. And a wide open net to give Bravo the lead. Under a minute left in game number 2. What a change this has been for the Bravo squad. Rolling off the momentum. Defeating the East.
Demo comes through this time. Fruit Loop's just going to nudge it goal bound. Decides to back off. No point gambling with numbers up front. Camilo will contest. Lack of boost available, unfortunately, for Monkey Man. So he's going to have to give this up. 30 seconds. Camilo, I'm not sure if that was the intended touch, but J-Dubs retrieves. Monkey Man wins it in the air, however. I'm seeing a lack of bodies forward if you're Mountain Alpha. 2 on that goal line. And this has to be the moment you retrieve possession and drive forward.
7 seconds here. Last chance to get it up and over into the zone of Bravo. Walk up the wall. Sends it down, flying. Anybody able to pick it up? Off the corner, it stays alive. J-Dubs out to the midfield. Monkey Man can't get the touch. Bravo with a 2-0 lead, opening up this best of 7 versus Mountain Alpha. You thought for a second that Mountain Alpha were climbing their way back. I mean, they did a good job at keeping them honest in this game, Andy, but gotta say, what a day here for Mountain Bravo so far.
Yeah, performing incredibly well. I think we could talk very well about all 3 players, but Fruit Loop, the difference maker, and we come back to that final goal there after Mountain Alpha have pegged you back twice. Mountain Bravo get that play in through the left. J-Dubs lifts it. Fruit Loop looks like you're in a position to hit an attempt on goal. And instead just goes, you know what? Actually, I fancy the on-rushing position of my teammate. Drops it off the backboard. Going to land neatly for J-Dubs. And that's what it all is about sometimes. When you're trying to be that sync-up player, when you're trying to make those passes happen, it's not necessarily about, oh, well, if I hit 10 passes, they landed with my teammate 10 times. It's how well is that landing? How easy is that to control from there? Is that setting up a golden opportunity? Feels like Fruit Loop has really unlocked that side of the game inside this series, making sure that every single pass is incredibly efficient and their teammates can work with it.
It's been just fantastic to watch the growth of this team. We talk about it for everybody, but like truly only one team has actually stood up to the test, and that has been Mountain Bravo. And you kind of talk about it in this series alone. 2-0 up now. They're finishing the job. They're hitting that ceiling. We talked about where's the break point. This is it. You've broken through that gap. You have a 2-0 lead. Can you finish the job?
Well, if you can, Buck's going to make it awkward for you first. He wins on this one. Within 7 seconds, we get a goal. So, if that's anything to go by, we're looking at a high scorer, much like our second matchup, with offenses piling on the pressure. Long ways to go, of course. In this one, we'll soon, no doubt, settle into that rhythm of contest. 50s and backs and forths. Milo and Fruit Loop clear out the corner here, but Monkey Man was kind of laying in wait, but I think maybe got the call from Buck, and then neither of them actually get there. So that's a little bit awkward, but keep the ball for a moment. That's when it allowed Camilo to break. Do get it back. J-Dub's now central. Fruit Loop's never getting to that one. And Camilo will have to retreat. And, well, that's just unfortunate. Fruit Loop goes a little bit too high on this one. If anything, pads it straight down to the attacker. I don't even know if you were aware of Buck's presence, to be honest. I think maybe I'm popping it down to Camilo. You don't have that kind of time in front of your own goal mouth.
I think you easily saw there from Fruit Loops. He was trying to clear it a little deeper to the corner than that. A mistouch of the ball. You're down in the game. Fruit Loops here, though. Back on target. Over the backboard. Down is going to be Camilo for the shot. He missed. Would have been a 1-goal deficit off of this play, but he's got to work on down once more. Long clear from J-Dubs. Buck will slow it down on the wall. Memo from Fruit Loop. Shot from J-Dubs off the backboard. Where's Camilo? Not getting it in time. Still, though, Fruit Loops trying to connect with your teammates. J-Dubs shot down low. Wiped away by Mike. Trying to get that clear. Unsuccessful. Nearly there, Andy. See your rule number 1, but Fruit Loop's able to escape this one before it starts. And back on down we go for Fruit Loop. She's got some boost. She's going to try to pick up the tempo over Carr. Bots you away. Milo for the dump center field, and we'll see J-Dubs in time getting there for the shot. Struggling to get the backboard, though, and still have lots of time to play in this game 3.
Certainly do. If you're Mountain Bravo, I don't think you want this series to drag out long. You've essentially been sat at stations other than a quick 10-minute break for, well, the best part of an hour and a bit. We see this full series out, we're probably talking an hour and a half. So, and Mountain Bravo right now just wanting to find a way back into this early as we approach the second half of the game. Not much of a threat so far. Feels like Milo probably had your best chance, but never got close enough to the ball to really make much of it. J-Dubs drives forward. Milo just gonna hang back. Fruit Loop looked like she was going to support. Won't get to that ball though. Milo's trying to juggle and just gets away from him, doesn't get locked down until Buck gets out.
The backboard here. J-Dubs for the clear. 2 minutes left on the time bank for game number 3. Water Mike's going to cut things early. Here comes Fruit Loops along the side. She's not able to connect here. J-Dubs shot off the crossbar. Fruit Loops the shot again off the backboard. This time too high. Milo, no boost. Hitting for a shot here. Fruit Loops blocked and denied, but J-Dubs is there. Finishes the job. Third shot is the charm. And finally, you've got one on to work with here. Bravo cut that lead down to 1.
The Alpha sent all 3 players scrambling across the goal mouth to block Fruit Loop's effort, and while that does work out for them, J-Dubs just spots, all right, fellas, thank you for vacating one side of the goal. I'm just going to tap this in. All the pressure now mounting onto Alphas. Bravo. You can feel he got a little bit of energy about him right now. Fruit Loop's going to pop it up. Camilo tries to knock it back across. J-Dubs had sat back for this one, and Fruit Loop didn't really anticipate the pass across field. Just going to back off.
On Mike. Oh, he backs it up there. Gonna hold on to it. Baits in a couple of those attackers and flicks it over. J-Dubs, though, knocks it back on down. Was a demo there and kind of breaks up this attack for a second. Loop, she's going to collect some of that boost and work on in from the skies here over the net. Knocks back on down. J-Dubs has to get there and nobody is fast enough. Mike's going to bring things back into a 2-goal comfort zone.
Yeah, one of the problems when you're trailing a game, you have to send bodies forward. It leaves you open to a counterattack. What Mike likely draws a close to game 3 here, finally putting Alpha on the board. With that, you do win the kickoff break if you are Bravo, but it has to be pretty much perfection from here, and Monkey Man stand tall yet again in this tournament. Send the ball on its way, and there you go. Just how it goes sometimes. Game's close until all of a sudden it's not.
I was going to say, I mean, I'd be surprised if you go down 3-0 in this series. Mountain Alpha, they knew the job, and here they are executing on denying Mountain Bravo series point earlier than expected. 37 seconds. See what Mountain Bravo can do, but won't be an easy game to pull back this soon. A demo in front of the net. J-Dubs chips it up. Looking to beat out Buck, but stuffed down into the corner, just drawing down that time bank more and more. Double tap from Camilo. Trying to beat out the attacker. Loops for the carry back into the zone of Alpha, and Bravo just slowly sailing their way in to these zones. Just haven't been able to take some quality shots all game long. Mountain Alpha, they call you in game 3, and they say this series is long but over. Putting themselves on the board for their first game here in the best of 7. 2-1 down. What a game showing there from Buck. 3 goals, 4 shots, not needed on the goal line for those saves because realistically, Mountain Bravo didn't have too many shots.
No, they didn't. It was great game control from Mountain Alpha. They get that early lead, and it felt like they kind of locked it down from there. Once they get the second, again, the management over time was beautiful. Put Mountain Bravo into a spot where you kind of had to get a goal right there and then, or it's desperate stations. You get that through, and I kind of was in the situation of like, all right, well, Mountain Bravo don't need to be too desperate here. They don't need to overcommit too much. They can force that overtime if needed, but eventually, as the efforts aren't breaking through Mountain Alpha at all, they just push all those bodies forward. Mountain Alpha, with all of the previous work that they've put in, are put in the spot of, all right, we can just counter as and when we need. The end scoreline will flatter them a little bit, but again, it's all about that management of the time and the situation. So great job from them.
Yeah, and I think that that's exactly what you needed here to bring yourself back in the series. Not just a game win, but a decisive game win there for Mountain Alpha. They beat you out 4-1, and they put themselves on the board. So going into this next game, kind of looking at Mountain Alpha to see if they can kind of do a little bit more to keep this up. I mean, you're looking at, Bravo continuously trying to put some shots down on your net. This time around, you're doing a great job at kind of keeping them in the corners, denying them of those shots from center field. So more of that from Alpha is kind of what you're looking for here in game 2 to just consistently keep Bravo away from those goal-scoring zones. So it is good so far. If they can finish the job, though, and tie us up in this best of 7, 2-2.
I go back to my concern for Bravo, which is that you entered your previous series against Eastern about an hour and 20 minutes ago. So other than a quick break to freshen up, you've been locked in for a hell of a long time now. If this series does go the distance, how much gas have you got left in the tank? What's the boost looking like while running this gauntlet? Mountain Alpha might be just warming up towards their peak potential right now. Get that first game on the board. How do you build from there? Either way, first 60 seconds, stalemate. Not much in it. If anything, I don't think really there's been an attempt on goal as Well, if he ever blows the style of this series continues.
Shot in. Oh, what a save from Buck. Barely getting a piece of that with the wheel. Out for the clear in. Buck's going to pick up that midfield boost. See if he can work a counter attack up in the skies. Backboard. Not able to find a second touch. And the Fruit Loop expending all that boost to take it on down into Alpha Zone. Hello there. Not a lot really to work with for this attack. Mike attempting a dribble. Hello knocks it down in front of the net. Buck will easily find that goal. And it's the second time we've seen it for Buck, just inside of that slot, inside of that goal zone, with a light touch from the defender right onto his car to put it away.
Yeah, he seems to have an inherent understanding of just controlling that left forward position where, honestly, 90% of his come from. And his goals will add another to the tally. Man, might get one for free for that looks awkward, but scramble clear. Fruit Loop trying to get here. A tiny bit of boost on the board and didn't really want to invest it in the moment. Camilo's going to force it back into the corner. It's more central. Mike does enough to clear. Fruit Loop's just going to toss it back in there. Buck now with the head-on play. Wants it down range. J-Dubs does his best to make it more difficult, and then Camilo's there to contest. We approach the second half. Pretty much nothing in it, just the one goal. And I wouldn't say dominance from either team.
Wouldn't say dominance either here. But control has been really the name of how you bring things into your favor, and Alpha are showing a lot of that so far. Just in game 3, but game 4 as well. Halfway through this game 4. And haven't seen Bravo put one in the net yet, so. Floater in front for Camilo. Back flip. Takes it up. Attempting to flip it over the first defender, but it's here to clear it forward. Out for Camilo towards the net. That's going to be a backboard drop down. A-Dubs attempting a shot underneath. He's not going to get it. Infield pass. Camilo trying to beat out Buck, but fence stands true. And Monkey Man grabs the corner boost, and he's looking to carry it away. He's successful, but has some assistance.
Who's just send it down the wing here, trying to get underneath it. Won't beat Buck to that ball, though. And away. J-Dubs back there this time. Deft touch. Brings it down. Controls it beautifully. Actually tries to redirect this, recognizing that the challenge is coming in. It's creative to try and just set up something deeper there. But Philip Fruit Loop won't get over it. Mike now to bring it down. You can just sense a little bit of desperation coming through from Mountain Bravo. You really don't want to be giving up 2 games on the bounce. You really don't want Mountain Alpha to tie this series right here. Fruit Loop up and over off the backboard. We've seen this one before, but so is Mike. Reads it, gets across, clears.
They just can't finish the job. Minute left in this game, and another attempt thwarted. Trying to look for a clear. This Fruit Loop. Mike's going to deep this one back into the zone of Bravo. Here comes J-Dubs working up the left side. Can't beat that first defender. Buck's going to 50-50 it out to the midfield. Camilo has been waiting. Not going to challenge that play versus Monkey Man. So quick clear out from Alpha onto the attacking side, where they're not able to put anything together. Fruit Loop without the boost. That's a shot off the backboard. Follow up from J-Dubs down low. Mike this time for the save. 13 seconds left. And Bravo just cannot connect with the back of the net. Out in front, 6 seconds. Time trading low. J-Dubs a long bomb. Buck is there. One more touch. It's up in the air. Mike to the corner. Buck sends it down. And that's going to kill it. Game 4 ties us up 2-2.
Our lowest scoring one yet. Would it be free-flowing attacking ball, or would it be defenses on top? This one, certainly the defensive efforts that work out. My God. Felt like it could have gone either way for the entire 5 minutes. It'll just be Buck's goal that edges it over the line. Whether those little close near post efforts from that left pocket that we've spoken about so often in this tournament. Mountain Bravo will feel like they did a lot of things right, and I come back to the point I tried to make going into the game. I wonder if you're just running out of steam just a little bit. All that momentum off the back of the Eastern game and through those first 2 matches in this series now feels like it was a long, long time ago. Mountain Alpha on that ascendancy.
Yeah, I mean, you lose the first 2, you win the next 2. You got to think that, you know, when you're trying to favor a team in that moment, who would you favor, Andy? And I would favor right now Mountain Alpha coming alive in the later portions of the series. I mean, you know, now you're Bravo, you're kind of doubting yourself, even if you can put goals on the board. You've unsuccessfully been shut out. Now in this game 4, you go to game 5 and you're kind of asking yourself, how do we finish this job? You broke that ceiling before in those first couple of games, but, you know, you go into this one and that doubt is back. So I got to look for some early success. Again, I mean, we've seen Camilo have some magical moments in front of that net. J-Dubs as well. Where have they gone in the past couple of games?
You're right to bring it up. Just the 1 goal in 2 games. On the flip side, Mountain Alpha have 5. So, very different story there. But technically, this just ties the series up. Mountain Bravo would be right to remind themselves that all this does is put us back on level pegging. And Mountain Alpha's Herculean efforts may burn them out, considering all they've had to do just to peg back from being behind. So, Camilo now just trying to slow it down. Watermite goes under it. Punch goalwards, but no clear. Monkey Man was playing in weight anyway. You get up close and great work. There's a demo on the line. I think it's Camilo onto Monkey Man, who's waiting for the longest time period and just out of shot now. It does happen. And as Buck looks to cover at that near post, doesn't get there. Mountain Bravo put one on the board.
4 minutes, 11 here. I mean, Fruit Loop's the one to open up this series. Water Mike not quite able to fully get in front of the net. You can see here for this start, I mean, we asked for somebody to answer the call, and Fruit Loop does exactly that. Reigniting the energy for Mountain Bravo inside of this best of 7 for game 5. You're looking to ice the play here, ice the momentum of Alpha. You've done good so far, but Monkey Man will find the answer. Beautiful stuff on their end.
Yeah, I think J-Dubs just gets this all wrong. Buck does very well to block out Camilo from the play, which allows Monkey Man to roam 3, but J-Dubs doesn't want that one back. It looks like it was setting up for a shot for him. Instead, he just catches it too much on the medial side. Just drops it into the middle of the pitch, basically, and Monkey Man says, thank you very much, son. We'll tie this series up. 1-1. It's just to show the quality of the 2 teams. As soon as there is any tiny mistake coming through, it is instantly punished. These 2 squads operating at such a high level right now.
This is quite the battle right now. I mean, they are peaking in the lower finals. Who's going to get the top 3? Feather up from Monkey Man. He's going to be on defense. Fruit Loops down low. Oh, how does that slip through? An unfortunate one here. You had both Buck and Mike in front of the net. Mike hits the ground, and Buck's backflip just keeps him static there. You thread the needle. That is a perfect shot from Fruit Loop for a second in the game.
You're going to be frustrated if you're Alpha as well. That largely comes from your own mistakes in the corner. I think Mike's been trying to make up for the double contest with Monkey Man. And, well, awkward one on the line as Buck tries to backflip it away. Dubs gets it up, quit playing in weight. Mike recognizes it, cuts it, pops it off to Monkey Man, who then clears. Buck's also across to make the save. So hang on by a thread a little bit if you are Mountain Alpha. Bravo will be leading in this one by the 1, but I feel like it right now. Alpha thinking, how do we get on the front foot here? Yes, you had one chance, but it largely came from a mistake. So this has been their least offensive return in quite some time.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, Fruit Loops is generally just building this team back into the series. And here's J-Dubs with a goal. Carrying it on in. Lovely control over Buck. Sits over top of Buck's car as well, just so that he can't clear it away.
wins the duel in the 50, dunks it on down for a 2-goal game. 2 minutes, 12 seconds. And off the kickoff, Buck not able to put it towards the net there. J-Dubs flies high over Mike. Fruit Loops, the last one up, will put this one into the corner. Steals that corner boost. And playing on the defensive side, Mike finds the short side post and in. Brings it back into a 1-goal difference.
And I like what Fruit Loop is trying to do there in terms of driving out to the corner. I don't think she has as much time as she believes she did. You gotta get that up and away, really, especially when J-Dub's then trying to retrieve the boost. He's out of position. So for everything Fruit Loop has done, and it has been a, frankly, stunning performance, MVP level, a team can see this series through. Mistakes like that going to let Mountain Alpha back into the contest. Or breaks Fruit Loop away. Monkey Man to retrieve. A little touch for Bach, who pop that anywhere. Camillo is going to get support for here from Fruit Loop. So do you have J-Dubs in the middle? Won't get there anyway.
Oh, Mike's going to fly over this one. Buck, side flip into the corner. Camillo interrupts it. Shot on net. Saved by Monkey Man. Good target to find there for Camillo. Not an easy one to make dangerous. J-Dub's going to use all that boost to go over the top off the wall, and Buck clears it out. Mike still has some boost, so if he's in the midfield, you look at him to set up for the shot. Unfortunately, though, he's going to have to go for a redirect here and force Fruit Loop on the long bomb clear.
Camillo with the demo. Could remove Monkey Man from the play, and actually that should open things up. And oh my lord, Monkey Man just about gets back. Buck was there anyway. J-Dubs takes Monkey Man to the grave again. There's all pressure from Mountain Bravo, and Alpha need this ball down the other side of the pitch. Really, J-Dubs with a long one. Buck's going to clear it. Camillo now just trying to get this under control, and that might be a misplay because Buck's going to gamble. 20 seconds on the clock. Possession to Mountain Alpha. It can be handed over relatively quickly, but you have it up towards the goal that you want it to be at.
Fruit Loop swings it by Mike. A demo onto Buck. Mike not able to beat out that defender, so it's going to sail on down. Last second here, Fruit Loop. Can you make it done like this? Yes, you can. A hat trick in Game 5. That's going to be Mountain Bravo climbing back into the lead for the 7. What a series we have between these two teams. And for Mountain Bravo not to back down in Game 5, this is a huge shift of momentum. With 3 seconds left, Buck's going to get demoed. Mike might be able to make it a 1-goal game here, but as it hits the roof, it's going to fall down fast. And there we have it. Close the curtains on Game 5. It's back into a lead for Mountain Bravo.
Just as all the momentum had built for Mountain Alpha, just as they tied the series and looked like they were going to run away with it, Fruit Loop steps up, delivers a hat trick here in Game 4 to give her team the lead again and put them on series point to march through to those lower finals. Feels like an incredibly back and forth affair, but I will say the numbers there, while yes, I feel like there was probably more shots. I think it's reflective of Mountain Bravo's dominance. Fruit Loop unfortunately makes the mistake for Mountain Alpha's second goal, but other than that, they looked after the game very, very well. A lot of those corner balls dropping into very attacking positions that would let them gamble on it and play around one another. Free flow looking that way again. I mean, they scored, what, 1 goal in the previous 2 games? 4 right there to give them all that edge leading to that next one.
Yeah, so, I mean, this for you probably feels really good seeing Mountain Bravo go up onto series point. Mountain Alpha feeling good maybe to push this to a Game 7. Who knows? You know, you had a couple goals there in that last game. You know, you kept it as close as could be, but that second one from Fruit Loop, or the third one from Fruit Loop, was just a killer to close it out. So going into game number 6, Mountain Alpha hoping that they can start off strong, not have to worry about finding their way back into a game, rather just control the game, make it easy.
Well, you coaxed it out of Fruit Loop. She said she was coming for heads. What a time it would be to deliver another masterclass performance here in Game 6. Alpha, they'll recognize that this could be their last match of the entire tournament. and higher ambitions than placing fourth. So everything will be thrown at this net. Lay it under siege. Don't let Bravo control this game.
They don't want to let that happen, so you can see them putting some pressure into the corners here, throwing some elbows, playing dirty. They need some goals, though. They need it sooner than later so they don't have to worry about the pressure. And Bravo have really not been feeling across this one. Mike out to Monkey Man, and unfortunately side flip there for Monkey Man. Won't be able to meet that pass. Clears it forward off the back wall. Steals the corner post, passes it out front, and I think Mike thought he was going to pass it out to him. Instead, expects Mike to be closer to the center, and Mike's just going to have to play it back for his team. Buck again in the corner. Lovely flip. Puts it on target. Mike, his turn now. Over the top. Monkey Man won't be able to get over J-Dubs.
J-Dubs as well there. Talking so often as an attacking prowess, but in moments where Fruit Loop takes over on the front, J-Dubs often gets there, but won't this time off the post. Buck, as close as you like. Tries to tip the car enough. Unfortunately, won't have the angle. Miller will bring it down. Smoked by Buck, and that's actually a double demo. Just going to leave J-Dubs for now. He's going to try and buy time. Let his team set up, and does very well. Actually, in the contest, he almost drops under the bar. Buck will just about get it out. Coming towards the end of the first half here. 0-0 still, but my God, these teams are riding closer and closer to the edge.
This is as close as you can ask for. What you would expect, though, considering the last time these two met was not too different. Ball's going to drop down onto Buck, and he hits a quick flip. Camilo demoing for the net. Won't have to worry about it once that ball gets cleared down. And you see a pass out front from J-Dubs looking for Fruit Loop. Won't connect. Water Mike now. Pushed in by Camilo. Goes for the 50-50 left side wall. Fruit Loops going to wait out that pass from Buck, and that'll knock down for J-Dubs this time. And looking for the clear. Haven't truly found it yet. Water Mike is going to keep the offensive up, and as Buck goes for the shot, Fruit Loop's going to beat him to the ball, and she clears it back on down for an offensive play here for Bravo.
Miller did well there, put into a very dangerous position. Unfortunately, no one arriving. J-Dubs will divert Buck's effort. I just bring that down. Really doesn't happen though. Camilo following up. Water Mike's going to recognize the sense of urgency there and simply reverse in towards the ball, but demo comes through. So 3v2 for a moment. Fruit Loops setting that one a little too high. 90 seconds on this. Milo's just going to drop it down. Fruit Loop wins the contest. The Buck's just going to help it on its way. Set Water Mike up to clear.
You need this clear if you're Alpha right now. Just haven't been able to get over the midfield in a little bit of time. Minute 15 left. Bounce play over Monkey Man. Bravo in a dangerous spot here as they're looking to attack, but Buck with full boast over the top line. He's going to go for the bounce off the backboard. Wanted the double touch, wasn't there for it. Nobody was. Monkey Man meets you in midfield. Forces out Fruit Loop. Long bomb in. Demo onto the wall, and Mike now for the touch here. Buck on the side. He's going to keep this away from the net. 43 seconds.
Damage there actually bounces off of Camilo's roof towards goal. So hand possession back over for kind of do something with it individually, but won't get through Buck first try. Water Mike now shift it up. Looked like he was going to just carry that under Fruit Loop for a half second, but Fruit Loop reads it. J-Dub now down that left side has up many a goal from there through CONUS. 10 seconds. Close as you like. Last chance to saloon both these teams. We're seeing OT.
Mike swinging things around. Fruit Loop going to clear it back into the corner. You got boost here if you're Buck. Can you make anything out of it? No. Overtime is where we go. Mountain Bravo. You win this one. You win this series. And you move on to top 3 at CONUS. Alpha looking to push it to 7. Just like what Central Alpha did to them back in the winner's bracket.
Ball drops. To the center of the pitch. Oh, Mike's actually going to be beaten to the second touch. Not too much in the end, but Just kind of a little mental reminder there. You have no time for these kind of shenanigans in your backline. We will apply instant pressure. Camilo's actually going to win that contest. Buck's going to clear now. Fruit Loop's going to force it central. Watermark across. And although there's nothing coming just yet, I just feel like it's Bravo on the front foot. That being said, Alpha will counter and immediately force it into the corner.
J-Dub's in the clear here. He's not going to have a follow-up shot. Fruit Loops carrying it forward. Head-on collision. Tied up by Monkey Man. It's Camilo now. Into the wall. Man again for the clear, and that's going to make it past the defender this time. Over to the Bravo zone. It's Alpha for the attack. And Camilo going to waste no time at setting up a counter here. Fruit Loops back wall. Not going to be able to make it for a double touch. You saw Camilo was up in the air, but that won't connect. Turn things around. Back in front of the net. Quick one from Buck, and not able to actually get it past that midfield zone. Flying up. Redirect outside left of the goal. Or Bravo. Either team really having some solid shots here.
Unstoppable force, immovable object type situation. Every time one team seems to be putting the other under pressure, it is responded to. What am I now in this left corner? Demo's going to come through. Hand you a 3v2 for a moment, but J-Dub's losing that contest. Means it won't matter. Mike full boost. Fruit Loop with the effort on goal. Monkey Man gets across just in time.
Just a little bit slow to this one. It almost cost you the series. As you're not looking for a mistake like that to close out this best of 7 and eliminate you from CONUS. A bump from Camilo. Buck. Plenty of boost there to get to the ball. Keeps it cornered out to J-Dubs. 50's out to Mike, though, is finally Alpha going to bring things into the opponent's zone. And though, only for a few seconds. Here's Camilo. Back up the wall over for Alpha. And they hold on over into the post. And a demo from Fruit Loop onto Monkey Man. That's going to give him time to respawn, though, as Mike carries it into the corner of Bravo. Here's Buck fumbling along the wall. A-Dub sneaks it past Mike. Monkey Man just clears it into the corner. For slow burn pass in from Fruit Loops. She's trying to get this corner boost. Works somewhat of an attack here from a side angle, but Mike with the long clear. Goes up for the shot. Not going to connect with it.
Feels like demos and bumps come much more at the forefront of both teams' minds. We can't break through this cleanly, so let's get a little bit rough and tumble with it. Effort from J-Dubs will be cleared by Buck. Camilo now to drive it into the deck. Beautiful words just to drag that down, not allow a rogue bounce to take it beyond you. Buck now going to force it towards the center, but Monkey Man will be beaten through the jump. My lord, what a game this is. If you're not aware, ladies and gentlemen, this is to send one of our team's top 3, and there we go! Fruit Loop bags it! Arrives in time. Basically pops it up for herself. Decides to just Thanos snap this one. Get it all over and done with. Mountain Bravo will see off their sister team, their supposed better team in Mountain Alpha, and march on in the bracket.
It just seemed like it was destiny at this point for Mountain Bravo to get it done, and for Fruit Loop to close game after what she said back in that interview. I mean, what a way to finish this one in 6, Andy. What a series between these two teams. And it really started with, Mountain Bravo setting the precedent on what to expect. And that is just shot after shot from Fruit Loop. She's back into her winning ways, just playing pure offense. On target, so many shots. When it wasn't Fruit Loops, it was J-Dubs. He's had a moment there for Mountain Alpha to kind of climb their way back. And, games 3 and games 4, it was fantastic effort from their own right to make it so. But it's not enough, I feel like, when you get into that game 5, 6, and you see that Mountain Bravo are able to shake off that initial shock factor of losing those games and start to put goals back in the net. They just shake it off, move on, do a fantastic job at just dictating the pace along this entire best of 7.
Yeah, no, they've done a great job, and it feels like another team that have grown through this tournament. A reminder that they lost the last matchup between these two in group stages 4-2, so essentially a flip score there. And it's also a case of, at the time, we felt that there was more to come from this Mountain Bravo team. Felt like all 3 players had this great floor, but where is the edge in terms of your ceiling? How would you lift yourself enough to beat a side that in the power rankings was considered above you, in your region considered above you? Well, you figure it out at the time when it matters most. And I love that it was a mix of things. At points, it was free-flowing ball where you had to just kind of sync up together and put some great teamwork. Others, these incredibly long, drawn-out contests. It's all about grit, pure determination, and passion for the win.
Well, as we see, Fruit Loop close it out for a Game 6 win to send Mountain Alpha home. Mountain Bravo move on to the lower finals, awaiting the loser between Western and Central Alpha. We got Camilo here to kind of talk about things in the interview booth. Camilo, what a big game for you guys. I mean, you get your revenge, you take down Mountain Alpha. How you guys feeling after that game?
Feeling great. It was a tough series. They're probably the team that we're most worried about, apart from West. So the fact that we won against them, we're very happy about it.
Interesting that you say that. So now the fact that you've won this, we've obviously got that winners finals where it's Western against, I want to say Central Alpha, if I remember that correctly, Central Alpha. So if Western come out on top in that matchup, you're feeling pretty comfortable about taking down Central Alpha because of the series that you just won.
I have a feeling it's going to go the long way, but I feel like we're going to etch it out and win it.
If it does go the long way, I think you guys are very comfortable with that. You would just come off the back of one series straight into another, ran the gauntlet, got the job done in overtime. How have you managed to summon that one? Because when you go up 2-0, I was a little bit worried that you guys had burnt out and then it got dragged back for 2-2. Where did it come from in that game 5, sorry, for you to just suddenly turn the tables and run away with this?
I have a feeling we got ahead of ourselves. We're like, oh, it's 2-0. Like, we got this in the bag. And that kind of led us to losing those 2 other games. But after that, we were like, hey, guys, we have to lock in and get this win. It's not over yet.
Can't get too comfortable out there, and that's when it comes back to bite you, it looks like. So you guys, Central Alpha up next. A couple things for you guys in that series. Obviously, you're going to be looking at like the mental headspace of just staying on task and keeping ready for what is next. Are there anything else like you might in particular be looking to clean up to take down a team like Central Alpha?
Just go for more bumps and demos. That's my game plan.
That's perfect. I love to hear it, Camilo. Well, thank you for joining us in the interview, and we'll see you in that matchup tomorrow, I'm pretty sure, in the losers final.
Yeah, we'll be there. We'll win.
Well, take care. We'll see you guys there, and I'm excited to see if you guys can get it done. But Andy, I mean, bumps. I'm looking for it. I want to see it because we saw Fruit Loop playing a lot of aggressive plays with those bumps yesterday, the day before, and it seems like everybody else is starting to catch on with that. The demos, the bumps, kind of shaking things up, especially going into an overtime like that. Just makes it so hard for these teams to actually have proper setups.
Agreed. I think it's one of those things, and obviously now my Rocket League experience in terms of casting is incredibly low, but it's become a case of almost teams reach into this as like a pull out of the draw kind of tactic. It's like, all right, we've tried playing it our way. We've tried a nice clean approach. It's not working, so what we're going to do now is start to resort to a little bit of bumping, a bit of shoving and demoing. And I think what that does to the opposing team is not only doesn't let them get into some sort of setup or system, it affects those rotations, but also you're constantly like one eye elsewhere, a little bit worried about the fact that you're going to get taken out by somebody. So it's certainly an effective tactic, and we see it come through late in that one from Bravo, and they get the job done off the back.
Yeah, it's just a little chill down your spine, and you're kind of worried about what's around you. Your surroundings can be scary. In Rocket League, you don't have eyes on the back of your head, even though you got a rear view mirror in a car. Not always paying attention to it when you're trying to hit a ball around the map. So we're going to cut things to a break here as we're switching up from Rocket League to Call of Duty to close out our day. We got our lower round 1 matches to worry about here for COD, as we'll be sending some teams home on that side of the field.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game.
In Overload, the map is split in half with opposing teams respawning opposite each other throughout the match. To earn a point, teams fight to secure the Overload device and deliver it to one of 2 enemy detonation zones. Only one player can carry the device at a time, and if the carrier is eliminated, the device falls to the floor for anyone to grab. If it is successfully delivered or lost out of bounds, the device will return to one of 3 centralized spawn points. Matches are split into 2 halves, the first one ending after the timer expires or either team scores 4 points, after which the teams will switch spawn locations. Teams can claim victory by reaching 8 total points or having more points after time expires. If the final timer ends with both teams tied, sudden death begins, a 2-minute no respawn round where the first team to eliminate the other or score a single point wins the match.
In Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
Dude, I was so happy. I was like, finally, I get to play in one of these, you know? I feel like I have a lot to offer competing-wise, and AFG just hasn't seen me on LAN, so now it's my time to shine.
Playing Call of Duty CONUS is way less stressful because I'm not airborne. I don't have to worry about falling out of the helicopter, losing stuff. It's just a game, so it's not as stressful now, not nearly. Unless Jake is getting upset and yelling.
I've been here since the beginning, but all roads lead to me.
Been in AFG for 3 years now. I missed qualing last year. I'm back now this year. My name's Vengeance because I'm back.
Having Vengeance back in the tournament with me, I don't think it really means anything. I had Dante Gabasa and Hale on my team last time he played us. It's not really something you can hold against a player. But having him here with the team that he has now, if we win this one, I mean, that's something.
Having Brandon next to me is cool just because 2 years ago, he taught me a lot of how to play the game. Last year, it seemed like I was actually putting a lot of it together. And then being able to have him in my ear, not letting me have to think, is going to be good.
I think we're going to do fine. I think we'll get that 4th spot. I'm pretty confident we'll get the 4th spot. Going into Worlds, I think if we actually have some practice time, there's a chance that we can make that Grands or even top 3. I'm never coming in outside of this tournament to take anything other than first. I've been in a room with the pros. I know what winning looks like, and this team has it.
Playing Yodak in my bracket, I mean, I think there's going to be a little, fun there, but he's nothing without me.
I'm finally happy to be here. I'm excited to play, and I'm happy I'm here with some friends. But I just went 16-30 yesterday.
I'm coming out there with confidence. I'm coming out there knowing I'm the best player on the map 24/7, no matter who I'm against. I see Hale on the other side. He's going neck against me. That's it. Me and Hale started this year together. It's only right that I'm the one to end his.
I mean, I would say when everyone goes against me, I'm kind of getting the best version of them. The pressure's on me, but I don't really let it get to me. This team, I think we have a lot more potential. I think we have a really well-rounded squad. Nobody here is beating me in a way that matters, including revenge.
I've learned a lot, especially this year. Coming out of Black Ops 6, I feel like I was good, but I didn't have the smarts. Now, I'm ready to take everything this year with my practice and everything with my boys, my teammates. The knife's always in the toolkit. I keep it in my inventory. You know, I might pull it out. Never know, but people gotta watch out, you know.
Oh, that's my heart and soul right there. Can't do nothing without Smoke, so playing my last year with Smoke is pretty amazing. Going out with this team means a lot to me. I would say it's like one of our highest chances of actually taking everything. This is my last one. I'm taking everything.
We weren't supposed to be here, and now we're here. Now what?
I've been playing Call of Duty since I was about 6 years old. I've been ready for this way before anyone else was ready for it. I had the dog in me.
I love my teammates, so it's gonna be a good dynamic. Umeric, you know, he's a smelly boy, you know how it is, but we're both better than Yodak, that's all that matters.
My hit list would be probably, I'm going with Charms, I'm going with Jake, I'm going with Hale. I want Kuzo too, but he's my ride home from the airport, so I'll probably take it a little easy. And I might get a couple TKs on the other Jalen.
We play this for fun, people play it competitively, so I mean, if we beat you, I mean, that's your loss.
Last CONUS, I got absolutely dogged on. Put it in perspective that I can't be competitive on a mouse and key anymore. Time to put the switch, show everybody that I can shoot back and that I am not a free kill on the map.
Being a previous world champion, you know, try to bring in the experience that I had with those old guys, with the new guys, and really just try to help lead them through, you know, try to be an IGL for them and help them out in any way I can.
I don't have beef with anybody, except that Central 2 team is way too confident.
Just turned 30, so still competing at like a decently high level is kind of fun. It's here to enjoy it and see all the new up-and-comers and the young guys enjoying some of the opportunities I didn't have when I first joined.
Honestly, it feels like an advantage being the youngest one here. I can think of things outside the box that people have been playing for a while and have multiple lands maybe won't think of just based on their experience. I didn't come here to get experience, I came here to win.
This is Air Force day to day. Nothing's normal in the Air Force. You gotta be able to roll with the punches, and this just feels like a normal day to me. They dropped me before, they called me back. I'm not asking why, I'm just undroppable.
Really chaotic when we dropped Mott, brought in Fluffy, and then we had to bring in Claw as well, but we pulled it together, and I really believe in these guys. Hi, my name is Reaper, and I'm here to play Call of Duty.
Like I gotta figure this one out because like even for myself, like how do I do like can I do like the Seymour right? Like, well, like would you think you would be able to like write out your initials or your signature just with your finger in the air?
Sure. Isn't that a skill that everybody possesses? I don't really get like.
Look, every single time I see people do it, they always mess it up.
I mean, what are we trying to do? We're trying to do it back to either way. That effort from Reaper's dreadful. Even if we're gonna sit there and be like, look, and maybe we can't do it perfectly, that one isn't even close. So he gets no excuses.
No, it was really not close at all. It was like, I don't know what it looked like. It was like a rock of some sort. And then there's Fluffy, and he's sitting there. He's like, look, nothing's normal in the Air Force. And nothing has been normal in this entire tournament. I mean, last year in CONUS, last year in the DAF Gaming League in general, I mean, you had your base that you were representing. This year, we switched things up. We heard from some of the players. It's like, okay, we know who's good. Let's just put them all on the same team now. And surely that would work out. Well, you know, for some of these guys, like Mountain in particular, maybe not as much as you would think, because this team has been reverse swept twice by the same team in this tournament now, after losing to Western Bravo again in a 3-2 fashion and drop into the lower bracket. We're going to be looking at them today as we go over to Call of Duty up against Eastern, who has only won one match versus Western Alpha on their own side. Andy, let's take a look at this Call of Duty bracket, and let's take a look at how their road has gone. Man, it's gotta feel bad to get reverse swept twice by the same team.
Yeah, at that point, that's a mental factor that I don't know how you recover from. The next time you match up against Western Bravo, you're going to be like, these guys just have our number, even when we think we've got theirs. So, yeah, weird situation for Mountain right now. Because, well, this is a very strong team. This is a ridiculous lineup that should be marching their way through this lower bracket without a problem. Fully expecting them to qualify here, of course. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know really how you sit down and have those conversations with each other and not be more than a little bit frustrated at the fact you let it go not once, but twice.
Yeah, so you see that Western Bravo are going to move on to the winners final matchup with Central Alpha, both qualifying for our World Championships later on in the year for Black Ops 7. Not able to really see that, but for Central Alpha, I mean, they've just been cruising through their matchups, a 3 over Central Bravo. And it knocks these teams down. We're going to be moving to the lower side today, you and I, to watch Mountain Eastern and watch Central Bravo versus Western Alpha. This is going to be fun because we got that Central Bravo versus Western Alpha game going up first. Let's take a look at these teams. Let's take a look at what we're dealing with because, of course, I kind of set the tone for this series. Of course, Mountain dealing with another reverse sweep. Here we get to see the roster: Revengeful, Kimura, Artie, Axis. We've kind of talked to a few of these guys as well, and I mean, they feel good for the most part. They kind of understand what needs to be done to qualify for Worlds, but still got to patch a few things up. And I got to look at Revengeful at being this guy to be the key player for this team, because whenever he's underperforming, it seems like the team is worse for it.
Yeah, that might be a fair call. I mean, I think that for all four of these teams right now, it's a case of how much of an emotive team are you? Because that double reverse sweep situation that you face in this tournament, that could burrow away into your head a little bit, could affect your game for sure. You just need to rely on the fact that you are four incredibly talented players and kind of set your own system in this series. I think for me, I'm looking a little bit at Artie. He's obviously had his superstar moments with that SMG, with that NPC, letting him kind of rule the roost and run the map, but also seen little flashes where he's dropped, a double negative at points. So you got to make sure he's delivering on that consistency, and this team will be just fine.
And we even talked to him yesterday, and we're like, look, are we going to be seeing some of these new maps? And he's like, I don't want to kind of give away all our secrets for what our map pool looks like and what to expect. Just sit, watch, and enjoy the show here for Mountainside. And so far, it's been enjoyable. Let's look at their opponents on Eastern, a squad that comes into this tournament pulling things together. We heard from Fluffy. He was dropped. He's back. He was dropped again, and he's here once more. So I guess they just can't get rid of the guy. And, you look at them. They've only won one matchup so far versus Western A. And on top of that, I don't even know if Cryptic got his coffee today.
Well, yeah, there is that storyline buzzing around in the back, but it's also a case for me of, I don't know, I'm looking at who's going to lead the line here. Maybe you end up with a spot for Reaper, but I don't know if right now you can really get things going. I think that, honestly, the best thing is to shut Claw down. He's probably been the highlight, the standout player when we did get to tune into them, and then apparently off broadcast as well. He's been really leading the line statistically. So if you can shut him down, I believe we saw Claw on an SMG yesterday, so maybe that's where he and Artie can really dictate this series. That's where you're looking to build your way into this if you are going to be the Mountainside. For Easton, it's just a case of get him going, get him moving, and feeling free out there.
Well, the rosters are set in stone. We've seen them all week so far for Call of Duty. Here they are one more time for Eastern. We're looking at Reaper, Claw, Fluffy, and Cryptic's Mountainside. It's Revengeful, Kimura, Artie, and Access. A rematch from day number 2 where Mountain was able to walk on top 3-0 sweep. They went to a Colossus, Plaza, and Den. Let's look at this best of 5 to see what we got today for our map set, Andy. I want to see if anything has changed from the side of Eastern. We get that Gridlock Hardpoint map number 1, Fringe Search and Destroy map 2, a guaranteed Scar Overload, and a Colossus, a raid if we need 4 and 5.
Yeah, I love that we're starting off with 2 of the newer maps coming through, and I wonder if this was part of the secret that was being hinted at by RT yesterday, but we'll start things off with the Gridlock Hardpoint. Now, personally haven't had the chance to cast over one of these yet, but you know where the money hills are, you know what can be locked down, you know just how good RT is inside of showers, so look for P3 to be controlled by him over there. It's going to be a lot of early assessment coming out of these players. I think that you look at Mountain right now and look at some of the previous work that they've had, has struggled in those series where he's been reverse swept, particularly in the Gridlock Hardpoint. He was 19 and 29 last time out. That's got to be better if this squad are going to do the damage that we believe they can do.
Well, the only repeat map you have from the last time these two teams met is the Colossus Hardpoint in map 4. So hopefully for Eastern side, they can come out quickly to avoid needing to win that map number 4 if it does get there. The hard part is when you're trying to dictate how good Eastern will be for the series is that this Gridlock Hardpoint is exactly where that best of 5 started between Mountain and Western Bravo in that upper round 2 matchup to knock them down into this point. It was a win for Mountain. You had Revengeful like 38 and 27, Kimura 29 and 28. I mean, you're firing off on this Gridlock, and you know how to play a Gridlock. Like you said, money hills galore, 4 hill rotation. You get to P1, which is going to be the center stage right there. You move up to the top left, and you're playing over towards 18. It's long battle sites. You get to the showers, you get to P4. That's where the NPC is going to be ripping. A lot of variation, but realistically, if you're going to be on top of things for the rotations, this should be a pretty standard map for you.
Should be, and we're going to, obviously build into this for a hell of a lot of players. I think one of the things that, we talked about there is maybe the NPC battle that's going to go on between RT and Claw on those two very sides. They might be the X factor in this, But you are right to talk about Revengeful and the kind of output that he can deliver. He's, well, let's face it, of what we've seen so far, he's ridiculous talent. We've talked about him in the past. Kimura, I feel like this is his opportunity to kind of build his list of accolades in this tournament. And right now, just kind of a solid performer across the board. Axis is going to be leading the way in terms of that objective work. So it feels like a nice little balance between the four of them. It's just, again, about a player like RT. I'm reading a negative stat line on a gridlock hard point. Now, I feel like although there are some long lanes for sure where he might not be able to be incredibly effective, can't be seeing him in situations where he's losing sub-SMG battles. It just can't be a thing if this team are going to take away this map 1.
Well, we got our predictions for this series. Let's take a look at what we're dealing with, you and I. Both of us, we got our favor on for Mountain. You think that this one's going to go to that map 4 Colossus hardpoint. I think this one's going to be a pretty simple in-and-out 3-0 sweep repeat of what we saw on day 2 between these two teams. I think the biggest thing to look at here, and Andy, I think you kind of brought up that head-to-head, is going to be those NPCs. I think Claude needs to be at the forefront of this team. I mean, he's been the most consistent player on East. And then you look into, you know, your not so slay heavy game modes like your Search and Destroys. And we've seen Fluffy. He had what, like a Plaza Search and Destroy where he goes 16 and 7. So, I mean, yeah, we don't get a Plaza, but we get a Fringe Search and Destroy. Maybe Fluffy can activate yet again in that game mode.
Well, that's exactly what I think I'm leaning on with my 1 there in the prediction. Is the case I expect this Mountain team to dominate in the respawns. I do, but we're going to take a look over where Fluffy's lineup can build themselves in. And it does go 16 and 7 on what is a new map. 5 First Bloods there. So it's a case of, all right, well, we don't get the same new map, but we do get one of those coming through in the Fringe. So maybe this, Fluffy's just got his number locked in when it comes to S&D, and he's also dialed when it comes to those new maps. Could give them an edge, but I'm only expecting it for the 1 map.
Good. And I'm hoping to see this one go distance. I don't want to see Eastern kind of bump away today. So it seems like for this gridlock hardpoint, you want to see Eastern come out with a little bit of gusto in this map number 1. And gridlock's one of those maps that, at first, if you don't really know how this game or this map really flows, it takes a little bit of time to build into it. Hopefully they've learned their lesson across the entirety of this tournament. Now loading in to our map number 1. This is going to be a tough one when it comes down to the slaying, because every single time that I load up into this map for ranked play, it's always a high engagement battle. I mean, you just think about these battles over towards P1 and P2 where the M15s are going to be so influential. If you miss out on that P3 rotation, I always find it nearly impossible to break back into those showers. Same thing with P4, trying to influence those spawns towards the back of those statue. It's really difficult with how wide open some of these lanes are, and I think that for Mountain really gives them an edge.
I agree, and I think it's difficult as well to get yourself out from under the thumb on this map. Comebacks can be quite difficult, so you got to start off strong if you are Eastern, if we're to believe that you can contest here. But we will get ourselves locked in then, off and underway. P1, of course, center of the map, but look, it seems to control the spawn side where Mountain will initially be. That's where your P2 is going to load up next.
That's going to be Claw, the first one in. MPC at the ready. Double flank coming in through Ice Cream. And already Eastern going to be ready for this one. Can they win their battles, though? Axis gets out. It's going to be a split kill feed. Kimura, the contest. He will break in for his team. Reaper, though, wastes no time at keeping this contest for P1 at the ready. Players just continue to flood in, and it's Fluffy for 2. That's going to stall things out even more. Eastern have been slowly building some time off this P1. I just need to start to see somebody take a route, see if they can flip the spawns.
Yeah, I think right now Mountain are just going to be happy to contest this as long as they hold the correct side. Kimura and Revengeful getting active now. Revengeful actually fine with the pistol too. So continuing his fine form in hard points at the minute, and rotation is in. Kimura's now going to back off for this as well. But the route from Revengeful actually means he's going to cut off on the front foot. Got to be careful not to overstray and flip those spawns out and be cleaned up anyway. So lockdown comes in. You got to press this long lane, and players like Reaper are going to have to get active with the M15.
Towards this next hill. Already Mountain building into a little bit of a lead here. 23 playing 13 out from the front. Eastern play through Mail. Fight the good fight. M15's hitting their shots. Good nade in through Claw. However, Artie, a double kill, will shake things up, and Artie gets around for 3 in a row. Streaking now with the MPC in his hand. Makes it a 4th 1-2. Has control of Mail. Sends them away, and with 20 seconds, you can already see Eastern just chalking up this hill, trying to move to new.
find one on the route, and as will RT, but Fluffy will at least give them a hand here. Cryptic's in through the back line. Talks about not wanting to be a free kill on the map. That's letting the guns loose a little bit early, and Kimura should punish him here, and certainly does. So Cryptic talks in the vid doc about wanting to make sure he's contributing to his team. 2-6 right now. Will have to come online. Mountain gonna hold this from the front, and trades will only suit the team in red right now, although Claw will give you the numbers advantage.
Claw gonna give you the chance, but it's already again another triple kill. Can he find all 4? Reaper puts it to rest, but damage surely has been done. Still spotting up over towards that right side of the map. Trying to fight yourself into the elbow. Team kill onto Revengeful. Might be a way in here for Eastern. However, you gotta win a couple of these gunfights just to step foot in it, and you see how hard it is to break through this hill with how wall bangable some of these walls are. It's just impossible to take them at full health.
I like Fluffy's position there, and we'll catch Archie trying to rotate in through the back. And I guess 2 as well onto Revengeful, staying alive in this, so a huge part of the play right now, but Hill still hasn't even opened, so for all the positioning that you had here as Easton, you'll actually lose the opening couple of seconds here at the very least. Turn into nothing in terms of points on the board. The dominoes fall, and Fluffy doesn't do enough really in that first engagement and is eventually cleaned out. That'll be all 4 dead. You're spotting in the back at least if you are Easton, but Mountain read it.
Well, fights in the back line, and it's an easy transition from 3 to 4. As Eastern haven't really gotten any points since P2. Can they work something of a break here? Revengeful, low on health. Cryptic will get that kill. Trying to flood in through the back. You see nearly full streaks on Axis' side. Reaper trying to walk away with some time. Artie's going to steal away. Seems like the rest of it. It's Claw, the last one in. He's going to fix it. And Lord on Earth, what is that? Is that a VTOL warship that he has?
Yeah. Yeah, also got the Rhino as well. Cryptic, by the way, with 3. About time he came online, because he was rocking 5 and 12 at one point. Really has been his Achilles heel. Getting a lot of objective time for the Eastern lineup, but not much in the way of kills. So, can that be the moment when he starts to figure it out? Hellstorm's going to come in. Cryptic just accepts his fate as it lands on his forehead. Open things up now, but you can already see what Mountain want to do. Can we push out this backside a little bit? And in RT, you certainly shall. And Eastern have to turn and face this. They don't want to give up these spawns for the next hill. They want to try and get something in place to build from, and might not even get the chance to do that.
Oh, it's just been nothing but dominance in that slaying category. You just watch that kill feed continue to bleed red. Law out from Showers. He's going to put some pressure here onto the scrap time, although Axis will have some help. A beautiful shot there from Artie to clean up Claw is going to allow for all eyes forward to this P2 rotation. 167 to 42. It is over a 120-point lead as we head into the long battle here through 18. Claw trying to head a break in through Mail. Nobody's going to be in the small room. Artie eases somewhat of an attack out there. He has to back down. Artie eventually is going to fall here, but Axis' double kill sets up the rest to hold on strong to this. You will see a spawn over towards the P3 side of things in the Zen Gardens.
Well, Axis will actually get a hold of another Hellstorm here. So if you do manage to get yourself rotated in for P3 as Eastern, look to the skies. But you've crossed the 200-point marker. This is comfortable as you like for Mountain. Talked about it. Comfortable in the slaying department. Axis 17 and 4 before he drops in that gunfight. Rotation's partly in for Eastern. You're trying to get the bodies across now, but as Kimura wins that first one, you're just never getting the setups in place. You might be here, but it's in bits and pieces. Desperately holding on for dear life. And again, before the hills even popped, you've been cleared out and sent on your way.
I was going to say, I mean, like, for a brief second, you get 3 down over at the old hill, but there's only 15 seconds, and Fluffy is so indecisive on, we can't really play for that old time. We need to set up to new. So you're giving up 15 seconds to rotate to a hill that you don't even win the initial gunfights for. So Mountain just doing so well at keeping this team on the back burner. Fluffy, Claw attempting a break here. 3 go down. It's Kimura in for the flyout. NPC won't get the job done. Finally, a little bit to work off of here. If you're Claw, you just need your teammates to get into place.
Fluffy with 1. And the second. Reaper with the third. So A little bit more like it. Likely too little, too late, to be completely honest with you. You can't win it here if you're Mountains. You're going to begin that rotation over towards 4. Currently held by Eastern. Gunfights have to start to go your way, though, and they don't. Reaper, really, last line of defense, smoked. So Mountain holding on to this. Eastern must find a break. And, well, they haven't seen many of those so far through this map.
All 3 players in and around this one for Eastern. Flop. Looking for a way in through the back door. Slides out. Initial damage will be good for Axis to clean that up. In through the back, though, will be Fluffy. 3rd kill in a row off the back of that pistol. Momentary break. 2 versus 2 for the time. He goes up top, and Kamira waiting in the wind is going to take him down. In through the front door. 1 more second is needed. You have to contest this time. And Axis rips it away. 250 to 71. As dominant as you could ask for a gridlock hardpoint.
Yeah, we're wondering what the mental resilience might look like for this Mountain team after suffering the disgrace of yet another reverse sweep. It turns out that, if anything, it just angered them. Put their backs against the wall a little bit. They came out walking wounded and took all of that anger out on this Eastern lineup. None of that is going to be pretty on the north side of your screen on that top portion. You get 2 players not even crossing 2,000 damage. On the opposite side of things, a hell of a lot of fun was had, especially for Axis. He was great. He's the newcomer, realistically, to that lineup. You and me want to find out a lot more about him. I mean, that's one hell of a way to let us know that when things are looking good, you're also looking real hot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you got one Hellstorm, you find yourself with another Hellstorm. You don't even need the second one at any time. So, no. And for Eastern, you got a little bit of a work back there towards the second set of rotations. A good P1, a break into P2, and for a moment there, a little bit of time off of P3 as well. It's just, for the most part, you get outslain, and I've never seen a team, well, I can't say I've never seen a team get outslain and lose a hard point. I've seen that in the CDL a couple times this year alone. I've never seen a team in this tournament get outslain and lose a hard point. So we see Mountain just do what they do best, run around with their NPCs and take every kill with pure confidence. So a great start from them across those first couple of hills. You saw Artie with multiple multi-kills, 3 in a row. I think 3 times across this map mode combo. And off the back of that, I mean, you're just teeing up for Axis to have a pretty easy go at this one. He's soaking up all the time, winning those fights within the objective. And I didn't even really see Revengeful or Kamira for most of that map.
I don't think we needed to either. It's just, dominance. Just straight up dominance. We can talk all we want about, you know, rotations. If you were Eastern, the right ideas were there. Look, we're going to give up the final 15 seconds. We're going to rotate over. We're going to try and get this locked down. That investment's a good idea. The problem with that is you need a payout. You need something to be rewarding you there. And before the new hill has even popped, you're losing multiple bodies around the point, even when you outnumber your opposition. So, yeah, unfortunately, you just never really got anything going. Outclassed in this one, but well, we'll, of course, see an S&D next, and that's where I'm hoping Eastern can build themselves into the series.
We move on to Fringe, and you kind of talked about I expect that, you know, this is going to be a very dominated series in those respawns. If anything is going to fall to this Eastern team, would be the Search and Destroy. Well, Fringe is a little bit of a tricky one because that's a map, since it's kind of entered in, of course, you know, first time we see Fringe is in the jetpack era. And with those jetpacks and the wall runs in Black Ops 3, you're able to use some of this map to a little bit of your advantage. Like, you know, the big building in front of you is great for getting some uplink tosses over the barn. Or the wall towards the B site, you kind of wall jump off of that to see if you can get an early peek. I mean, you have that wall bounce now. It's just not as easy to get those kills as it was back in Black Ops 3 with those cheeky angles. So you move into a Fringe, it becomes a little bit easier to defend this map because that B site in through 10, you lose the timings off of the spawn to get over towards the B site. Oftentimes the team on attack doesn't even want anything to do with that side of the map. So everything that we're going to be looking at going into this game is that how can you break down the defense over towards the barn, get that bomb down, flip things out for the plants out to the back of barn to have yourself a solid post-plant setup.
I like everything that you're saying. I think that defensively you are looking to stick those players up in barn, maybe lock things down with a sniper rifle and control the long lanes on the outside of A. You've obviously got rail cars there and potentially set yourself up around the back rock. But same old story when it comes to S&D. You're looking at First Bloods. We're looking at players that can open things up and give their team a numbers advantage and play around that. For both of these teams, there's one player that stands out in particular. It's RT over on the Mountain lineup. It's Fluffy for Easton, and he was really good in their last game against Western Alpha. Went 16-7, 5 First Bloods, had himself a hell of a map. And again, it was kind of on a plaza, which is one of those newer maps. So I'm hoping again that he is dialed in for this fringe as well. And it's going to help his team get over the line. Because I got a feeling they're going to need those extra bodies in every single one of these rounds.
Well, it looks like we pulled the trigger a little bit too early on that fringe. We got a PC reset happening in the venue for some Call of Duty, so we got to cut to a break. We'll see you when it's ready. We got ourselves a fringe search and destroy. PC's been swapped out. Players are sat down. We are locked in. And I can't wait to see what they do for this map. Like I said, I had it flipped around. It's the A site. We usually don't see anything kind of remotely close to an attack on. B site's normally where we go. Looks like the players might actually not be as ready as we thought they were. But things still stand. Andy, you see the big target that says A over there? It's pretty much a no-go for the attackers.
All right, well, looks like we got to get ourselves a few things sorted out. So, yeah, I'm pretty certain that you're right. It feels like one of those, and we get this on a lot of S&D maps, where it's like, every now and again, we're going to throw a look in at it just to kind of offset the defensive efforts, ensure that they have to keep sending a body over here every now and again. It lets us then overwhelm with the numbers advantage at the site we actually want to be at. And if you do happen to steal an A plant, happen to steal the round as well, then that's even better in the long run. So yeah, I mean, a lot of things for the teams here that they can try and build in with. Of course, hoping that they know quite a bit about how to play this map, because especially from the eastern side of things, you really need to take this away. You're slaying in the respawns. It ain't pretty.
Well, I hate to be that guy right now, Andy, but it seems like we're actually not ready for the Search and Destroy at all. Kind of jumped the gun a second time. So hopefully third time's going to be charm. We're going to go back to a break, try to figure out everything inside the venue on what is going on with these computers. We'll have that fringe Search and Destroy ready whenever these players are locked in. Well, here we go. We're back in for the Fringe, and it looks like teams are all into this lobby. Feeling good about it. An attack over towards B, and the attackers already have the bomb going in. I feel like there's going to be a big battle here between 6 and 3 around the backside, and Reaper has just been so cheeky in the back. He's just been hiding away, and already, I mean, that's a hard game of hide and seek.
Certainly is. Great read from Reaper, to be fair, on that over-aggression, on that flank coming through. Cryptic will also clean up on Kimura. Axis on a 1v4. I don't even think walks away with one. So Eastern doing the thing that we asked them to do, which was to make it interesting in the search and destroy and fluffy off that first blood as well. Lovely bait in, it feels. I think Eastern just read exactly what Mountain we're going to do here. They're going to try to just run over us. We'll welcome him into this den with our arms open. Walk away with the first round. However, of course, now Mountain get the opportunity to put the bomb exactly where they want to go. So for the reply coming pretty quickly.
I always have that feeling on something like Fringe that even though A-site is pretty much uninhabitable in these first early rounds, the attackers still have a really good timing over towards this B site, and the only thing you have to worry about is the player out to the back of Bar, and Fluffy does a great job off that first blood. That's going to slow things down on the attacking side. They drop a smoke, and look at the flank. Claw not being watched here. RD or Axis turns around, and it's already too late. Big kill from Claw there. 4 versus 2. And he's just looking to be annoying. Back here, big one from Revengeful to bring them back.
Tomorrow we'll find another. How you've turned this around, I have no idea. To even read Kimura, you do. 1v1. So separated, though, if you were the 2 players of Mountain. Revengeful's going to try and get back over for this. Cryptic would be wise to position himself in a place where this NPC is actually going to be effective. That being said, Revengeful has his own. Cryptic with a little bit of both, actually, so he can juggle the situation. Just buys time. Probably allowing this bomb to come through before reacting, and actually might be in around the back. Oh my god.
It just works out for Cryptic. Another one for the defenders this time. Eastern working off their success early on. You gotta thank Claw for this. He completely disrupts off that flank, but it all starts with Fluffy out to the back of Barn. Mountain just haven't been able to get some foothold in this search and destroy.
2 first bloods coming through from Fluffy. We said that this would be the way into this tie. Following that, Cryptic came into the tournament, wanted to talk so much more about how he can deliver inside of a series. He starts 3-0 and clutches up there in the 1v2. So doing the job right now. Of course, going to go to B, but there's the double hit on the flank. The set nades are intended to clear. Going to hit nothing, but make a hell of a lot of noise.
Vengeful first blood onto the defensive side. Can he make anything more here? Fluffy with the bomb in hand. Timing doesn't work out, and Revengeful dropping that bomb in a pretty unfortunate spot for these last 2 members that haven't even left their spawn. Cryptic and Reaper are really dead set that are going to be throwing some flanks their way. I guess that's because Cryptic is holding on to a sniper. He's going to spot a second one with Reaper. Can they bring this into a 2 versus 2?
Cryptic would be smart here to back off and scoop whatever weapon was just dropped on the deck. Likely you're going to be afforded much space for the sniper. Does catch a glint, though. And it's coming out of Kimura further down. What's the game plan? I think Cryptic is indeed going to find that weapon. Play around it. NPC in hand. Got a lot of work to do, though, with about 15 seconds before this bomb's going to start going down.
Yeah, you got to make a play over towards B. With it being there, Axis is going to be the first one to spot it. What a shot from Reaper. Ripping Axis off the back rock heady. Kimura have some timing here onto the bomb carrier, and I guess it really doesn't get better than that. Goes for the quick scope. This round already over. Reaper not even going to get a chance for that last kill. Kimura comes in, scoops it up, and I mean, that's the thing with Fringe is with that bomb site being out in the open, and there's realistically 4 different angles you need to watch, and at 2 versus 3, there's really too much to watch.
Yeah, left yourself with nowhere near enough time. If you are the Eastern lineup, lose those 2 bodies. Yes, if you are Eastern, you manage to back off at least into your own spawn, find one, rotate forward, but as soon as you're seeing 20 seconds, half the map to cover, and you're down in numbers, you guys take gunfight. You're asking for a lot to line up for you. Mountain Mullen, that one get away. Put themselves on the board. That being said, Artie and Axis sitting on goose egg still. Got to find their way into this game. Them in particular, the way they dealt early. And there's Artie announcing himself in this round.
Oh, Artie, first blood and a second one. He's flying. Zooming, one might say. Reaper gonna be overwhelmed. Will be able to take one down to the grave with him. You know Fluffy's back here. And he's got nowhere to go. Mountain with another round here in the search and destroy. That's gonna be 2 back-to-back to tie us up.
I was asking who would be more prepared coming into a new map, or newer map. Archie with the Setonate opens it up initially and explodes into life for the second. Kind of thing we certainly know he can do. And with your team trailing 2, or sorry, trailing 1, perfect time to get involved. I'm worried a little bit for Eastern. Their last offensive play was so passive, and I just don't know if that plays into your favor at all. I doubt Mountain are going to be incredibly over-aggressive on that flank again, considering they've already been caught there. They're happy to just burn through the time, once the attackers come to them. Never mind. Never mind. Ignore everything I just said. We're going again.
Quick flank coming through from Revengeful. He's got some help there already. Both NPCs striking the heart of the setup, and that's cryptic. See the rest of the nervous system now breaking down. Reaper is just looking to play his life outside Dome. And will he be cleared here? Revengeful is going to go the long way around. Unfortunately for Reaper, that is the worst cause possible for this setup to fall apart. Fluffy in a 1 versus 3. Would be a 1v4. He's been spotted. Revengeful through the wall bangs. Gets the initial tags. Finishes it off. 3 back-to-back rounds for Mountain now to take their lead.
Feels like they're just overwhelming in numbers here, using that gun skill. We saw the differential of it in map 1. In every single one of these last 3 rounds, they just run over their opposition. And continuing to play that aggressive hit on their defense. I am surprised that at least not a single Eastern player decided to actually check that, considering how much they've invested into it in previous offensive rounds. Now Mountain, is this where you return to normal? Last time it was essentially more of an A hit in the end, although just basically played TDM really. Nate goes out, will catch nothing through the middle. Kamora's just going to throw shoulders.
Shots from Cryptic. Axis, what a follow-through. It is just full steam ahead now from Mountain, surging with confidence in this game. Beautiful nade placement from Claw. He turns down 2. That's going to pull you back into this one for sure. You need a swing of momentum. I'm not sure if Claw actually spotted that cross from Kimura. It doesn't matter. Axis gets an angle on him. And Fluffy is going to draw out those shots too. So you note where Axis is. He's on 4 in a row. Bomb is down. A win here for Eastern is going to be a big one, not just to win the round, stop the momentum Mountain has, but also shutting down this force spree from Axis is definitely something you'd like for a map like Fringe.
Claw spotted bomb. So if you're the 2 Eastern player here, you know exactly what you're trying to protect over. You know that Mountain will be looking for this, but with the amount of time that between seeing this team, you don't know where they're going to hit from, so you're a little bit split. While Kimura and Axis played in the pocket.
Axis takes down Fluffy. That's kill number 5 in a row. Bomb's going to be recovered. 10 seconds. You need a big one from Reaper. Trigger discipline. 1 versus 1. He stops the bomb from going down, and Axis on the chase down. Axis with 6 in a row. A moment he does not waste. And you got to think, man, a couple more seconds there from Reaper. He almost gets it done. Down to the wire for these rounds. Mountain are at least giving us some entertainment.
I've been talking a lot about how much we want to see Axis find out who he is as a player. In that moment, he was incredibly aggressive. Shut this down. Got off to the slow start. 0-3, sure, but now 6 in a row. Closing out there. Had one decision to make. And did not get that wrong. Beautiful stuff. If you Claw, you'll feel like you did a lot of the hard work there to give your team the advantage in the round. And he's going to catch out your flush, slow him down for now. No over-aggressive flank this time. Axis just going to back off, play around the Hellstorm.
There it is. Axis going to call it in. Nowhere to hide, really.
And just look at this blue arrow is going to be scattering, and inside of the train yard, it's Revengeful waiting for Claw. The Hellstorm lands onto Cryptic, and before you even get a chance to look at the bomb site, everybody dies. It doesn't get easier than that for a retake. All 4 players still alive for Mountain, and that is 5 unanswered rounds. After dropping the 2 to open up this fringe, you thought that Eastern were going to steal away the Search and Destroy. This Mountain team, man, they are something else.
Yeah, incredibly tough for Easton here. Feels like you're just being run over as well. And sometimes we've all been there. You just look a little bit at the situation and go, we're being outclassed, and then we've got very little reply. I think we've got to stop overcomplicating some of these situations. And we get confirmation that maybe there was a streak usage that may have been illegal. So we're going to see what's going to go on there.
I got no idea. I mean, I saw the Hellstorm. The Hellstorm was, I see, fair and loud. And all assets of the way for Search and Destroy. But, you know, we might not know the full story on our side. So we'll wait till the admins kind of figure this out, relay us some of this information. But yeah, that's a weird one. I don't think I've ever heard a ruling like that before.
No, I'm trying to think if maybe something else was accidentally called in, but either way, Hellstorm, unless there was agreement here to not use any inside the S&D, but if there's a gentleman's, then we weren't told about it. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about this one. It's incredibly unique. We're getting confirmation that it is a GA. I will say, I mean, even if GAs are there, unless it's in the rule book, I've never known a map to pause or stop or reset or anything like that. So, you know what, guys? We're doing the dance with you. We're trying to figure out exactly what's going on here.
Okay, so I'll run us through there. Apparently, illegal movement on the field. We're going to roll this one back about 10 yards and hand over the play now to the side of Eastern. So instead of it being 5-2, it's going to be 4-3 in favor of Mountain there. So a 1-round game. We're moving back into this fringe. Yeah, resume.
That's a new one. That's a new one. A lot of years into my career at this point now, and I get treated to something different. So fair enough. Well, Mountain won't really care. They're going to go on this offensive. And that now means you need 2 on the board if you're on Mountain, 3 if you're Eastern. And so if one number beats the other, you're all good. Axis dropped 4. Artie's going to spy one underneath him here. Fluffy somehow walks away with 2. He's going to tie it up at 2 pieces. Artie gets 1. Oh, I was a little bit worried he'd oversent the wall bounce, but gets away with it.
2v2. Eastern now trying to play off the back of this one. See if they can even up this game number 2 and give them a real shot at stealing away the map. Mountain. Backed up in the attacking side. Artie's going to take things into his own hands, though. Hop up into the barn, and that's going to put Reaper against the odds here. 1 versus 1. Reaper, he's been here before. He's got a lot more time this go around. Can he walk away with it? He's going to fully rotate over towards A. He's going to give himself a lot of space with this N15 and just expect that maybe Revengeful is chasing.
Considering the lack of intel as well, it's not a bad idea to position yourself somewhere a little bit neutral. Hope to catch Revengeful on a rotation over, or maybe just buy a little bit of timing. At the very least, Revengeful's got to force to plant the bomb, and if you're Reaper, you can just react to it, or you can walk right up before he even gets the bomb down. So Reaper does everything correctly there. A lot of timing checks around A. Okay, well, if he isn't heading in this direction, he must be going towards B. Timer's about to tick through. I'm gonna go and look over, make light work of it. So glorious stuff here in the clutch. Will now effectively ties up at 4 apiece. And a game that a moment ago felt completely out of reach for Easton suddenly hangs in the balance.
Well, that should tie us up here. 4-4. Sure, Mountain going to be feeling a little bit worried about going into this next round now as they swap onto the defensive side. 2-2 split on the defense. Revengeful, MPC in hand, meets Fluffy on the outside of the trains, will be traded, and Kimura, a second one. Riptic not able to chase it down. Instead, though, Claw picked up shop inside of the bomb side. Cryptic's going to take down Artie. That's going to even us up to a piece. And you're trapped on the inside. How do you dig yourself out of this one?
Two Mountain players just going to play out the backside of Barn here. Axis spot any of that? That's the question. Doesn't seem... So, Commercial decides to wrap over towards A here just to peer out of the window. Cryptic will see Axis on the cross. Damage in. Should be where the B has been vacated. No, Commercial just laying here. Wait, finds the first. Does have Claw trapped, who wins well, but is very weak.
We won. Calm down. He's gonna grab it. Oh, and he gets away. Claw, a chance here. He's gonna race all the way over towards B. Drop on down. Drop that bomb. He's got a lot of time in the NPC. Not a bad gun to have here. He gets away. Chasing it down, though, is Axis. He's got the M15 on the inside, and that's why you want the sub for a small room head-on collision. Eastern now tucking themselves into a lead. 5-4 on the fringe. What a turn of events here in map 2.
I believe that's going to be all she wrote then. And as such, give that 2-0 lead. And to be honest, I'm a little bit worried now then for Mountain. For Eastern, sorry. I thought that they only needed the 2 there. I thought it was 4-3 that we're going back in on. Am I being lied to? We rolling out again?
Should be 5-4. As Mountain, we're down 5-2 on the miscomm, so only rolled it back to 3-4. 2 rounds in a row puts them in the lead here, and Cryptic is looking to call game. Claw, a second one, already alone. 1 versus 4. Where do you go? What do you do? Well, here's your first step. Hide in the shadows. Get lost. And try to find some timings. Eastern doesn't give it to you, and they rattle off 3 in a row after the reset to give themselves a tie in the series 1-1.
Okay, well. Okay. Mountain. With overwhelming aggression at a lot of points. It's run over, basically, time and time again. Relying on the fact that they are incredibly comfortable in the gunfights against their opposition. And my worry for Mountain, well, my worry for Eastern, my apologies, is that this felt like the moment when you were going to get yourself built back into the series. This is when you were going to tie things up. Yes, the respawns were going to be difficult, but now it feels like you're staring down a very long hole here because, I mean, Mountain are so good right now, looking untouchable, and I think we sell this in the Overload.
I think that this is going to be, it was Eastern that actually steals away that game. It's tie game. Tie game here. 1-1.
Brother, I'm so lost. What's going on?
It's a tie here. That was 1-1.
What's going on?
It was 100% Eastern that take that after it. 3 rounds in a row for their side.
I was about to say, like, I'm coming back to it, and I'm like, dude, I'm so like, all right, okay, we're just gonna
lock in. We need like a reset
gonna,
on our side right now. We just need to reset here.
We're just gonna play the game.
Lock in.
All right, we're playing ball. 1 apiece feels great for my prediction. All of a sudden, my mood has shifted. Because I think Mountain win the 2 respawns from here. I need to go and take my head for a wobble. And I don't think I'm the only one. But that's okay.
Let's roll the maps. Let's move into this Overload and roll the maps for this scene in the best of 5. Moving into the Overload. I think we're heading to Scar for this map number 3. And I mean, this is something that, even though we've seen Mountain on stream twice over day 1 and day 2, we have yet to see them actually go to this Scar Overload. This is going to be a little bit of a different thing for them because, I mean, they've been to Den for the past 2 days. Obviously, one day they win it, the next day, or one day they lose it, the next day they win it. This time for the Scar, it's a complete change up because whereas Den, you have some pretty easy counterattacks with that spawn up over towards rooftops after losing the first 2. You don't really get that on Scar. Instead, you got long lines of sight that the defensive team usually can contest, and it becomes a little bit easier to actually capture some of these devices unless you set up in those spawn traps.
No, I agree. And the thing is, it's going to have to be a case of Eastern figuring out how to not find themselves in those spawn traps. If Mountain managed to lock one of those in, it's going to spell curtains. I expect a lot of scores during that period. I expect a lot of suffering during that period at the hands of Mountain. So, yeah, it's going to be a case of trying to get off to strong starts. We talk about this all the time with underdog teams. At the very least here in Overload, just try and play neutral games, set yourself up deep, and just kind of hold out for as long as possible. But we've talked about the way Overload can work a lot of times and how the top teams are often upset in it. It's a case of that device spawns in at various locations across the map. Make sure you're controlling those. Device will come up, and you're going to end up in a situation often with Mountain where, you know, they're going to say they score this device. It's likely they're going to be incredibly aggressive and quick about it. Have you pop players in to control that respawn coming up? If not, that's where Eastern can suddenly go, all right, then no worries, we'll take that device and just run up the other end. We've watched it happen at the CDL level. There's no reason it can't happen here.
No reason at all. Tied up one apiece after the search and destroy. Eastern get it done. We're going to take a quick little break here on stream, get things settled in the venue. Once more, we'll be back when the Scar is available. Welcome back, everybody, as we're settling things into this series for Eastern and Mountain, tied up 1 apiece going into this overload. A crazy turn of events in the Search and Destroy.
Certainly.
We got to talk a little bit about what's going on, because I feel like this series has been going on for quite a long time now. And, you know, for it to just be sitting 1-1 here, Eastern got to be asking the question on what can they offer going into the respawn for this map number 3, because although, you know, when it came down to this map 2, they did a great job at breaking down this Mountain squad. Is it going to be enough?
I don't know, man. I look at the dominance in map 1, and I just think that Mountain have an extra level to them when it comes to these respawns, so I'm fully expecting that to be the case here and to walk away 3-1. As to the script, I basically tried to set up with my predictions, and looks largely like it's going to come true. I guess for Eastern, you've got momentum, right? You can go off the back of that S&D win and be like, okay, all right, great. We're in a wonderful position now. We've tied this series back up. Hopefully, we've learned a couple of things about what we got wrong in map 1, such as investing in rotations early to then not even hold them through the first set of gunfights. And maybe, you know, they build on that from there. I will say, though, of all third modes we have had, I'd argue that Overload is one of the more difficult ones to be outclassed in terms of gun skill. It's still incredibly slay heavy, as opposed to some of the tactical plays you used to get away with in the likes of Control, CTF, Uplink. Overload still requires you to very much to be able to contest.
Yeah, it really does. And, you know, for a Scar Overload, I feel like this one, more than the rest, you can kind of outslay just because of how wide open these lanes are. But you're right to say that, you know, you do have those last-second defense. You do have to worry about those close spawns and manipulating them. I think, you know, if you're looking at this from the side of Eastern spawning up on blue side, the only way you normally see goals from this side is if you can get somebody into top green, and that's kind of what you're looking for here.
Quickly considers picking up the device, and actually with Claw punching a gap here, will start to make the move. Revengeful's just going to quickly answer one and do the right thing. Tucks himself off, makes himself a very difficult kill, and it will buy enough time to get the reinforcements in. So, heads up play there. Ball's going to wrap back through the cut. Himself, just stay alive for now. Buy time, be a nuisance.
Slowly and surely, Mountain climbing out of their spawns. Another double kill through Market. Flank from Artie is going to be caught as well, so that's 3 dead. Claw wins this fight. It could turn into a cap. You got the ball in hand, too, so trying to get here in time. Revengeful going to be cut down, and Eastern kick things off with a capture over towards the B zone. 1-0 up. Ball's going to spawn up over towards the plane side, and how can Mountain answer back from this one? They just continue to get beaten out in the slang now for map 3.
I'll give a lot of credit over to Claw, not only for the work he does towards the end there, but just initially, once his teammates die, wraps back through mid-cut and just stays alive. It doesn't hand over that mid-map pressure to Mountain. And so when Eastern can retrieve that device, and then get active, but Mountain will answer incredibly quickly. Had full control over the device. Playing side, spawns for Eastern were down by the B cap, so a long way away. You get there, you lose the fights. We will now lock in for ball 3.
Gonna say, well, there's the answer back. You fight your way through boats, and Ice is gonna spawn up over towards A. You can see that there's already in the enemy spawn. He was trying to make some noise. Ball running through. Kimura not able to get past the firing squad, and 4 dead means Ball moves away from Eastern side, back up through red. See if you can work yourself somewhat of a counterattack. Fling from Artie is gonna be drawn out again. Good call from Claw. However, you got Revengeful up top. He's gonna continue to keep you on your back foot. Looking for this ball carrier. Revengeful drops the device towards red. Stalls things out for a few more seconds.
Bit of gunfights there. Doesn't leave you feel incredibly comfortable about pushing forward. Revengeful's supposed to be that lead blocker. Claw finds him, though, just as Kimura scoops the device. Timing unfortunate. Means that Claw will then play next. But RT, Revengeful get in. Look at the wrap coming through from Fluffy. He's likely going to be the difference maker here. Sets up that pinch, and Revengeful will get cryptic. Fluffy, great working through the backside here to keep it level. Device will reset. Doesn't really go very far. More is going to be picked up on that wrap, so straight up square 4v3. Need a bit of mid-map control here for either team, and you will get it as RT finds the route through.
You need to make sure right now, if you're Mountain, you keep going for these flanking plays, but the flanker can't be the first one to make this play. He needs to be the second one in line. constantly are just being caught there. Haven't been able to punch through just yet. In that moment with 3 down, you don't have a player in position to force those spawns away from P out towards the boat side. Instead, everybody's going to be spawning up on that shed. And Mountain just continued to struggle at figuring out where to draw this device. Back across red. You have Kamira up top. Good shots in from the NPC. Can he win the fight? Top blue. Fluffy cuts him down. Ball's going to move back out through red. Still haven't been able to cross that midline of scrimmage. And we're down to a minute 14 in this round.
Device in hand in market. Slow this, allow the numbers to fill back through. Shimming the ball around, move it a little bit left, a little bit right. Shift the defensive players. Fluffy's going to get 1, finds 2 as well. We'll retrieve that device and spots what he thinks is a gap. Kimura goes massive for 2. Just got to stay alive and does enough for Revengeful to support the play. Huge moments from several of these SMG players right now. Talks about how important they would be at the very top of the series. Exemplified there. And look at Revengeful's position. He's found his way all the way through. Comes back to play cover. And Kimura gets in for the second. Incredible stuff here. It feels like Claw 18 and 10 shouldn't be looking at a situation where he's losing. Just struggles to get a couple of his boys into the fight.
No, but Revengeful's doing a good job at just going toe for toe with him. 17 and 11 on the side of Mountain. Which is where does everybody else come into play for this? And I think for Mountain, you grind out red long enough that eventually you get that wrap around in through boat side. And draw out Eastern from their spawn long quick enough for you to start to get some players worked up the map. Kills work your way. You get the cap in. And here's the overtime proc. Dax is going to move this over towards the plane. He stays alive. Will have the regen. Looking for capture number 3. You got a flank play out of Claw. Can he get here in time? And the players on the point do enough to hold strong. Nice kills come through. And it won't be a capture for number 3. Ball goes down. And the half will end. 2-1 for Mountain.
Yeah, huge pickup there by the player, whoever it is defending this back line in the final fights, because Claw just couldn't wrap back in time. She had to stand tall, find the player who actually had the device out of the 2 challenging you. Comes through. A lot of great work here from certain individual players. We've already talked about Revengeful going to end that half 21 and 12. Claw doing his damnedest for Easton. Feels like we've got to see a bit more balance out of the Eastern roster. If you can play around each other a bit more, I'm seeing 9 and 15, 8 and 12. That's got to step up just a little bit, especially now that you are on this tougher side. For Mountain, RT, 9 and 18. I know this is largely an AR map, but that being said, SMGs are working for some of the players in this matchup. And, well, Kimura is actually just going to catch an nade between the teeth. Trying to slow things down. RT might be around the back of a few.
Already would have snapped there under the second one. The ball is going to be able to get by. Kamira in position to deny. And this ball actually just going to be ran up the middle. Right through market over towards red. See if you can work some of this map through mid. Kamira finds Cryptic. Reaper will trade. And out through the red side, it looks like a couple of these members starting to pick up in that slaying category. Fluffy being one of them, 19 and 13. Grabs the ball, tries to run it over towards A, and this time around, it's going to be another stop from Mountain.
Oh, Artie thought he'd spotted a gap there, almost snuck through. Great read by Fluffy. Rips Axis down, Revengeful with 2. Fluffy answers in kind. Will scoop the device. I don't know if he really wants to hold this for now. Obviously going to give away his positioning, but I'd argue he's one of the biggest damage dealers for the team, and forcing him to run just a pistol won't play out very well. RC, I think, intends to scoop that device. Just clears his line straight through. Should be Axis. Walks it home for the 3rd in the map. Yeah, I go back to questioning whether or not Fluffy should have scooped that. Could have just left it for a while. Maybe forced the reset. At the very least, just guard that device until your teammates are in the position.
I mean, the reset would have been, like, the better call for sure. Hindsight in the moment. Sure, you thought you'd be able to grab this one and make something out of that play. You don't want to just let it die. However, Artie has just been on one for the second half. He's starting to activate, and that's a scary sight because he came into this round 9 and 18. He's now 17 and 23. Just completely decimating the opposition. Still, though, looks like you're going to be able to break through for second capture here. Eastern over through the boat side. A couple of wins equals a 2-3 deficit and a spawn up over towards red.
get-go here. This has felt much more competitive than I expected it to be. A Mountain would be in complete control. Might get it through the little 3 feed that runs in. Doesn't scoop the device just yet. Revengeful just back and forth with Claw in the low ground. This might open it up. It's on Axis really to protect this. Claw's chasing shadows just a little bit. Kimura's picked up the mid-map pressure. And, well, Axis's defense of the device won't last for very long. They're all jostling for position at the minute. No one's getting anything clean. That's why you're not seeing that device picked up and sent towards either spawn point. And, well, every time I think that might be the moment, another player stays alive. Artie finally dropped.
These NPCs are really stepping up for Eastern. I got to give them some praise here. I mean, Fluffy and Claw both unreal across this map number 3. Really grinding their way against Mountain. For a second, thought they could sneak away. Reaper up top, traded by Axis. This one neutral for now. More kills needed for Mountain to really start this play, and you can see they're going back to the basics and mid-map control. Artie, wallbangs, they connect with a few players. See if he can get up there towards top red. He goes for the mantle over the top for the wall bounce, and Artie almost getting a second there. Nearly cuts down Reaper. Calls for the green light to allow the rest of your team to fly on forward, but Fluffy, Cryptic do their damnedest, and that's going to shut down the play.
That's 4 dead. You're spawning deep as well. If you are Mountain, got to rotate over quickly. Drop nades en route. Cryptic's just going to push this out and forward, and you get the device in. So he ties up at 3 apiece. And the kills light up blue again here. Artie's going to do enough to clear Claw out of your back spawn. But otherwise, there's a little bit of splits. You're trying to get set up around this new device. You will finally have that numbers advantage for a moment, and that's answered in kind. So Kimura now just trying to control plane side. Important cap onto Reaper. Otherwise, that flank's coming through on the opposite end of things. Mid-map pressure will dissipate for now. If you are Easton, Mountain, just set up around this and make a last-ditch play.
There's those inconsistencies that we've seen from the slaying of Mountain really coming into the forefront of this game. Team nade onto Claw, but Claw's already dropped down too, so looks like it's going to be enough. Axis going to go for the Hail Mary capture. Pistol from Reaper shuts that one down. Here's Artie's go at it. See if he can get some help. Kimura, 1 versus 1 for the play. He goes over the top, and Revengeful there. Stun up stops it. Revengeful for the detonation. And with the time limit reached there, Mountain scrape away with the game to take back their lead in the series.
Insane stuff. Makes me wonder just how loud it is right now inside of that venue. A score at the buzzer gets you over the line if you are Mountain. I gotta give a lot of credit on over to Easton. This was far more competitive than any of us expected. And largely looking at those SMGs again, Fluffy and Claw. Claw, 3,700 damage. And to give Cryptic some credit, while it isn't a necessarily pretty 26 and 32, 3,400 damage was certainly a part of every bit of the play. A lot of assists in there as well. So, stood tall. I think recognized that if we want that Game 5 S&D, now's the time to do it if we are going to try and rip away this series. Mountain just about with the firepower to get over, and honestly, it just comes down to some last-ditch heroics.
I gotta say, this was a war across map number 3, and this Eastern team, I'm not really sure if this is how they've been playing all weekend long in terms of the slaying or what to expect, because we didn't really get to see a lot of their group stage matches. We only came in here and there to see a little bit of Call of Duty over here at CONUS, and to look at this team through Overload and think that they only have 1 series win. I mean, yeah, the hard point was left a lot to be desired in their respawns, but this was pretty clinical in some moments for the Overload, especially when it came down to that first half, with kicking things off with that initial capture, properly working your way over towards that B zone, separating the spawns of Mountain, and then you flip sides and you do the same thing out towards Boat. You saw that, Eastern had some plays in place for them to actually do some damage there in the respawn. They had protocols. It looked good. I thought they were actually going to steal that map 3 at times, Enigma, but Mountain should be counting their lucky stars to be sitting here in an advantage.
I agree. I think for Eastern. This is arguably the most complete you've looked all tournament, and you probably are looking across each other and being like, where the hell has this been for the entire rest of this weekend while we've been out here at CONUS? So a difficult one, but you are going to, as much as this is the best you've been, you're still going to be looking at a series where you're trailing 2-1. We head to another respawn. Those have all gone Mountain's way thus far. And Hardpoint, first time out, was convincing. Now, maybe we try and build this up as Mountain were just great on gridlock, and Eastern aren't really comfortable there, and maybe they're better at Colossus. But I think in particular the SMGs, Claw and Fluffy, look great in that last one, so that might well be the case. But when I think of like the setup attempts that came through on gridlock out of Eastern, they just crumbled instantly every time Mountain hit them, and I don't know if you're going to get away with that here, Colossus, either.
I gotta say, if that's how they're playing in Scar Overload, this should go to 5. 100%. And it really does come down to that NPC battle. I think that if Fluffy, Claw have a repeat of that game, this one's going to raid Hardpoint. Or raid Search and Destroy. Why does it say raid Hardpoint at the end? That one tripped me up a little bit. But yeah, I think that this Colossus is going to be difficult for sure in the frame of foundation of Hardpoint in general. You might struggle with those rotations. You might struggle with getting some of those early gunfights too with that initial time. But when it comes down to breaks on Colossus, like it takes no time for you to get into position for a break. You die, you're right back into the fight. It's a small map. It's easy to get into the engagement. So for Eastern, Fluffy and Claw, let's see it.
I think for me, something that you said there is why this spells a little bit of disaster for Eastern. While you do have Fluffy and Claw, who have been fantastic and could make this very competitive, the setups for Eastern haven't been great. Mountain are going to get multiple attempts at every single hill because that's how Colossus basically plays out. So, should you get yourself set up first, gotta hold, gotta be able to win out in the gunfight. Arcie's going to start strong there, 4-1, eventually cut down, but Claw, let's be outdone, gets himself a lovely little two-piece to flip a pretty crazy P1 on its head. And if you are Eastern, you actually gain control of the preferred spawn side here as well as we look at the final 7 seconds. But you can't be afforded to lose in moments like that, and you can definitely not afford to lose 2 players and be instantly shattered.
I don't know how Revengeful did that. It was some ridiculous movements. Riptych will be hunted down in those spawns. Close, though, for Eastern. They're going to get right back into this one. Look for a break right away. Claw leading the charge. Fluffy finds a third one. It's a one-on-one for Kimura. Riptych Slays will be able to get into position to assist Reaper in this break play, and it looks like Eastern is successful on the fight from the front line. They break those back spawns. Now they need to turn and get ready for the next engagement.
We got the contest in, and finally, Mountain should be able to soak up some of this time. Reaper's done well to stay alive in blue here. RT answers, RT finds 2. Axis with the 3rd. Rotation should be clean. It's all on Claw to make something happen. And walks away with the first gunfight at least. We'll expect the hit coming through chairs. The answer is yes. Turns and burns into the tunnel. Gets numbers around him. No real lockdown over anything here, really. But the flank coming in for Reaper could just destabilize that attempted hit from RT. That being said, a couple of bodies all on top of one another. Reaper's going to pick one up. And this settled into a mad scramble here for P3. No one really able to get a hold of much.
With Reaper sitting on that Godheady, and for a second you had Claw sitting over towards back blue. I mean, those deep spawns from Mountain are exactly what Eastern needs to keep this P3 in check. They give up the blue side. You can see that for a Mountain are going to try to work in through yellow to flip these spawns for P4. 20 seconds still at hold. You don't really want to forget about. Still Claw in there, soaking up some of this time. Flips the lead over for Eastern. Spawns do end up flipping. Will take another swing for the scrap time. And the issue has been trying to shut down Claw. He has been a force for this team. And scrap time for Eastern's going to put them still in the lead heading into P4.
Gonna help clear out here. Any sort of hit through yellow. He's being a nuisance. Artie's got to find him and does win the fight. An important one to do so indeed. You can focus all your efforts now on that front line. Artie's going to try and lock down mid control. All 4 pushing through Statue's side. So Axis really trying to make this work. Reaper with the TK. It's very unfortunate for Eastern. Mountain will soak yet another wave of the time. We can set up for the second.
Mountain are in, and they've dug their feet deep into the sand. See if they can hold the line. Oh my god, Kimura. I didn't even know the NPC could rip a headshot like that. Axis on a team nade. Removes Revengeful from that front line. Already turned on by Cryptic and Claw. 12 seconds here. Claw's going to take one last shot at this one. Reaper alongside him, and the break comes through. Need to make this extra seconds heading into the new hill because you've already given things up, and Artie is flying in through P2 just to get behind the play and destabilize these setups.
Yeah, Artie's positioning though might cause some weird spawns to come through, and it's actually the complete opposite corner for Eastern here. So you're getting hit on all fronts, and Claw's just going to do the work himself. Breaks 3 bodies and the hill. Artie now just trying to contest, just trying to stay alive. And honestly could have done with buying himself a little bit of time there to let Revengeful get in on the act before he's forced. Kimura against Reaper. Does enough. Will hit that 100-point marker. Feels like Mountain have always had their front foot, that lead in place. But Eastern refusing to go away here. Won't lie down and give it up. As such, hangs a lot more in the balance than you would prefer if you're the team in red.
At least for Mountain, though, you have that winner's advantage. I mean, you're leading by just over 30 points. So a lot of the time, you can give up some initial setup for these spawns. You know, spend a few extra seconds just trying to work kills around the map rather than play for that hill. Ultimately, it's going to equal out on that time you get for these setups. And they do it again here over towards P2. Revengeful now on Statue. That's going to delay this hit through mid. Force these players from Eastern to try to hit from some different angles and really waste some extra time. Ends up still being a breakthrough for the Eastern team, but how long can this one last as you still get some dormant kills around the map from Mountain? Kimura, Ria Chow's around the back. He's going to have Artie trying to double up on this lineup. Fights all over the place. This is just pure chaos on Colossus. I mean, I don't even know how you begin to get setups in.
Honestly, right now, I don't know if that's what you bank on. I think you just got to step it up on this lane side of things. I don't think Cryptic has got this third NPC out. Should allow you to continue to apply more pressure. Revengeful will soak up the last of the scrap. Rotation on for 3. Big battle for Axis, and he's going to win the jostle against Fluffy. Ball's actually going to cut off tunnel early here, or at least intend to. Makes a bit more of a meal of that fight than he would have liked, and so is instantly traded. RT cooks the nades, just going to pop it off towards this blue container here. Gets nothing. 2 players close, 1 off towards both.
Just looking at the minimap is giving me a headache.
Dude, this has been the most chaotic Colossus I've ever seen in my life.
Like, when people talk about Colossus and describe Colossus, like, this is what the descriptions feel like. You know, ultimately,
the NPC, but also some very interestingly aggressive plays.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what it is, because, and I say this all the time, Colossus might be a small map, but it's not a difficult map to really dictate tempo on, especially if you can get those ARs in power positions. The issue is, I haven't really seen these ARs get to those power positions, and the setups are quite usually bunkered down on the point itself, giving up those back spawns really easily. So you go into this next set of hills, you got P4 on lock here for a moment. You can win a couple of these fights, maybe slow it down. And that's really your way back into this if you're Eastern. You just need to slow it down.
Axe has done incredibly well in the back line there. Force Crypt takes the turn because he's worried about his backdoor, so Revengeful's given an easy one. And that's an instant break. I agree with you about the way you can control tempo on this map. This is certainly different even for the NPC meta. And I think it's in moments like, for example, consistently just watching Artie flank on the entire opposite side of the map and then throws the spawns into complete chaos. And Kimura, surely not, does very well for another 2-piece. And it's little moments like that. Honestly, if Eastern were just at least getting their trades through consistently, this game would be neck and neck. Mountain just showing that little bit of class difference in the gunfights. And when needed, Revengeful will play final trade just to dig in. They did very well here last time. They'll repeat that again. Crossing 190, approaching 200. Eastern having to dig deep on this next rotation to keep themselves alive, not only in this matchup, but in this series and in the CONUS championships.
Quite the lead here for Mountain. Eastern. And they slow things down. And they bring it back. Artie strikes through the heart of the hill. Revengeful makes it 3 down, and you just dive in with the knife. Artie, oh, he's going in for another one. He doesn't need it. Kimura takes down Claw. You go right back into it, though. as Eastern aren't really wasting too much time at re-breaking this. It's Axis again on a flank play with the NPC. Can he find 3? He's got 2. Well, has to dive out towards the statue to see if he can buy some space for the rest of his squad, but the space is shut down from that middle yet again. It's Artie and Revengeful holding hands on these breaks. 70-point lead growing as we head into P2.
Attempted to nub and over by RT, but Claw will repel pretty much everything, including his teammate here. Setup has been invested into by Eastern over towards P2. Got to pretty much lock this down. Anytime the Mountain walk away with here will be considered stolen. Unless ever close to put it Eastern very much into a desperation situation. And Axis with 2, Revengeful with 1. Reaper will stay alive at least inside of blue. But very much will buy his loans. We've got to wait for the bodies to get across the map to support him. And does very well to climb Revengeful. But you read Artie coming in from the back of the play.
Good double kill from Reaper. Might be able to gain some ground off the back of it. Fluffy on the flank. Another double kill, but it's Revengeful off the spawn. Flies his way back into the fight. Cryptic trades it out. It's Artie to win that time. 15 seconds. Artie's gonna have some help here. 3 go down. Reaper in the back. He's gonna drop. Can you get into contest? You got Cryptic spawning up behind Kimura. He's gonna read it like a book, and out front, it is the lead blocker in Revengeful, making it impossible for Mountain to lose out on this time. 3-1. That's the series. That's the game. Eastern falling inside of the lower bracket. They're gonna be walking home, not qualifying for Worlds.
It's a tough one, really, when you think about it for this Eastern lineup, because I think what you saw in this series against a very strong Mountain lineup is they can contest, they can make it interesting, especially the likes of Claw and Fluffy. Incredible SMG work out here that has made them a very interesting force. You could have walked away with a map 3. There's been periods of that map 4 where you looked very strong. So, I mean, you're probably, again, just looking at each other being like, well, we wouldn't have been in this situation in the playoff bracket where we've got ridiculously hard matchups because of our seed if we just look like this in the groups. I know we don't get to tune into a lot of it, but that's the kind of feeling I'm walking away with there. And in the end of things, as well as you've played, especially at certain passages through this, it's a Mountain too far in front of you. Gonna walk away with this 3-1 victors and marching on through that lower bracket.
I start to finish here. Mountain did look like the better team. Everything destabilized after that search and destroy first, and I mean, you go into that overload, and I think there's some serious issues to talk about with this Mountain team on that game mode just in general. Just the understanding of the flow of overload, very difficult to kind of get a handle on how everything works. And they need to sit down, talk about it amongst each other, especially going into tomorrow for, you know, what could be the finals if they do make it that far. They need to get some changes going in map 3 if they want to take down teams like Western Alpha, if they want to take down teams across it, like Central Alpha. It's been a struggle for Mountain when it comes down to the objectives. You go into the hard point, everything's good for the slaying. But even in that Colossus, like, if you put a team in here that can match you in that slaying and really shut down this pace, I feel like you were getting away with a lot if you're Mountain in this one. And Eastern were kind of matching you in that. It was just chaos from both sides. You're just hoping that you can slay out a little bit more if you're Mountain there. And because you had the edge in the slaying category, that's what leads you to a series win in this hard point. Any other team, though, would have punished you on that Colossus.
I don't think you're necessarily wrong, but, well, rather than hearing it from me, my friend, I believe we've got an interview set up with Revengeful himself after what was a juggernaut of a series. And I guess for once what I'll do is I'll start the interview off, my friend. First of all, congratulations on the victory. That will qualify you for Worlds, march you on forward in this lower bracket. But let's talk about the series as a whole, because although I predicted 3-1, I thought it would be much more dominant from you guys. So is that what you're also feeling, or did you not expect this Eastern team to be sitting waiting for you in the lower round 1?
Honestly, we've been having a lot of issues this weekend when it comes to momentum. Like, we've been going up 2-0 every single series and then just dropping the next 3. It's really just a momentum thing. We need to learn how to regain, recompose, and especially because we should have been up 5-2 in that search. It was just the composure after that reset that really set us back. So we're going to learn how to recompose real quick, and then we'll be back. So
Is it like maybe a venue thing too? I heard that Claw had a couple of words for you across that series, and you guys were kind of exchanging some, I wouldn't say niceties between each other, but is it like a little bit heated in here for the competition for CONUS?
The only thing heated is honestly the AC. Like, I am so hot right now. I'm sweating a little bit. There's no heat in the competition, I'll be honest with you. Once we figure out how to recompose ourselves after a game 3, or we figure out a game 3 and learn how to just close the series out 3-0, we'll be fine. So.
Let's talk a little bit about some of these issues, not just in the composure, but maybe in the maps itself, because I think, for Overload as a new game mode, I'm noticing some inconsistencies from you guys on kind of like what to do with that objective. Like, are you guys trying to like talk about, where to go with these devices on the maps? Because I've noticed it in Den, noticed it in Scar now. It really just seems like there is like a lack of agenda on what to do with that OBJ when you guys do get those slaying opportunities.
Yeah, so coming into it, I don't think we scrimmed an Overload once. We had like a little practice tournament, and that also didn't go very well because we didn't get an Overload rep like we were planning on. But I mean, we're talking about it. We're going to go over VOD tonight now that we actually have VOD and kind of figure out what we're doing, because it's not a hard game mode at all once you have it figured out. And it shouldn't be like this difficult. I don't know why we have such a sticking point on it, but we're going to go figure it out tonight.
Well,
I'm definitely looking...
Sorry.
Go on.
You go. No, you go ahead. I forgot that I'm not the one to ask the last question. It's Andy.
Yeah, we've been a role reversal here, but I will say, as much as all that talk of things that didn't necessarily go to plan, you still walk out victors comfortably in the end. 3-1. You yourself put on a masterclass, definitely MVP of the series. Last map you really took over, looking a different beast, especially at certain times. What is it right now that, obviously we build you guys up to be one of the top 2 teams at this entire tournament. Is that fair? And also, you'll be marching on through this lower bracket. Who is it that you're hoping to be playing in the next match?
So we've played both West, I think they're West Bravo, Hell in them, and then we've played Central Alpha. And obviously, I don't care about the next match. The next match is going to go how the next match goes. But I really want a rematch against Hale again. We've dropped 2 map 5s to them. 2 really close series, and then we also dropped a map 5 round 11 to Central because we have issues with ice this tournament for some reason. I'm really excited to play both of them, get my rematches for both of them, and honestly, if everything clicks individually on this roster, everybody is the most talented here at the venue. We have the most talent on the roster. We just need to click, figure it out. And I mean, it shows in our S&Ds. When we all 4 hit something together, we're always victorious and we always come out on top. Nobody is going to outgun us when we're shooting our guns.
No, definitely not. I mean, you are a ridiculous force. Me and Seymour do have a hell of a lot of love for your roster. So apologies for the questions. I being a little bit on the negative side. I think the 2 of us just looked at that roster at the top of the tournament and went, these guys are going to blow everything away. And I'm glad that you feel that as well. And are, of course, going to sit down and find a couple of ways to improve. Because once this team clicks, I don't think there's going to be much stopping you. But I guess final thing before I send you on your way to do that VOD review and all that study, is there anything that you want to say to anyone out there who's watching today?
Yeah. Shout out my parents. I mean, they're always watching when I do these events. And it might be my last one. So trying to come out with a victory, trying to come out swinging.
We're really hoping you get it done. If you keep shooting like you did in that last map, I'm sure you guys will be pretty damn good. We'll see you up there towards grand finals and see what story it is that you can write to close out your chapter, my friend. But until then, best of luck. We'll see you on main broadcast real soon. And yeah, have a great evening, my friend.
Yes, sir. You as well. Thank you.
I think, one thing for certain, Andy, is that this team can be very happy that they've qualified for Worlds. They've made it over that hump. You're going to have that chance to go to California. Even if you fall a little short here, you have a chance to, get those extra scrims in for Overload, kind of figure out what's going on in those certain destroys too, kind of patch up a few of those mistakes, because I think Revenge is kind of right in certain areas. I think that it is like a mental thing for sometimes. I think you can tell, especially, the difference between game 1 and then looking at game 4, the gridlock was controlled. There was no way back in. They were hitting those rotations. They were getting those setups, dominating the spawns, and even slaying out properly. You go to the Colossus, you had nobody working to anchor out those spawns. You weren't really blocking out certain lanes for your opponents to kind of move through. It was just a little bit all over the place. So, I think as soon as you kind of realize how to just temper those feelings and those emotions going into the rest of these series, this is definitely a team that can, rise back up the ranks here for the CONUS championships. I like the honesty coming out from Revenge. And I know for yourself, you're saying that, I'm sorry that these are a little bit like negative questions, but they're questions that need to be answered.
True, they do, because this is definitely a roster. Yumi looked at, the list at the top of the tournament and went, oh my god, they're going to be very strong. And of course, not really in the position they want to be in. And a lot of what Revenge talks about there is the mental side of the games, right? Momentum, ice, just kind of resetting ourselves when things don't go our way. It is a very emotive team. When they're hot, but on the flip side of that is when things aren't going against you, you can spiral. And clearly that's been an issue for this team. And I think the way you go about correcting that is you take a lot of the emotion out of it, sure, but that can be difficult to do in a short period. So build some sort of system, kind of have that understanding of what your roles are and how you want to play out these various situations. If they can figure that out between today and tomorrow, we're looking at a team that will run deep.
Well, you were saying that, lack of AC might be getting a little hot, might be getting a little stressful inside the venue. So why don't we cool off for a second while we get set up for our secondary match, our last match of the night here for day 3 of CONUS. We got our last elimination match to see who can qualify for Worlds through that lower bracket. We'll see you soon with some more action after this break. Welcome back, everybody, as we're hopping into our last series of the day here for Call of Duty in the CONUS Day 3. This one's going to be a little bit of a tough one to call here, as both of these two teams have had a little bit of a tough go at the tournament so far. Now in the lower bracket, one of them has to win to move on to Worlds. The other one, it's just you win here or you kind of lose, and we don't get to see you again, Andy. That's kind of as simple as it is. So we look towards the brackets, kind of break down kind of how everything comes together. And for one of these teams, we haven't really seen them on the day, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be our Western Alpha team that started off in winners round 1. They lost yesterday. They move into this lower bracket, and now they have to take on Central Bravo, who also kind of got handled in a 3-0 sweep very, very easily today by Central A.
Yeah, I will give Central Bravo a little bit of credit. That Central Alpha roster is disgusting and arguably a favorite right now for the tournament. So they're a really good team out there, and right now it's a case of trying to read into that and see how much that kind of affects them and rolls into this next matchup. I think that the Central Bravo roster in general, we got a quick look at them yesterday. Yodak was particularly impressive. Argo and Grath in particular had their moments, and Prox wasn't too bad. So yeah, I think I have a little bit of faith in this roster to come online with this lower bracket. That being said, considering the quality of a lot of the teams, especially the two in that top positions in the upper bracket and the Mountain who will be waiting on them in this lower bracket, it's a weird one. It's like Central Bravo are good, but there's a bit of a jump to those ahead of you.
Yeah, and the jump is kind of looking to be corrected now going into this one. You still have a chance to qualify for Worlds. You still have a chance to kind of make it to California. You see Mountain waiting for one of these two teams in the lower semifinals. Let's take a look at our teams here and kind of break things down for them, because both of them, like I said, haven't really had the best run to the bracket so far. And starting off here with Western Alpha, we got to see them yesterday, you and I. Prometheus, Nof, Gameric, Twan. They lost in a 3-0 fashion to that Mountain team that we just had on stream. And here they are, I think, headed by a player like Gameric, who really turned up yesterday, doing his best, trying to steal this one away now.
Yeah, I mean, Gameric stands out because in the vid doc, he's basically calling out half of CONUS and saying that they're on his hit list. I get the impression hasn't done very well with that hit list so far, but an opportunity here to pick up a couple of names, add some scalps. When we got a look at him yesterday, he was pretty solid. He and Twan in particular were doing a lot of damage. I remember Twan with a couple of disgusting multi-pieces, especially with the NPC that he was running. So yeah, it's a team with potential. It just feels like they lack consistency sometimes. There's those switch-off moments where it feels like at a quality tournament like this, the level that we're operating at, you're just not going to get away with it. And so they can't afford for any of them here, or we're not seeing any more of them in this tournament.
And I feel fortunately enough for you, when we look towards the other side for Central Bravo, you could say quite the same in terms of the lack of consistency. You move into that second round for the winners bracket and losing to Central Alpha in a 3-0 fashion. It wasn't that pretty today off stream. It was a 250-91 loss, 6-2 loss in the Search and Destroy, and then an 8-0 loss in the Overload. So moving you down into the lower bracket, that's not going to be the greatest feeling whatsoever. And heading into it, I think I look at somebody like Yodak, like Argo, who have had that experience towards the top level of CONUS in last year's tournaments, to really try to lift the spirits of this team going into this match.
Yeah, it's weird. I feel, I mean, the X factor of this team has got to be Prox. I think he's a player that in series where this team should be contesting, he's very strong and very much so a part of the success picture. He can also be that guy that he's underwhelming in series where his team is struggling. So I think that series against Central Alpha being another one of those. So it's a case of he's very much so the X factor player. He's got to come out early and almost be enabled by his teammates here. So I'm going to point a little bit at Prox. I think that in Yodak, Grath, and Argo, you've got the team that can really set him up for success. But again, you won't get many opportunities to find out if you can warm up into this tournament, because last chance saloon in this bracket.
Yeah, and I think both teams have a player to kind of look at just in general for Western Alpha. That's going to be Nof on their side, who had a shaky game in their matchup yesterday versus Mountain. Central Bravo. Yeah, you talk about Prox. We've seen Graths at times struggle too earlier versus Central A. He goes 0-7 in that S&D where they lose 6-2. You go into this one and you're just trying to forget what the past was and think about this matchup that's right in front of you. I think very much so there is a chance for this one to be stolen by both teams, Andy. I think you go into this with some confidence that you can sneak your way into going towards California, and if you do make it to Worlds, then you spend the rest of your time between now and then working on how to improve to take on those bigger championship teams. Right now, this is your only match that matters.
Exactly. You frame it right. It is a case of you can talk about what you may do when you qualify to Worlds and how you will improve to be on that stage looking a little bit better than you currently do, but you got to get there first. None of that matters, and all that conversation is pure noise until you find the correct signal, and that is getting yourself over the line in the 5 maps in front of us. We'll be starting off with that gridlock hardpoint. Now, we've already seen this map once today, and when you take over in a certain slaying department, you really can dominate this one. So I think that Central are going to be looking pretty hot there. It's a case on the opposite side of this. Can you build your way in through some S&Ds? Well, if you are a raid S&D, which I'm very glad to get to take a look at. We've not had many of those in BO7. We're going to see, hopefully, a route back in for Western. Then Overload after that. Then Hardpoint if we get to 4. And then to close things out, should we make it, Gridlock S&Ds around everything out.
Not a lot of variety coming into this map pool. I think, Western A banning out that Den Search and Destroy. We truly could have seen only Gridlock and Den across this series, if not for that. The Raid Search and Destroy just kind of barely squeaking its way in. Realistically, Andy, I could see this one going to that Den Hardpoint. I could see it going to that Gridlock Search and Destroy for sure. There are chances for both teams to kind of steal away these maps. And we saw it too from, even our game before for Mountain, is that, sometimes, you don't always expect things to go your way. So hoping that, you can pull into this one, just bring out your best and try to qualify for Worlds. Let's take a look at our predictions for this series before hopping in with this Gridlock Hardpoint, Andy. It's going to be Central Bravo on our minds here. You're up by 3 in the Preds leading into the last game of day 3. This one for both of us, I think that we are pretty confident that Central Bravo can kind of work off whatever happened in that, winners round 2 and go into this loser side and qualify no problem.
Yeah, I have more faith in Central Bravo here, just being able to walk straight through in the respawns. I think for S&D, that's maybe where Western Alpha can nick one away, just as we saw in our last series, but I think we are leaning a little bit heavily on the performance of 2 players specifically. I think it's a lot more balanced over Central, and so I'm fully expecting to sweep this, march on, qualify for Worlds.
I agree. So let's get into it. Gridlock Hardpoint loading up. We saw this earlier on, and the biggest story was of how hard it is to break some of these hard points. So you look at both teams just trying to be on the forefront of attempting to be on top of these breaks or rotations just in general, so you don't have to hit these breaks. Whoever is going to be on top of that should be able to open up this series in a pretty standard map of hard points. We're looking at Western Alpha first, or no, Central Bravo is what we're going to be hopping on with first here. Not on a screen. Force it nade onto Nixterox. He's going to take himself out of the play. And for that, Gumeric now hopping on to contest. Prometheus alongside him. Can they get some opening time here? Prometheus taking down Nick. Gumeric will work off the rest.
Unfortunately, going to be getting that Codcaster bug here where 3 players are number 1. So bear with us as we try and figure out exactly who is who. Yodak highlighting his targets. Smack bang in the middle of P1 here. North will pick up 2 just to clear this out. Western Alpha taking the initial points, but it's all about that rotation over to P2, and you can see that has already been begun by Yodak and one of the other players in Graths. And so for everything promised grouping here in terms of scrap time, it's all about considering maybe I got to get on this rotation and help support the defensive line, control these next set spawns.
Graths outer 18. Get any time here. Central Bravo struggling in this hard point. Gratz is happy to find these kills, but somebody's got to hop onto the hill at some point. Grumeric inside Mail. He's going to end up falling. Argo working his way in with Gratz. 3 go down, and this is your time for the setup. You're in. You're holding them back. You flipped out these spawns towards the back line. Can you win the next few fights? Argo and Gratz, yeah, they get it done. Gratz still warming up that kill feed. 30 seconds left on this hill time. You have a good chance to flip this lead now.
You do very well there, actually, if you're Central Bravo, because you're fighting on one front and the spawns flip, so you risk getting sandwiched if you elongate out the fight. You deal with it quickly enough, and Grass very aware to the spawn situation. Will get control. Going to rotate in early if you are Western Alpha. The problem is you've Done it maybe a little bit too early. Gonna let Central Bravo just roam out, set up a pinch play. One kill comes through. You do lose Nick Starox, though, if you are the team in red. So slow it down for now. Try and just win some gunfight straight up. You do that, you do the job. You're going to square up 2v2 over control of P3.
This Codcaster bug is something else, man.
Yep.
Nick Starox on 5 in a row. And he's sitting pretty inside this hill now. 6 in a row. And 7 in a row before going down inside the hard point too. So all the while, you're just generating time on your side. It was a slow start for Central Bravo, but they are fully cooking now. And Nick, he's 10-4. He's got the Hellstorm. That is going to be a great tool for when we do go into those P1s, P2s, maybe even P3 if you need it, but most people don't.
Softened up. Graths will take 2 with him to the grave, including a straight up trade with Gameric. Not often you get to see one of those. Pulling the trigger at the exact same time, both landing all their bullets. And while you're looking to get in towards the back of P4 here, Nick Starox just going to keep himself alive. Also has the Hellstorm available should he wish. Instead tries to play height. Be smothered out. So maybe an opportunity to hold here for Western Alpha. You will have one of the number ones close by, but
yeah.
Fox, if you can smother him out, and you do, you can try and lock this down.
One of 3 of them. But unfortunately, he goes down before the play's even going to blossom. Nade in the back line takes Graths out of the play. Nick Starox trades onto Prometheus. Should be an even 2-on-2. If Nick Starox can activate here, maybe a chance on the flank. Nobody's going to be seeing this one, and you're not ready for that whatsoever. Gameric gets shot in the back, and Nick Starox looking to get lost now in the top line of this hill. Couple kills still follow up for Western Alpha. They're able to stabilize, so you get a good chunk of time on this hill, and was quite a notable lead. Not really going to be there now going into the second set.
Western Alpha growing a bit of confidence here, recognizing that when we do get a setup in place, we're not actually bad at holding it down. You know what the strategy should be from there. You're losing your fights. Rotate early. Merrick with 2 from the top rope. Does a lot of damage onto Nick Starox for 3, and that'll just set up a kill elsewhere. North there to play around the final, so all 4 dead. West now building momentum. Thought Central Bravo would be in complete control by now. They're being tested over these last 2 hills. What's the response?
A good break coming through. Nick Starox doesn't even need to invest that Hellstorm. It's just full slaying to hold on to this lead. Gonna grow by 20 points now. Nick Starox on a flank yet again with the MPC. Reads the play through shop, and 2 for 2 trade out. It's gonna be Western Alpha breaking back into this P1. Flip spawns all the way over towards P4. Central Bravo just continuing to throw their bodies at this hill. You have that streak for Nick. Is it going to be needed on this break over towards P2? Everybody else is going to be spawning out for Western Alpha, so it's only going to be Twan in a position to really hold you back here.
I think it's Merrick. North can isolate, and they do find Graths in the back line. Nick Starox, what can you do? Over here towards 18, nothing is the answer. Soften up the target a little bit, but really, it's going to be Yodak standing tall by himself, or at least attempting to, inside a shop. While the rest of the bodies arrive, Twan reads it. All right, you're trying to buy time. Don't worry, I'll just hit out, smother your reinforcements, and all 4 dead again. Western Alpha bringing the guns to the fight. Happy to go blow for blow.
I think this is a little bit of a misplay on Central Bravo's side of things, especially where the setup is laying dormant. So you recognize that nobody's going to be coming through Ice Cream. You should have been watching for shop or watching for 18, and instead you're just letting Western Alpha in through the front door. Early rotation over towards New. We've seen this fall apart for many teams so far on the day. First one going to be falling is going to be Nick Starox in this fight. Quick fight back, though, from Prox, and Twan does it himself for all 3. He just barrels in, not for the last one. Now on 5 in a row, trying to work into a Hellstorm of his own.
Nick Starox just decides to finally bring his hammer down from the skies. Look at the rest of those red arrows to swarm, try and cut off X's. Nick Starox will find North, so something wrong with the kill feed there. As Nick Starox is actually completely controlling the Hellstorm. Twan and Prom. And Gameric will pick up plenty of kills as all the pressure from Central Bravo dissipates to get back in here. But Western Alpha, complete control at this point. Locking this down until you suddenly explode on forwards. You read North through your backline, no, finally cleaned up. But only 15 seconds. It's scrap time, really. Rotation is on. You will at least get those bodies in before. So Central Bravo starting to find their footing. That being said, you'll lack a number for a moment. No setup really in place. Nat death through the middle as well. Spawns will now flip out. Gotta lock this down. Grass got a couple of big kills to deal with, and he gets them both.
Oh, boy. This could be important. I mean, this is exactly where the tempo swapped for Western Alpha's side on this hill exactly. No chance for a Hellstorm to really make a difference. Your slang is what you're looking for. Nixrock's up top. It's going to be Prox alongside him, cutting down a few of these members, slowly bleeding out this lead. Eric, to see if he can get lost now up top. He's trying to find a way in for everybody else. Nixrock takes down one on the front line. Gumeric waiting patiently, finally strikes. And there's the difference maker. It's the full break back in off the back of Gumeric, just waiting for his chance, holding this lead for Western Alpha. And there's still 20 seconds on this hill.
That pinch plate's come through, and well, according to the kill feed, Grath gets all three. I don't believe that's true, but Nixrock on a streak of 2 should be able to play forward here. So, important to that scrap time. Feels like right now, those moments, 10 seconds are worth more like 20 if you're Central Bravo. Can't afford to watch Western Alpha disappear off. One's going to find a route in through the back line here. And does the damage. So now, coming off spawn, you got a long route to go if you are Central Bravo. Western Alpha trying to lock this down, but spawns in all 4 corners. I don't know if you read this hit coming through.
I don't know if you know this at all. Grath is going to be in a great position. 3 go down. And it says it's Grath, but it's Prox on the other side that just pinches perfectly. Look at these spawn up for Western Alpha. Over to P2. Gives enough time for another split push to really activate out through Ice Cream. Gumeric off a team kill from a stun. A battle back in 18 seconds. Going to keep Western Alpha ahead of the curve here for the rotation. It's only Yodak at new. And he's got a few members to worry about over here. I don't think he's going to be able to read Twan behind him. Twan wins out. This rotation should be still a battle to get the initial time, but Twan's doing a great job at just surviving.
Huge rotation for Central Bravo to lock down here. Western Alpha won't have the numbers in the fight. Gotta overwhelm. Rom will stand tall. Trades come through at least. Mel's gonna be balled out for North. Gotta read Gumeric coming out through the middle here and actually get those closer side spawns because of the pressure he's applied. Central Bravo don't know which way to turn. We'll now figure that out. But at least have hold of the hill, trying to essentially contest this from the front.
Only down by 20 points. Lots of time here to change that. In the back line, Gumeric's actually going to be caught out, but with that distraction, everybody else hits from the front. Manages to scrap together a break. 18 seconds on this hill. You don't win here on P2. Just looking to make it next to impossible for Central Bravo to come back. And Gumeric is buying so much time to allow his team to get a safe rotation in a 3-on-2 over to this new hill.
So well, all things considered, you're going to be on your own now. If you are that remaining player, again, I'll say Grass. I think it's actually Prox in the end. Swan's in the point. You got to go and contest. You got to send it. 4 seconds to go. 3. Surely you got to hit this. And you're not winning any of the gunfights. Western Alpha. Well, we ruled them out. We said it would be a 3-0. We said Central Bravo going to be in complete control. No such thing here. They rewrite that rule book. They changed the script entirely. Off of incredible plays from Gumeric and Twan in particular. Those SMGs, we said they would have to come alive to give you a chance. They certainly delivered some killing blows out here.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Gumeric and Twan did so much for the team, but you gotta talk about Prometheus and Knopf at times, because I feel like so often, you know, you saw these setups over towards New. Of course, Gumeric and Twan were, you know, on the forefront of a lot of these battles. Twan in particular over towards P2 in that last rotation. He wins 2 massive gunfights to lock down that initial time. And not only that, he just lives, making it difficult for Central Bravo to re-hit that. And on the back of this one, you then look at Prometheus and Knopf, and what do? Instead of just flying at the hill to set up with your team, they're picking up those outside lanes and those fights over towards 18, those fights inside the shop, you know, constant battles for the spawns. Knopf and Prometheus were there. We call them out to be difference makers in this series, the 2 players that need to step up for Western Alpha. And so many times this game, even though it might not be recognized in the outcome of their scoreboard. In the plays itself, they were making the right calls.
I agree, and I think you're right to bring it up, because when I think about actually how Central Bravo played it, there was very little control over the spawns. They were so often trying to contest things from the front. Felt like they were getting pinched in multiple times, especially on that P2. They never really locked down either the eastern or western side, and when you set yourself up just very close to that hill, and you don't get that kind of control, you're just asking to be sandwiched in from multiple regions. So, yeah, you know, we know how Hardpoint works. The fundamentals take priority. You deal with those. The numbers will take care of themselves. And unfortunately for Central Bravo, they never really got that locked in. So you're right to bring up the plays at Western Alpha that enabled that and ensured that their SMGs could pop off. And I guess them, in my opinion, a very surprising 1-0 lead in the series.
Yeah, to lead this one going into the search and destroy, it seems like we have a little bit of a break, though, before we do get to that search and destroy. So we're going to step away from the desk here, allow for everything to be situated, and we'll come back when it is ready on the other side here. Welcome back, everybody, to CONUS. It's day number 3 as we're into our last series. We're through one map, heading into the Search and Destroy. Andy, quite the surprise for Western Alpha to come out playing fantastic off the back of that Gridlock hardpoint. Let's look at where we go next. It's Raid, Search, and Destroy on the docket for our map number 2. And a little bit needs to change here for Central Bravo. I think that you're going to find a little bit of an easier job in slowing things down, knowing that Raid has been around for the entirety of the Black Ops 7 kind of era. Not just that, we've been playing this map for 15 years. You should know how to play Raid.
You should know how to play Raid. Obviously, it changes a little bit with the wall bouncing and kind of the pace in which you can get around this map. It feels like central control a little less important these days because you can just cut across it in like a heartbeat. But I don't know. It's going to be still a case of, like, you know exactly where you want to be in your post plants. You know the kind of checks and clears that you want to make happen to get yourself to those bomb sites. And in terms of defensive structure, should be largely kind of the same. If you bring a sniper out to play, if you bring out one of the boomsticks, and God, please do, you know where you should be. So, yeah, looking forward to this one. The weird thing is here, I don't know now how to read this series. I thought that Central Bravo were going to walk in, kind of 3-0 it, bounce us out, and get the day done, but Western Alpha come out swinging. So, I'm kind of trying to take a look back at some of their performances to talk about who is great at Search and Destroy. It's kind of hard to just dot that onto one team. Graffs has got to step it up. He went 0-7 in S&D against Central Alpha earlier on today. But other than that, not too much to really report home.
Now, I think just in general, two things that you want here is you need Argo and Yodak to shut down Tuan and Gameric for the most part. You don't want to let Gameric get kind of running amok with this NPC in his hand. So, hacking side off the bat for Central Bravo. We hit over towards B. Little map control fully for Western Alpha, and it might be Gameric already setting up for a flank through Art.
So I'm just going to get eyes over here. Yeah, I thought you were through, but the bullets ring out. It connects with nothing. That just sets Nixrox up for an easy one. Bomb will also go down here, so attempting an outnumbered retake, and well, it goes from bad to worse.
And Argo's just going to pick up that NPC. He's going to rewrap through mid, or I thought he would. He doesn't have to. Everything turns up. Central Bravo on the site. Taking control, site control. Not an easy one to retake if you got nobody pressuring out that early plant. Even without the trophies, I just didn't see any nades. I didn't see stuns really giving them an opportunity to peek into the site.
No, not at all. There was pretty much nothing. I go back to what the intended play there was from Gameric. I really liked the idea. Hem your opposing team in and activate through the back of bedroom on some sort of pinch play. You just got to strike that correctly. As soon as you lose that fight, as soon as you're isolated, Nixrox picks you up. That entire plan just crumbles. But now you're sent to move it on the offensive side. It will be a B hit and a very concentrated one as well. All 4 men here.
Everybody into the play. Prometheus trying to lead that charge out over towards B for the attackers. They actually forced away from this one, and now you have to re-clear through mid, and you've lost all control of it. Prox kicking things off with the blood. Tuan trades it out, and Prometheus going to swing numbers back over for Western Alpha for their attack. Still leading over towards the A site. Prox in no man's land. Forcing Argo into a 1 versus 3. He is going to be in laundry. He should have a chance to EB catch this player. On the bomb. Oh, what a shot from Argo. Oh, can he get away? How on earth?
Yeah, the fact that he's still alive here just leaves Western Alpha a touch nervous. Nixrox still going to go for a long, wide wrap. Try and put some distance in and leave his opponents guessing. Tuan should get the intel. Does see the crossing there, I believe. So should be able to wrap back, hand that over to his teammate.
I don't think Argo saw him. Prometheus is going to give way to his positioning on top ring. And no, Argo had no idea. That Tuan was re-wrapping through kitchen. An easy cleanup into the round for Western Alpha. 1 versus 3. Not going to be even questioned there. And yeah, here it is. As soon as Prometheus gets that shot off, he knows that he's got him pinned down. Tuan just has to ignite off that flank. And a great call back. That could have been scary too, because that early call over towards B, they wrap off of it back through mid. And you had that double cross setup from Central Bravo that realistically should have caught you off guard. They just dealt with it really well.
Certainly did. Fox not going to push very aggressively through the middle here. Doesn't check kitchen at all. I'm hoping Yodak's got a look on that, but Fox trying to isolate one here at the ring. Gets there, and, well, that mid-map control will be rewarded. That being said, you'll get one back on the board if you're Prom. So, Prom and Swan, dynamic duo. Gonna retreat here, try and bait in some aggression. Won't get it. Gonna have to figure out a retake.
I don't like this call to kind of solo hit through kitchen if that's what Twan was really thinking. I want to see whatever this call is, play it together. Either try to dominate a kill or trade each other out for the 1 versus 2. You don't want to allow your teammate to go down and put you in a 1 versus 3. Prometheus, off that information. Twan just, okay. Or we could just jump off the map.
Well,
that is option 3, of course. Yeah. Not really the option that I would go with, Andy. But, you know, in this case, it just allows Central Bravo to safely take a second round.
Well, we've all been there. Usually not in a 2v3 attempting a retake and leaving our teammate out to dry. But we've all been there. We've all walked off that ringside before. Tough times. I will say I like the play out of Bravo there. They're very aggressive through the middle, decided to take control of it to ringside, basically backed up by the players flicking between pillars. And it just meant that as soon as Western Alpha caught onto it, they were trying to collapse back in, isolated in the gunfights. Now Western are going to send this hard towards A.
Already out towards the ring. It's a nade from Yodak, blows up the van. Argo happy to take some space off of this one. He's going to turn it into a 1 versus 3. Knopf trades it out, but it's too little, too late. Would have to be a 1 versus 4 clutch now from a player who generally has been struggling in this tournament for Western Alpha. Can he turn things around? Tie this one up. He's going to give away his position, and nobody moves on Central Bravo. They know they don't have to go anywhere.
Oh, Knopf to show us something. This should really be incredibly simple. Knopf does the right things, looking to check out, get one easy, clean pick. And tries to set the dominoes up in his favor, but as time burns down, Central Bravo do not throw this away. Move up 3-1. That's an Alpha. Feels like that, other than early on here, they've not really managed to build much into this. Feels like, in particular, the last 2 rounds, Central Bravo very comfortable. We switch over yet again. I'm curious about what Central Bravo's attack plan will be here. Last time it was straight through the middle of the map, essentially with 2 bodies to control it. I wonder if we just rinse and repeat, because that was so decisive. Actually, no, trying to bait in from the pressure in the previous round. Pops some setonades into the middle, but they connect with nothing.
Wait things out, and Twan might be actually taking the bait here. He's found his way into the Guardian of P5. Will essentially re-pedal his way back into kitchen. He's going to reinforce this laundry side with Prometheus. And Prometheus is going to confirm that they've actually lost full control of laundry. Argo just sitting here, throwing some shoulders, getting the information.
Rapid attempt through bedroom side. Decides to actually give that up, but I quite liked the idea. Initially, it would have given you a bit of a situation to try and retake this bomb side from. North ring shots out from pillars. It looked like he'd actually found himself in a position over the top of the bomb, uncontested, but as soon as Prom falls there, you've got essentially one angle of attack. If you are Western Alpha, Central Bravo can let you walk in and snap you up.
You've completely given up the only foot you were actually standing on this entire setup. And that's laundry control. Prometheus left to do his own biddings back there. 2 versus 1. Prox should have an angle on this last cleanup kill, and you do. Central Bravo put another round on the board. Up to 4 now. And yeah, Andy, I mean, I could break that down real easily. There's no reason for you to give up back laundry as free as you did there. As soon as laundry is under control, you need to either keep them pinned in laundry or try to force a kill onto that player inside of it. Instead, having 2 players rewrap through mid and retake through pillars, that just sets up for a post plant over towards laundry. You leave Prometheus in a 1v3 essentially, and he doesn't even know it. He's got no help on that play. You give Central Bravo exactly what they want for the post plant, and everything becomes harder for you.
Don't make it much easier here as Nick Starox will pick up a first blood and just whistle a bullet out of his VS Recon straight down the middle there. Split a heart. So you're forced to back off if you're Western Alpha, trying to bait in some attacking pressure. Or I guess defensive pressure. We'll recognize, alright, we might have a route over towards A, but Bomb currently sat in Art. Commercial's going to try and refill. I feel like I need an AR up in this window, not an NPC. He's going to try and play it from down low instead. Bomb should go down. I think a lot's on Prom here. Can you rewrap him through the back of this retake?
America has your flank completely covered. Arrows all over the place right now for Western Alpha. Just who's going to be the one to kick things off? It's Prometheus in through pillars. Damage on the first one. He's just going to hightail it out of there. Allow Gameric back through mid to clean up onto Gratz. 3 versus 2 now as Western Alpha, losing out that first blood, have been able to swing this round back into their favor. A little bit of noise off of Prox gives away that Laundry is the angle of attack. Still gonna go down there. What a shot from Prox. All alone though with 8 seconds left. Even if you do find these kills, there is no time to defuse that bomb, and Western Alpha do a great job at battling through losing that first blood, putting a round on the board.
Yeah, Prom does incredibly well. Called it just before the play came through, and as you get this play from Central Bravo to retake the site, he's managed to squeeze between those lines, those defensive lines, and once the Central Bravo players move in, Western Alpha kind of have this ace in the hole. He arrives almost behind that retake, picks off a player, that then destabilizes the entire setup, sends them scrambling, and hands all the advantage over. So yeah, Western Alpha do very well, as you said, considering that they lost that player in the opening engagement.
Central Bravo have been good so far through the S&D, looking to tie up this series. A stun from Prometheus? Is that what blows up the van, or does the van blow up and the stun just finishes the job? I don't know.
That's a rough one.
Oh boy. I mean, that is a classic Raid S&D meme video, though. If anybody knows, I mean, if you know, you know. But, we get a 2 versus 4 now, and Western Alpha in great position to bring this back into a 1-round game. Where do you go with this bomb?
Don't feel like there are many good answers to that question. Grath can try and play the driveway. Prox is going to have to get out here with this AR. It does have 7 in a row. Find the 8th, and yeah, you will get the Hellstorm. Although actually, never mind, because Hellstorms are bad for some reason. But Prox now on 9 in a row. A ridiculous individual performance. Scoop the bomb. Is whether he decides to reset it over to B. He does, and he might get the timing to isolate a 1v1. Or even better, he might just not see anybody. What the hell was that? I'm off, though.
Well, Western Alpha, they get the job done. I mean, easy cleanup into the round, and that brings this into a 1-round game. You couldn't ask for a better start either, Andy. I mean, you start things off with that kill out over towards the van. You don't give up that kill over towards bedroom. Instead, you just continue to stranglehold on that round. Playing those lives, playing for the retake. It just really brings it into a trade battle. And even though Central Bravo are doing a good job at fighting through these rounds, they're never truly able to fully come back from a deficit like that. And that's why it's difficult in Black Ops 7 to be giving up these opening kills. And I didn't even notice that Prox has a Hellstorm. He's 10-2. When do we see the hammer get dropped?
Gotta be a little bit frustrated if you are Prox right now. How the hell are we not walking over this one? I'm just gonna check bed here, just trying to juggle quite a few things. We'll have a little bit of a timing set up with North. That finds his way into Zig, and well, actually forced to back off. So no harm, no foul right now. We'll reset, go again. Bomb is starting to be planted by Twan, and you do have laundry pressure out of Prometheus. So you got all the pieces in the right place here. Just about winning the gunfights.
Yeah, 4-on-4 for the retake. Bravo starting to collapse in map 2. It happened in map 1. You don't want this to slip through your fingers, so first clearance is going to be through Art. It's a reflank from Gameric, and nobody's going to be ready for this one. Yodak still trades it. 3 versus 2, and out towards Laundry. It's going to be Prometheus left with 18 seconds. He's just got to buy time. And he's going to rewrap this one all the way through mid. Where's the bomb planted for? Does he have an eye on it? Peeks out. There it is. And that's the round. Prometheus comes to the rescue to tie us back up. What a play from Western Alpha. Welcome back to map 2.
Prob's done outrageously well. Finds the win over at Laundry, by the way, while all of this is kicking off. But he recognizes immediately, look, they're going to go for the defuse here. I got to wrap this instantly and not allow my opposing player to recognize that timing window's appeared. So that player's still focused on Laundry. Prometheus has slipped off into the wind. Arrives at Pillars, cuts the diffuser down, leaving no time left. How we've come back to 4-apiece, I have no idea. Central Bravo, I thought by now I would be sailing off in this series 2-0. And some of the players suggested they should be, but Western Alpha, they are standing the test of time.
10-3, 7-6, 7-5. How is this a tie game?
No idea.
Hello. Well, maybe it's just plays like that. Even this one a little bit closer than comforting. Rocks. Information onto those pull steps. Wrap around Tiki from 5. Knopf is looking to get an angle on these players out towards the B-bomb, but the smoke's making it difficult to lay eyes on Prox sitting there with the bomb. Now you know Knopf is here. Still Prox a little worried to track him down, but takes the angle, takes the kill. And Yodak will put Prometheus into a 1 versus 3 this time. Without the bomb down for you, you gotta make a play. And unfortunately, you play right into their hands. 5-4 Central Bravo might make this one a little bit interesting, but in the end, it's map point for them.
Certainly is. Central do well here. They kind of realized, actually, we're a little bit pinned into this pool side. What we're going to do is kind of gun up at every single ingress and win all those fights. So much more like it out of Central Bravo. I'm not sure the positioning will get a grade A, but a lot of winning done in the kill column. Western Alpha, maybe a last hit at this. They've been very good controlling the middle of the map, but actually they're just going to completely leave it open. 3 players sending through Art. You're going to back Prox down, who really wishes right now he was able to use that Hellstorm.
Oh, Prometheus. I mean, this is a good moment to use that Hellstorm, to be honest, on defense as well.
We're not allowed, Seymour.
Oh, yeah. What am I talking about here? It's just like so good, but...
Yep.
Here we go, out towards B. Bomb getting planted for Twan. Nick Starox, Argo, shots to the wall. He's got to be careful here. He doesn't want to give up this first blood on the retake over towards B. So much damage to not find a single kill. Do you read this positioning from Gameric? He's actually going to give himself away. Pops the smoke. And hops in towards Tiki. Has he been spotted? It looks like the chase down is going to be there. He hops into the water. How is he still alive? What is happening? What is up? What is down?
Well, Yodak wasn't going to be attempting a 1v4, but honestly, one of the wildest rounds of S&D I think I've watched on Raid, despite the fact it's been out for around 15 years now. It's essentially make it up as you go. I think at different points, Western Alpha, every single player had shot their gun at Central Bravo player and not found the kills. So Central Bravo should have been aware where all 4 defenders of that bomb were and able to isolate those fights. Instead, it just turns into a merry-go-round at Tiki, and you lose all the guns trying to cross pool. And, well, somehow, we are at a round 11. Read your stat lines, top left, top right. None of that matters in the end. Comes down to controlling the rounds inside of each and every single one. None more important than now.
Opening first blood for Prox. He makes it 2. Lovely cut down between Prometheus and Twan. Middle map for Argo. He's not going to let up whatsoever. And suddenly it's Knopf 1 versus 4. We've seen this story a couple rounds ago. And as soon as Knopf is going to show himself, I thought he was going to be dead to rights. But this is back into a 1 versus 3. This would be one of the craziest things ever.
Surely not, right?
Surely not.
Surely. Well, what I do like out of Central Bravo here, you're just going to get back together as a 3. Prox throwing his shoulder. Should be able to spot him. Does. And isolates him for the kill. Doesn't make it at all interesting. And Central Bravo will creep over the line then in a round 11. but by God, they made it more difficult than they should have for themselves. I throw it back to map 1 in this series and how large periods of time of Central Bravo essentially just not controlling those spawns could have made it a lot easier. Rinse and repeat in the S&D. Prox is going to finish 15-4, and we went to around 11. So I don't know what the hell. Producer says Jesus Christ in my ear, and you know what? I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to meet you there. I'm going to shake your hands, because what the hell did we just watch?
Oh my goodness. No, that was absolutely crazy. And a lot of those rounds, I think, you definitely shouldn't have lost. I think for Western Alpha, I mean, composure is one thing we've been talking about a lot throughout this day. And they show some great composure in a lot of these rounds, especially losing some first blood, still turning it around into round 1. I don't know how things happen like this, but a lot of it is missteps from Central Bravo in a lot of these round transitions, and just kind of mistiming some attacks, I think, at the same time. I really think back to Western Alpha and this whole setup that they have over towards Back Laundry. They do great jobs at kind of keeping Central Bravo tamed in, almost a trapped position. And, that one round that they leave Prometheus over to the Back Laundry and completely give up that post plan, if they go back and properly re-clear Laundry, we are probably looking at Western Alpha winning this entire map too and being up 2-0 right now. Like, that's how much of a knife's edge this series truly is on.
I agree. It is a weird series, weird set of maps. Individual players feel like you can't really get a beat on what they're going to do in the moment. And I'm not sure at times either are they, but we've still got at least 2 more maps to see in this series. So let's take a peek at where we're going to head off. It will be a double stay at Den. So it might be the only thing we see from here on out. Got the Overload, got the hard point. I couldn't tell you which one I lean, to be completely honest with you, because Overload's a weird one. It feels like you've all got to be in sync with a lot of fundamental stuff. And for me right now, that leans me towards Western Alpha. I feel like they've been a lot more locked down with them, a lot more efficient with their kills and their ability to execute on plays and lock in for rotations, etc. That being said, it's inarguable to say that Central Bravo have that higher slaying power. And again, for a third mode, I feel like this one really relies on that a hell of a lot more than a lot of the previous.
I think I look over towards Western Alpha, and we can recall last night when we actually saw this team go to Den Overload versus Mountain. A big player was Gameric. The way that he's able to kind of dictate that pace with that NPC on a map like Den, it's really easy to be that lead blocker, and he does a great job at that in the respawns. Gameric just had his worst map of the entire tournament in that Search and Destroy. He was 6-10. His team still goes to around 11. He's got some good trust behind him with this squad to kind of go the distance now. And leading into this respawn, you say, okay, like maybe I tripped up a little bit. I could go into this Overload. I know I'm that guy. I know I can get it done with the NPC. And we won the respawn back on Gridlock. There's no reason why they can't kind of step back into that form for this map number 3. I think my eyes on Gameric to kind of turn that performance around here. And if he does, I'm worried a little bit about Central Bravo.
I agreed, but then I look at Central Bravo and I look at, for example, Prox there just dropping as many kills as he did. And I think, well, come out here and shoot like that in this second game, control those lanes with that AR, and you'll be doing just fine. So for all the COD series that you and me have gotten to cast so far, this one feels like it hangs in the balance more than all the rest. Largely because I just can't get a beat on which player's doing what. It's a case of, a lot of talent across these two rosters, of course. There's a reason why they're here. There's a reason why they're playing for a spot for Worlds. And a reminder that does hang in the balance. The stakes here are incredibly high. So, I don't know, Seymour. We both came in with the 3-0 predictions. Obviously, we're both going to be wrong, but are you still leaning overall with your original pick of team?
I don't think so. I think that Western Alpha have kind of shifted my attention over to their side. And a lot of it's just in how much they're able to kind of hit those small moments. I think at times, Call of Duty, yes, we call it, rotations are going to be important, setups are going to be important, and it's just executing in those moments really dictates whether or not you can truly control a map. For Western Alpha, they're doing a great job at disrupting those small moments, and we see it in the Search and Destroy. Same thing with the Gridlock. It's just the ability of players like Twan and Gameric on that Gridlock to stay alive in those rotations over towards those new hills, hold on to some of that objective time, really leads me to believe that going into this map number 3, it's kind of on these players to do the same thing. Just run rampant with that NPC, make it uncomfortable for Central Bravo to kind of have setups with that objective, and try to play for some counterattacks on their own side. I think that they have completely the tools to get it done, and they've proven it to me, and I'm sure to the stream as well, who are watching them. The only issue is it seems like we're waiting to get into this map number 3 as the players are going to be slowly making their way into the server. So we're going to take a quick little break here on stream. We'll be back when the den overload's ready. And we got our overload. Both teams ready here. Seems like we're locked in. See who's going to take the swing map mode combo. Central Bravo off the back of a round 11 win. Is it a little messy on their side? It might be, but we look at them to pick up these scraps and see if they can get going here in this map 3. The opening breakoff is going to be hotly contested on both sides. However, still seeing Western Alpha start to progress up the map. Big shutdown from Yodak. That's going to clear out that P2 presence. You see 3 kills to follow it out. Knopf, the only one here. Nobody's going to get a touch on that objective. And trying to work it over towards Dojo. Just nobody in position.
Yeah, important position with Knopf there shut down as well. Because he had to control mid for a little bit longer. But Nixrox will find 2. And Knopf has simply just replaced himself in the moment. Oh, that's messy. Doesn't really get any of what he wants. A couple of players crossing up his wires. But you will actually back down the device here, Yodak. That being said, Nixrox has just punched all the way through Patio and out the back here. And, well, easy as you like. For some reason, I have got 0 connection to VMix all of a sudden. Timo, I'll hand it over to you.
All right. Thank you. So, we got ourselves 1-0 lead here for Central Bravo off that beautiful play out to Dojo. Tuan looking to answer back. He's pushing in through that back B zone, down the staircase. That's going to be an easy cap for Knopf. Don't waste any time at keeping this game even. A lovely way to bring yourself back into this game, and kind of what I'm expecting here from Western Alpha is just how do you break out of your spawn now as they've successfully flipped this map. They're now looking for the A zone out the rooftops, and Gmeric running that objective in for number 2. It's a successful rally from Western Alpha. And we got ourselves a series for Western. Now looking to continue to dominate here on the den. Central Bravo, little all over the place, trying to battle their way through. I think my co-caster is back. Andy, did you see what just happened, or should I fill you in?
Oh, I did not see a damn thing. This was basically a PowerPoint slide for me, but it's all right. I can see there's a 2-1 lead in favor of Western Alpha. I'll playing out across.
I don't mind. I mean, it was quite simple. I mean, you know, it's just the simple. You push into that B zone, you force those spawns out to the top side of the minimap. You get that done, and even though you kind of struggled to kind of slay out, Western Alpha do a great job at just transitioning that setup over towards P2 like seamlessly. It was kind of beautiful. What a tear to my eye.
We talked a lot about Western Alpha and how a lot of their fundamentals have been on point. All locking down the right places of the map. They're going to score here on the B side, which, well, I was about to say I was going to hand them complete control over the next device, but you lose 3 bodies in tandem. And Yodak's going to arrive now. That nade, one of the worst things I've ever seen. But Juan and Gameric now just trying to set up. He's going to go into 10. 2 answered. Make that 3. Last one's alive. All 4 dead. Should be able to drive this home. Lead blockers might have a little bit of work to do, but probably not. One. It's 1. And turns the attention enough. And my God, Western Alpha run this over.
They're kind of roaring into this game number 3. This is what I was talking about. I mean, you can't underestimate the NPCs of Western Alpha, and we saw it versus Mountain yesterday. It gave them a real run for their money on that Den Overload. And I know, you know, a lot of people might be saying, yeah, Western Alpha or Mountain aren't the greatest Overload team at this tournament. It was kind of a little bit more than that, because where Mountain lack in terms of the objective, they gain in the slaying, and Western Alpha were actually kind of punishing them in both of those categories. So, you know, to see that happen against a team of that caliber, you know, I think that really puts Western, in my eyes, as a really strong Den Overload team. Central Bravo learning that one firsthand, losing out on 4 captures back-to-back.
Oh, Central Bravo, they're going to try and match aggression with aggression, unfortunately. Not coming out on top in the engagement, so Grath says, you know what, I'll do a little bit of this by myself. Kills 1, softens the second, will retrieve the device for his teammates. They're going to rush this towards the rooftops. Both Prom and Twant likely going to meet them here, but will be outnumbered in the engagement. And even more so now, going to let bodies in, and well, this might be a straight clear to run through, and no, stop just in time. North America go huge.
That's a beautiful stun from Western Alpha. Without those trophies, you're just kind of stuck inside P2 against an NPC that you really don't want to battle against. So, the danger zone, I thought Central Bravo were going to be able to punch in their second capture, and at least going to be able to shred down that setup and start to work their way back over towards A. But you need something out of Yodak here. Hopefully your team can pick up couches in time as well. You can quickly see that Western Alpha are going to be collapsing on this setup. Split kill feed, leaving Argo, the last one alive. Gamera cuts down that flank, and you're going to be able to work out of your spawn yet again. It's like it's going to be a play through mid.
Frontman's going to be North, and, well, he does eventually die. Yoda took a long time about it, so the device has been shifted towards the southern side. One's trying to breach and clear here. Let Prom across. Might have left him hang out to dry, and no, somehow gets through. Should be able to just walk this home. And how the hell you score that? I don't know in what world Prom should be able to cross with 2 players staring down the same corridor there.
Full send. Why not? Just full send it. Just like this from Yodak. And look at that Twan. He turns around. It's too late. He gets cut down. Here's the play on the counterattack. And number 2. Old team kill there from Prox, but he's going to get rid of the rest. Prox now on 5 in a row. And you thank your lucky stars that you have an opportunity to maybe use a Hellstorm here if you do get it. Prox still working on that flank. Yodak deals with the pressure up front. Prox will fall. Here comes the rest of the play. Trying to get some P2 control out there. Picked up by number 3. Trying to work in that capture, and American Knopf will stand tall on this defensive foot. Not able to get through rooftops just yet. He's going to stay at a 5-2 lead.
Yup. You know where I was going with that. We'll be just trying to get over this device if you are Central Bravo. It's going to be pretty much perfection from here. You got to think with every capture, 10 seconds is consumed just in waiting for the device to respawn. You haven't got very long to make this work, and, well, Twan decides to just put belts to 3 different players. That being said, Prox answers in kind with his own grenade. Nov's playing in through the middle. Player who's struggled thus far in the respawns, in the slaying department. He'll get back involved. and open up B, and surely not, we're just waltzing in and fall at the goal line.
Surely, I mean, that could have been play number 6, but you do a good job again at thwarting that plan. Nade into B2 is not really going to be there. Gameric will be traded. Opportunity here. They cut through middle of the map. They're going over towards B, and it's a spot up for Gameric to maybe stop this with the MPC. No, Prox had such a good call. And if not for Gameric, this could be a 2-point game. Minute 22 left on this one. And you're just looking to clear out your spawn, which Prometheus is doing a damn good job at getting that one done.
Just gotta squeeze out here through mid. Grass will find too. Unfortunately, whatever resistance Central Bravo intends to stub up here, I pretty much summarize it. There's too little, too late. Western Alpha have been in complete control of this ever since that first half flurry. And Gameric will walk away with one from that somehow. And that kind of sums up a lot of those 50-50s gone the right way if you are a Western Alpha fan. And the device will drop. You're not even intending to retrieve it for now, just trying to be the lead blocker if you are Prom, and doing a wonderful job of that. While you hold it, I mean, mathematically now completely impossible for Central Bravo to get back into this. So, you and me came into the series, my friend. Western Alpha, they were going to dominate these... Central Bravo going to dominate these respawns. Western Alpha would have to hope to hold in from the S&D. Yeah, consider our predictions chalk, my friend. We flipped it entirely.
Western Alpha, welcome to the show. 6-2. Prometheus going to clear out a couple of these last couple kills in through mid. And that's going to be game in map 3. What a way to blow open this series. Taking the lead in the respawns. Central Bravo learning if there's anywhere to take Western Alpha, it is not the Den Overload. This team's got it on lockdown. And I got to give it to the entire squad, man. I don't think there was a single player there from Western Alpha that really had a bad game. Statistically, I mean, you might call out Prometheus, but when it came down to a lot of those goal line stops, Prometheus was there. When it came to a lot of those pushes, Prometheus was there. Not only that, he gets 2 captures for his team out of the 6. So everybody's doing their part.
Yeah, it feels like a very balanced team effort, and Western Alpha as well. You talked about it, you know, in that moment when I was basically watching about 3 frames per year. It was a case of, you know, Western Alpha, they're doing a great job of controlling the spawn situation and the device spawn. It's a case of, okay, we're going to put our opposing players on the opposite side of the map. We're going to lock ourselves around this device and make our job very easy for ourselves. And that feels like the tail in this entire series. I think the back to map 1. Central Bravo had a lot of slaying prowess out there. Never really locked in a rotation or controlled a set of spawns cleanly. Western Alpha did. They walked away with the map. S&D comes down to that round 11 in the end, and Central Bravo just about get over the line. But when you're looking at Proc being like, what was it, 14-5 or something ridiculous, it's like, this game should never have gotten to a round 11. So, yeah, I mean, there's one team that are playing fundamental Call of Duty, another that believe that they're technically talented, but are just, well, stacking up a couple of dominoes against them.
Okay, I mean, there's a proper ebb and flow to Call of Duty that is quite beautiful to watch. And there's a real reason, you know, we reference COD timing just in general is because there truly is. I mean, Call of Duty really boils down to just a few seconds in every single play going your way. Overload, it's quite a simple game mode when you start understanding those timings. You're not just on, you know, where to direct the ball. It's when those respawning players will have an opportunity to fight you in front of their point. And if you can understand where those point of contacts do come from, if you're influencing the spawns, it does make the game so much easier, especially on Den, where that ball carrier, and we saw it a couple times, just is able to slip on by, get to that objective without even having to take a gunfight. It's quick. And on Den, if you're not ready for it, it can really destabilize it. For Central Bravo, we see it there. It destabilizes. You just don't know where to catch a couple of those chokes. You don't know where to take these proper gunfights. And everything on your attacks becomes so overthought. You're just taking fights too many. And it gets all over the place. Western Alpha, they had a plan. They stuck with that plan. They execute perfectly. And leading now after that, map number 3 is going to be feeling good going into the back half of this series. Andy, though, we are going to take a little bit of a break while we get set up for this map number 4. We're going to return with this hardpoint when it's ready to go for CONUS, closing out with this last series. We're almost towards the end of day 3. It's going by fast. Den Hardpoint, Andy. It's taken a while to get through a couple of these Call of Duty series, and I mean, for Western Alpha, well, yeah, maybe. For Western Alpha, they've completely shifted the narrative, and you hit the nail on the head. Neither one of us saw this one coming, but you couldn't ask for a better map mode combo now for this Western Alpha to go to.
Now, it feels like it rewards a lot of your fundamental play. Locking in hills, like your P2. Chaining that into a P3, P4 combo. Western Alpha have been a step ahead in any of those sort of conversations. Central Bravo, it's all been about guns up, win the fights. And while, yes, that is going to help you here to be competitive, I've got to see them lock a couple of things in. Speaking of which, doing a wonderful job here on P1. You are going to get all the gunfights initially, and 20 plus points. But are you reading Twan through the bag? Yes.
To be fair, I gotta say, and I'm gonna give a little bit of grace here to Central Bravo. You know, you lose that hard point on gridlock. It's kind of easy to get into, I'd say, the rabbit hole of losing some of those rotations on that map mode combo. Then's gonna be a little bit different here for Central Bravo. It's where those setups can be broken down, and it's easier for an SMG to have that impact. You go into map number 3, you don't have to deal with that overload anymore now on a map like Den. I think Central Bravo will be better off for that.
Well, setup unfortunately will break as Comeric decides to just take things over by himself. Stun out originally as well is going to pause everybody at the door and allow Northin to control couches. Unfortunately, an SMG in close quarters engagements only goes one way, and Prox reads perfectly, and dear God, snaps to remove Prom's forehead. Holy cow. Oh, you gotta be kidding. You have gotta be kidding me. What the hell did we just watch? That's both the best and worst 10 seconds I've ever seen in my life. Get us out of the game, dude.
Oh my God, that broke me so much. 0-7 start for Prometheus. 0-5 start for Twan. It's reflecting inside of that, the scoreline above our heads there. And, I mean, you can see it too. Even Prox is trying to give you ways back into this game, but Western Alpha truly haven't been able to stabilize. So you get this rotation over to P3. Here's Gameric on Dojo. Traded out inside the hill. No problem for these ARs. Noff gets it done. You got Twan and Tin. Just locking down a little bit of time here. Slowly cutting down this lead.
We do well to get rid of graphs here because the setup break was coming through, and Gameric in through the middle. He won't actually walk away with any of the kills, but softened up pretty much every target. So, a whole chunk of time falling back the way of Western Alpha here. Honestly, I think it's on Central Bravo to recognize that momentum's against you. Play in for 4 instead. Prom reads that's likely to hit. It's going to check the blue stairs. Win the gunfight. Now pressure in from red as well. Yodak, though, has to take a different one instead. And that should be cleaned out. That being said, bodies will now start to contest over by guns.
Big fights here for Western Alpha off the start of this P4. And Andy, now that I've kind of like recollect myself after that thought, I don't think it's like the Semtex itself that is funny, but it's the fact that you Semtex kill 2 teammates and you still get that scrap time. Yodak goes big in that play.
I think Prox just went, look, I just broke this hill by myself. You guys didn't assist at all. You don't deserve any hill time. Get the hell out of here. All right? That's what that was. Either way.
Give it, I take it away.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And Western Alpha, man, and since then, you get that rotation of P3, nearly 40 seconds off this. The rotation flips the lead, and quite like that gridlock, I don't want to see Central Bravo just give up this game like they did in that map 1.
Contest from the front. Grass 2. Kodak 1. Prom doesn't read the player on tree, despite the fact that he's shot about 3 magazines from there, so sure. We will try and rotate over Jojo's side. Prop's still going to meet this head on and does very well to find 2 kills. That will stop this rotation and set up in its tracks. Allow Yodak to activate. That being said, a flipped out spawn. And don't know if Noff's going to be red at all. Get himself into broken. Rings out bullets that do nothing but then finds the kill. So a minimap that doesn't look pretty for anybody. Prox will also find his way through the back lines and, well, flip-flap all over the place. Twan will eventually find his own 2, who's 5 and 12 and must come online if Western Alpha are going to walk away with this, despite how good their fundamental play has been. That's running well behind in this race.
Hey, you know what? It's not about how you start, it's how you finish. And right now, Twan is having some impact kills over towards P1. He not only winning that double kill, he moves over and recognizes the spawns of his teammates, and they've soaked up enough to flip this league back in their favor. Still 15 seconds. Working over to B2. Back spawns on lock for Central Bravo. However, you still have the issue of Twan inside of couches, and Twan collecting with Prometheus. They break together. You got the setup in, and you hold.
Well, that's important. You will get them in the back line if you're Western Alpha. So Central Bravo just going to try and flood in through couches, and North does enough here. Will go down to the nade from Yodak, but he'll take a teammate with it. And Gameric with somehow, despite being like on his 4th multi-kill here, is 12 and 14. So, to be fair, he's doing the damage when needed. The team are doing incredibly well. And, yeah, Proxy here just going to be cleaned up in this. It's 1 on 6 in a row. Now has the Hellstorm, important for later kills. 7 in a row and absolutely cooking. Somehow a 40-point lead for Western Alpha. And again, if you look top left, top right, talk about efficiency of kills, it only lines up in one column.
Yeah, it really does. You look at Central Bravo, and the issue has been Graths at 9-11. Prox is doing his best. He's been trying to do his best since that search and destroy. And with that 3 down, you do get the setup. You need to see this translate.
Certainly do. Going to be set up at least. You've got the hit coming through the middle. Just trying to wait and time this with Gameric. But, well, I'm hearing a Hellstorm. Already called in. Feels premature. I don't think this was necessary at all. That being said, you will back it down, retrieve the hill, win the gunfight, and Central Bravo going to have to figure out an entirely new hit.
Yeah, I mean, with that, you just secure this break. That's going to put some pressure now into Central Bravo, already down 30 points. You don't want to give up any more of this one, but look at that minimap. Prometheus is all the way on the other side. And I don't see Argo moving on the map. He's going to draw his Hellstorm out too. So trying to work a break for his team. 22 seconds that you're fighting for into 10. It's a big one from Argo. 3 players left standing. And as you look to get the rest of this time, you're also looking to break this over to Nil. But Twan beats you to it. And you got a couple Western players to worry about.
Yeah, Twan does incredibly well there. Just buys enough time. Walks away with at least 1. It lets the teammates reinforce, and he's back for even more. Prox going to try and hold out in the back pillar here, but isolated, overwhelmed, dealt with. Next Rock's going to be here to threaten. Statue now. The court of play, and, well, it will be Western Alpha in control of these back spawns yet again. It's whether you can hold. We saw the breakout last time, and you will get that gunfight through from Yodak to start to work away there. Prox with 2 as well on the front end. Glorious stuff to break in if you're Central Bravo.
I mean, I really feel like Prox is doing his best to will his team through this game. I know you have a couple players here with some W stat lines, but just overall, it's his impact inside the hill that has been such a difference on these breaks. Another double kill. You got the setup. You just need to hold this one. Another swing at this one for Western Alpha for the last 17 seconds. All the kills go to Central Bravo. And what was Western Alpha pulling away towards a part of that second rotation. We're going into the third. This one is nearly tied.
On the explosions, the dust will settle. There'll be Prom tucked inside the point here. P1's, of course, going to be 50-50. It's all about that rotation for P2. And, well, Twan does very well here to clear the backlines, but how's that influence spawns? It's going to split them. So, maybe a misplay, actually, in the moment, because North's going to get this kill. Well, he does eventually turn to read couches, but not quickly enough before he's dropped. And suddenly that P2 spawn set handed over to Central Bravo. Western Alpha going to have to figure out what they want to fight for here this last 30 seconds or squeeze straight through.
How good has Twan been in these P1s? Just maintaining a 30-point lead for his team. Nixterox, it's Argo trying to will his team back into this break, and he's got himself a little bit of a streak with Prox calling in the Hellstorm. Maybe quite early, you still need to claw your way back into this game, as you're going to hope that that Hellstorm isn't needed in a P3 or a P4.
Silence there, deafening, by the way. Central Bravo square up in mid for one last hit that hill. And Western Alpha have sent everybody through roofs. Unfortunately, react to that a little bit too late if you are the squad in blue. Squad's going to put a stun out towards stairs. Somehow lives through this. Gameric with yet another multi-kill. How the hell is this guy negative? And Prom decides, you know what? I'll join you in the stairwell. Great work. 3 NPCs in the fight, and that helps you clear out this P2. Lock this down. You're seeing yourself through to Worlds.
It's just where these are kind of translating in as the NPCs inside the hill that just continue to dominate. Only 20 seconds left, and you need a break. Spawn to the back. Rats over to couches. Looking to work something here. 3-on-2. Knopf and Twan trying to hold on. 13 seconds is what's needed, and with the break back in, you don't have to re-hit this hill. Gumeric might just do it for the hell of it. As he goes down, we're looking at these blue arrows quickly to pick things up and move to P3.
Yeah, you're going to send 3 bodies on the rotation, but Central Bravo will match you, and because of Prox's 2-piece, you're going to have the numbers flooding through mid. And now he's just trying to read the spawn situation. Graf's going to get the trophy out. Well timed as it clears up that first nade. And all of a sudden, Central Bravo in the positioning to see this out. Western Alpha just got to not panic here. Set up a hit, weigh it, break. You've done it multiple times already. One more, and you will make your way through this bracket. Central Bravo, though, will hold for now.
That's what you need. There's no panic just yet, because as soon as you do panic, it's Gumeric through 10, and he's making the play, streaking on 4. He's got dojo control, and that's going to funnel everybody on the other side. I don't even know if you got a chance to touch. It was Nick Strox through the middle of the map, attempting a break back in, but Western Alpha, they don't fold over for anybody. Central Bravo tucked themselves away through the lower bracket, and it's Western with the upset today in our minds to pave their way to Cali.
Quite simply stunning, really, from Western Alpha. Again and again and again, we brought it up about their fundamental play. We're going to take a look at the statistics here in a second, and tell me where any of this math adds up. It quite simply doesn't. I'm looking at Prox with 4,000 damage, 37 and 25, 27 non-traded. By himself, that is enough of a performance to get your squad through a line. On the opposite end of the table, I mean, we don't see a single player go positive. I mean, what is? Are you trying to do the math right now? Are you trying to work out exactly
like
how
I'm just
negative
looking,
they are?
like I'm just going to make some sense of this right now, because like I'm looking at what's going on here, and it really is Twan in that last map, because you know, he starts off so slow. I think what'd you say? He was like 5 and 17 at one point, if I'm not mistaken. It was bad. You go into that second set of hills, and it's like it's the impact of where these kills come through for the side of Western Alpha, and especially you noticed it over to not just P1, but like you get into P2, the NPCs are just running some havoc inside of the hard point, and every single time that they get a kill within the objective, that translate into time on their side. And when you go to P2, when you go to P4, that's what you were getting from those NPCs. And realistically, it's not like pretty score lines, but it's like it's where the score happens that changes that outcome.
Brother, you are 21 negative. 21. I mean, I feel like I'm trying to sit here and talk about how efficient Western Alpha have been, but at some point it's like that still should be a mountain too far to climb. And Central Bravo are just going to look at this and question everything. That VOD review will not be pretty. It might not even be needed. You don't make worlds, so I think you're just going to accept that on the day this got away from you. But incredibly impressive performance from this Western Alpha team, just in terms of system, beliefs, in fundamentals, and simply execution on that. Time and time again, you know, you get to P2. We're going to pop 3 NPCs on here and just overwhelm with sheer force, numbers, and pace. And time and time again, it worked. Central Bravo had very little answer. It doesn't help when Prox decides he wants even more kills and takes teammates to the grave with him. But yeah, what a wonderful series. It will, of course, confirm our last team on through to Worlds across both Rocket League and Call of Duty. And while Western Alpha certainly have a couple of things to work on the slaying side of things, the fact that the fundamentals are so damn good means that they're likely to get an upset of his teams yet.
I mean, when you see Prox like double positive at one point with about 17 seconds in the hill, you can kind of start to put together that maybe your kills just aren't translating in the right spots for that team, and it really needs to kind of be talked about for Central Bravo for eventually when we do see these guys in a tournament again for the future. Unfortunately, that's not going to be Worlds. It's qualification for Western Alpha, and we got ourselves an interview with one of these players who can maybe break things down on what exactly just happened for us. And we got Gumeric in here, man. Not only do I love your hit list that you had in the content, it was fantastic, but I got to ask you a little bit for some of these games, because, I mean, the Search and Destroy goes to around 11, and you guys were mostly negative in that one. The hard points, you guys are massively outslayed. How are you guys walking away with wins in these maps at such a deficit?
Basically, man, we're just frying everybody, getting 2 and 3 pieces, just going crazy. Okay. The only person we really have to worry about is Prox. Of course, he had 20 on that search and destroy, but everybody else, easy free kill, especially Yodak.
I mean, brother, I'm looking at you 27 and 28, right, in that final map. So you went 1 negative. Your team across the board went 20-something negative. Yet you've walked away victors. Very difficult to really fathom, but talk to me about you, because I feel like I called your name hitting a multi-piece about 15 times. So what was it? All or nothing out there? What's going on?
Hey, I gave you everything I had personally. I feel like KD really doesn't matter, but when it comes to the final score, that's really all that matters. It doesn't matter if somebody's double negative, triple negative. As long as we get the kills that execute that win, we're all good to go.
Certainly so, and you will lead the lobby apart from Prox in damage as well. 3,700. We talked about where you guys were going to need to step up, and the fact that the SMGs, the NPCs, were going to have to build their way into this. I mean, we saw you, again, multiple times, big kills around that hill. Talk to me about how you guys believe you want to play, because it feels like incredibly high pace, yet again, you are just locking in on those rotations so consistently.
So at the beginning of the qualifier games, we really wasn't focusing on time. It was kind of like a TDM thing, but we actually been practicing and watching a lot of VOD about just having the actual SMGs play that time. So that's why I've been playing time a little more instead of just kind of like kill horn. But we definitely got the job done for sure. Shout out to my teammates. They're the best.
I love that. And you know, you put on display, like, straight up to Enigma right now, that, you know, KD really does not matter at the end of the day. I mean, you guys get it done with some hard work, some grit. You guys are qualified for Worlds now. You get to go to Cali. You get another chance at a couple of these teams. Obviously, your run at CONUS isn't done just yet. You get a rematch versus Mountain now in the lower semifinals, looking to make it into top 3. You guys played these guys yesterday. It was an 0-3 loss, a close 0-3 loss, to be fair. What do you think needs to happen against Mountain if you want to get revenge?
A lot of VOD, a lot of practice, especially using this barrel. I don't know what this barrel is, man. I hate it. But we definitely have to practice with that. And also just figuring out what roles we need on our team to just kind of execute a little better.
It was perfect. I mean, well said. I'm excited to see kind of what you guys put together against a team like Mountain, to see if you guys can get that revenge match with Mountain. Obviously having a couple issues on themselves, but I appreciate you, Gameric, for coming in here for the interview. And best of luck with that match. I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Shout out Yodak, man. I love you. Thank you for the win.
Shout out little Yodak indeed. I love that, you know, because you know that it takes, you know, a village to get the job done here. And I think right there for Western Alpha, we notice it. He's highlighting all the things that I want to hear from a team, is that, you know, at first, at the start of the qualifier, we were playing TDM. We weren't really focused on the objective. That is completely shifted in today's game from what we saw. The search and destroys, they were turning first bloods against into rounds 1. The objective in Overload, they were winning it without even taking fights. They were capturing overloads. And then you look at the hard point, you yourself, I mean, they're getting massively outslayed, but winning maps. I mean, that is an objective team through and through.
It is. It's kind of funny because obviously we preach that all the time about how Call of Duty has evolved these days into systems and fundamentals that are incredibly important. But you rarely get such a blazing example of it. And fair play to this team. From what Gameric is saying there, they've had to grow and assess and develop. And that's a very difficult thing to do, by the way. I mean, you're in this industry yourself, my friend. You have to be incredibly self-critical, willing to have those tough conversations. They've done that in the space of what? A few days, maybe some practice in the build-up to the tournament. And the fact that they've come that far, very impressive stuff. But that says to me again, all right, maybe tomorrow you end up, it's a hurdle too far. But if they can continue on that trajectory and get a hell of a lot of growth going, well, what this team might be able to do at Worlds, if they step it up a little bit in the slaying power as well, I don't know, man. I don't think they're done upsetting anybody.
No, I don't think they're done at all. I think that match versus Western or versus Mountain is going to be a lot of fun to watch. And I can't wait to see the outcome for that one in general. Folks, I mean, it's been quite the day number 3. We're coming to a close now on the stream. I want to give a big congratulations to all the teams, you know, coming out to play, because today on day 3, we have qualified everybody that will be going to Worlds here at CONUS. For Call of Duty, we've seen off Western, Mountain, Western Bravo, as well as Central Alpha. All 4 of those teams will be at Worlds. And then on Rocket League side, it's going to be Central Alpha, Mountain Bravo, Western, and Central Alpha going into the World's standing as well. Western wins on the Rocket League side to go to that grand final. They're going to be awaiting the winner of Central Alpha and Mountain Bravo. That's going to be a big one to watch out for. But, I mean, for today, Andy, as we're closing it, anything left to say?
No, I mean, I enjoyed all 3 days. And as it so often is with these events, it's a case of we slowly build up. We get all of our storylines going. We assess who our MVPs are, our shining stars. We unfortunately have to eliminate a couple of teams along the way, but that is truly separating the wheat from the chaff, and it always sets us up for a beautiful Sunday. Can't wait to cast it alongside you.
I can't wait for it either. Well, folks, we got to get out of here. We got to hit the beach to get some suntans on our side. It's been a lovely day number 3 here at CONUS, and we got one more day tomorrow at Tuesday. We don't have to qualify anybody for Worlds. We got to crown some champions here. So make sure you guys get some sleep and you tune in. Same place, same time for the finale of CONUS 2026.